Dun, dun. Okay, so that's there. That's there.
I gotta say, I love Google Photos.
It is pretty amazing.
Oh, now you decide to finish working on your features. After
What?
I go get the other laptop.
What?
I was gonna. So I brought my awesome thing of the week, and it wasn't working. So I got upset, and I figured.
Surface?
Yes, the Surface 3, not the Pro, but not the RT.
So it's the 3, which is kind of like the RT, like the lower RT?
It's no, it's the Intel based Atom processor.
Oh, okay.
But it actually runs because it's the new Cherry Trail.
Yeah.
So it actually runs extremely well.
That's good.
I mean, I wouldn't.
You're still an 8?
Yes, because I'm using it sometimes for work.
Oh. Well, we got a year
And
inside,
our
don't you?
VPN is not 10 capable.
You know,
Well,
in
if
my mind...
only someone on the mobility team would work on that.
Yeah, exactly.
What's that?
Well, I'm not. So mobility no longer is considered laptop, desktop, Windows, because that's a desktop operating system. So I'm not allowed to interfere with what they're doing.
See, I just got my UCC invite. So I'm part of that.
Nice.
Yeah, it's living in the future, circa 2009.
So you won't be on the 1998 version of Same Time for a while.
Thankfully, no.
Here's my mouse. There we are. All right, so that's you. We'll fix this up a little bit. Put you there.
I always end up looking at the French side of your business card Wi-Fi configuration.
Hey,
thing.
the password's the same in English and French, so I don't see what the problem is. Chris, you're here. No, that's about it.
Do you want to find PCs, devices, and content on this network? Automatically connected devices like printers and TVs.
I don't have any of those
Sure.
on a network. What kind of house do you think we're running here? Look at, you know how many instances of Windows XP I have in front of me right now? This does not work out around here.
You are truly the Leo Laporte of Pittsburgh.
I don't know. Leo's got a nice studio. Leo has like real hardware. I have.
You have everything. Everyone just can't see it.
No.
You don't have to let them know.
Sure, I'm the Leo Laporte of Pittsburgh. I wish. Jeez. Can I get a radio show? Apparently that's still lucrative. Probably
Is he
not
back
now.
Is he back on the radio too?
He never left.
He does. I know he does advertisements. I didn't know he was.
No,
Actually...
he does. He does a block of the Tech Guy, both Saturday and Sunday. He streams it on his network, and it's syndicated across the nation.
Ah.
I believe he actually does not get paid for Twit. He gets paid for the radio, and he takes charity for Twit, and everything else operates independently. That used to be the way it is, and I think it still is.
Are we 259?
260. 260.
Shared with me.
So is our awesome thing going to be Windows?
I was going to do the Surface 3, and you're going to poo-poo it because of the processor, and I'm going to fight back.
I'm going to poo-poo it for the
fight
processor.
the
Are you kidding me?
man.
Do you know how much life has been given to this laptop over here?
Oh, because you're running Windows 10?
Yeah.
So you're liking it.
Yeah.
I only made it through probably 63% of last week's episode when you guys got to Windows 10. You got to the 8.1 upgrade was a lot about bug fixes and stability.
Where we're talking about how our mom is going to like Windows 10.
Yes. Why can't I see
our respective mothers?
Why can't I see AwesomeCast 260? Am I shared?
I see
259.
I don't know. Things got a little weird last week. Like it got weirdly doubled up, and I'm only shared with him. Okay. Don't know why. I want to.
Jeez, I'm gone for vacation for 1 week. And
Who are you? Are you
yeah,
even
it's
on the
like
show anymore? All right. I forgot to check the box when I copied it. That's apparently what happened. All right.
That's all good.
Brady Bunch View is up.
Here's a story of a cast that's awesome.
There we go. A week of laptops are on Windows 10, and I'm loving it from Wheels in the chat. So.
Where is the public chat?
live.awesomecast.net or live.sorgatronmedia.com. And it'll pull up the stream, and there's like a chat room kind of drawer on the right. And then you have to click on the second chat. It sucks. I have to get a new one so bad.
And then when you go to sign in with Twitter, they say we are going to be allowed to post on your behalf.
Yeah.
And then you get nervous, and you're like,
Yeah, it gets weird. You know how many times I'm thinking I might have accidentally added the Asian lady? The more I'm thinking about this.
There it is, 260.
You got it now.
Yep.
All right, do you need a second to put some stuff in there?
If you don't mind. You don't have anything in here either.
I don't have anything in here. Stuff in there. Well, there's. I don't want to talk about the Be Me app without Katie, because was into that too. So we're going to leave that there for next week.
But you don't have an awesome thing of the week, do you?
There's one of these I was gonna bring up, and I can't remember which one it was.
Okay.
Probably Autodesk.
The gaming engine?
Yeah.
That looks pretty.
Or no.
nice.
You know what? I'm gonna do Karma. I feel like we talked about Karma before, but it's actually out, and I heard people talking about it this week. This is a Windows computer. You use the other key. Ah, jeez. Hold on. So put this here, and we'll cover the rest. Oh yeah, 647. Good. So I'm back to that point, Chilla. Maybe it's something I talk about on the show, but I'm back to that point where I'm tandem using both laptops again, which means I have touched my MacBook screen a lot.
I'm surprised you. So have you used Google's remote desktop?
Not yet. I never got it set up.
So I set it up on my Mac.
Yeah, I'm still using TeamViewer.
So, but you could use TeamViewer and remote into the Mac.
Yeah,
and
but
then
if
it's
I'm on the
touchable.
Mac, the whole point, because then I'm going into a slower computer, and it's just there's no point. Wait, no, wait a minute.
It's just a screen scrape. It shouldn't.
Yeah, it is, but it's like just that much smaller that the fonts don't work out too. Kind of depends on what I'm doing, and the whole point is having the extra computer. So, okay.
But in Windows 10, you can use the spaces.
Well, yeah, I guess I'm technically using an extra computer at that point. Oh, this is gonna be dangerous. What are you doing to me? Screen recording. So I had this thing where QuickTime X decided it wasn't going to record in the middle of the wrestling show, and I couldn't figure it out until almost intermission. Apparently, I am big on backups, right? And yeah, we're all right. I completed it. Apparently, I had an install that didn't finish, and it just like corrupted the crap out of QuickTime X.
What install didn't finish?
The system?
Did you reinstall?
No, No, like it was just like a update, one had run, but it got stuck on the restarting, and I didn't get the new iTunes or anything like that. And I went in there, and still something there. It just did a quick restart, came back. I saw like the update bar for like a minute, and it worked. So it was like it wouldn't record anything except for screen recording.
Huh.
Like it just like you usually see like the bits and everything growing. Wouldn't do it. Is it movie recording or screen recording that does the iPhone? Never mind.
Some movie, isn't it? I can't remember. I just go and set where you would pick your webcam.
No, wait a minute. Okay. I just took a minute. Okay. So I could technically, at this point, hold on. Where's my... So at this point, I could use this and really use my phone as like an attached camera. Oh, this is interesting. So now, hold on, let me see if I can pull this up.
Sorg's going to replace us all with iPhones.
Well, I think I just found an interesting way to do a camera. So here, so this is on there. Now I'm able to record whatever comes over.
Is that Wirecast right there? Or what is?
No, this is the QuickTime X.
Oh yeah. So you're just screen mirroring.
Yeah.
But you're screen mirroring the camera.
Well, but then you have all the heads up and everything, so it's not actually like an output. But
Can
still,
you crop it?
Yeah, you could crop it after that. It's not going to look completely awesome, but it's kind of and it's smooth. It doesn't look smooth.
I bet you there is a free
They just kind
camera app in the App Store that you just tap to take a picture. Like tap anywhere on the screen to take a picture kind of thing. Oh, you're getting lost in the matrix there, buddy.
There's a little bit of a delay there, but still, I mean, it's pretty good.
It's pretty darn good.
I mean,
I'm pretty impressed.
If you need an input, if you can do this, I think there is something in like the newer Wirecast that you can use an iPhone as a camera. So, all right, you ready to go?
Ready when you guys are.
As I show everybody my text messages. All right. All right, 260. Hey guys, it's time to get awesome. It's Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on the Twitter for your AwesomeCast live from Mayhem Studios in Pittsburgh, PA. Ready to talk about the latest technology news on this date. With me back in the studio, fresh off of his vacation. So fresh off his vacation, he's only got like 24 hours in on Windows 10. This is the first time he's had less experience on a new thing than me. It's John Chichilla at Chilla on the Twitters.
How's it going? Yeah, I even still have my sandals on. It's like I walked right off the beach into Sorgatron Studios.
Did you go to work today?
Yeah, I went to work.
Awesome. How you doing?
Not too bad. It's good to be back. Got some new toys.
You're going to give us a vacation tech report?
Actually, vacation was very non-tech.
Oh, you detached? Nice.
I kind of detached, and Wi-Fi was an issue in the hotel we were staying in.
Oh, geez.
I was getting like 56k speed.
Yeah.
So doing anything like a Windows 10 upgrade was not a viable option, to the point where we were trying to stream PBS Kids for Christopher, and I was like, Christopher was actually handing me the phone back like it was broken. So we ended up having to tether his Wi-Fi only phone to my phone for some videos and whatnot. So I'm interested to see what my data cap looks like. Thankfully for AT&T rollover data, I didn't use a lot of data last month, so I have 17 gig on my rollover right now.
Nice.
So I shouldn't have to pay anything extra. But there was a lot of streaming going on.
So I mean, is this like kind of the first experience where your kid was like not around internet?
Not fast internet.
Yeah.
Like the app like buffers, and at home I would say it probably takes a good two seconds to buffer.
Yeah.
On vacation it was like 20 seconds, and it's just like a swirly arrow type thing, and he can't comprehend English, so
Oh, no.
well, he can, but he doesn't understand slow internet.
He's just not at that point.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
So it was trials and tribulations for him.
Wow. All right. And also with us, we got a first timer here on the AwesomeCast, which I get guests in the most random ways. So like just a random, it should be on AwesomeCast. Yeah. What you doing Tuesday? Yeah. What's going on? I don't want to bother people with my little podcast somewhere, and I forget to invite new people. But you know him as @Pantster. Make sure you spell that right. He's not the Asian lady if you misspelled it. Chris, how you doing? Whoop, wrong one.
That's not him.
That's not him. There he is.
There he is.
Yeah, there I am.
You're not the Shonos.
I'm doing pretty good. Actually, John just got back, and I'm going on vacation.
Nice.
There you go.
Yeah. So we'll report on our tech when we get back. But we're going to someplace with actually the best Wi-Fi I'd ever experienced traveling, and that's Disney. It was just fantastic down there.
Oh, they'd have to, wouldn't they? Wow.
Yeah.
All right. But like I said, this is the AwesomeCast. We're talking tech. We're having fun. We're talking social media, everything else going on. Thank you, Chris Baumberger, for joining us here this week. And you can join us as well. We're here live.awesomecast.net around 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. We're getting on. You can see us talking about stuff. We're kind of having some side conversations about Windows 10 and how we've been doing and getting prepped and everything. Usually kicking off by 7 p.m. You can also please go to awesomecast.net and subscribe on the YouTube, iTunes, Stitcher, Spreaker, iHeartRadio, wherever you want to listen or watch us. We are all over the place. Even got a few clips over on Daily Motion, and please do that and share it if you like anything we're talking about. You have somebody that's thinking on a conversation that we might be having. Please share that on your Twitters, on your social media, on your Facebook as well, and help grow the audience. And you can follow us at AwesomeCast on the Twitter. You can find us also on Facebook and Google Plus, and we do have a Facebook group. There's a little bit of conversation going on there. We're tweeting out stories all week long, so you kind of get an idea maybe what we're looking at for this next week, or suggest stuff for us to talk about. It's not just what's catching our attention, maybe what's catching your attention out there as well. So I know we've been getting a lot of comments on you guys about Windows 10, and we're going to get to that eventually here, of course. You can also please support the show, patreon.com/awesomecast. We've had a few weeks here. We've had a great patron. I keep wanting to Transformers eyes this entire thing with Patreon, but thank you to Thistlesea Business Development. They've been on our side here for the last 3 weeks, and thank you so much for supporting this show. And I've been able to record the very first State of the AwesomeCast. If you want to know what's going on and some of the ideas and some of these other shows we've been thinking of on the side as we have our lunches and think about growing the network, and I don't know where I'll find the time to do that, but we'll do that anyways. You can become a patron subscriber and supporter and be our boss. We're looking for input from you, and that definitely carries a bit more weight. So let's get into our awesome things of the week. All right, we'll hold off Chillis for last because I have a feeling that's going to go for a little bit.
It's going to go for a little bit, and it's going to lead into the 10 topic, I think.
Oh yeah. I figure it's going to just end up being the 10 topic. I'll just have to take a break to talk about our wonderful sponsor, Slice on Broadway, in the middle of that. So this is something, my awesome thing of the week is nothing new. I believe we've even talked about it here on the show, but this was actually brought up on This Week in Google this past week, and it's called Karma. Now, I've always been interested in these kind of interesting other hotspot ideas going around. This one's kind of cool that, so you pay for this. It's about $150 to get the device, right? And I think it's running on Sprint, one of those MVNO ones. Mm-hmm. And I think they're actually working to get a little bit more, a few more providers. But it's nothing weird like WiMAX, like Freedom Pop was at that point.
And that was my issue before, was with WiMAX. Mm-hmm. Like I was running off the Sprint network, and the speed was...
I still have a WiMAX dongle in my bag, but the nice thing with Freedom Pop, I just plug that thing in and I'm going, and I'm paying for it. So it's like I have this emergency Wi-Fi as long as I'm somewhere that has WiMAX Sprint, which that's probably going away at some point, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, so I mean that's kind of an old tech. But anyways, you pick this thing up, you pay, it's again kind of like Ting, where you only pay for what you got. Like Jeff Jarvis on Twig was saying, like he paid for 100 gigabytes or something like that, or he paid $100, something like that. And it's just something that's in his bag, and he uses it whenever. That was my problem with this thing with Verizon. I actually let this go, and I'm got a cancellation fee I'm going to have to pay here. But I let this go because I was paying $50 a month, and I wasn't using it. Mm-hmm. And you're like paying a tax to have this thing, whereas this obviously you pay upfront for the device, but $150, that's not bad for something like this, right? And so here's the interesting part. So when you have this thing and you're using it, it has a public side of it too. So I'm in an airport, I find this Karma Wi-Fi spot, I click on it, I believe it makes you create an account, and then you can use it. Now, if you happen to be somewhere and somebody uses it for so much time or whatever the case may be, now you get so many gigabytes, so many megabytes for that. So that's the Karma part of it. So you're actually building that up for sharing people. And again, it's kind of a interesting scheme because now that person has an account, and maybe they'll probably be bugged to get a Karma as well, and it kind of spreads out from there. But a really interesting kind of sharing internet concept. You can check it out at yourkarma.com. And like I said, the device itself, double check that to be sure. It is $150. And there it is, just a little thing. Just a little thing. Nationwide LTE, no monthly fees or contracts. Buy it as you go. And then the data itself never expires. Which even if you're on like one of those lower ones, like a track phone or something, those things always expire. And you always have to pick up new ones. So it's interesting.
So and for $99 you can get 10 gig.
Right.
So you get like a little price break. One gig for 14, 5 gig for 60, 59, 10 gig for 99. I think the most important thing though is it never expires. Like you could keep that just in your bag.
Right.
As long as you have something to charge it off of.
Right.
You need a little data. I would even look at this like if I was getting poor data signal on my regular carrier, could I use this to supplement? And would I get better signal out of whatever they're running off of?
Mm-hmm. They actually do have a coverage map, and actually it looks pretty decent here for the Pittsburgh area. So
wow, it's all green.
So, when other people, is that charged against your data?
If other people use it, no, I don't believe so. That's like free data for them. But since they've kind of found you, and again, it's kind of and then you get rewarded for it, basically. So you kind of become this kind of agent of discovery for people to get new accounts and then kind of get into the ecosystem.
Do they pay for it?
I don't think so.
So I'm gonna go on the loophole here.
Mm-hmm.
So I buy it. I turn it on. I share it, and then I use another device to log into it and use the free side of it.
I don't know. I don't know if it gets that far into it. Wow, I didn't think.
You know
about
what I
that
mean?
One. Yeah.
So yeah. Now,
well, I think it's one of those like you have to make the account. So, and I don't know what the limitations are on.
Are you saying no one in the world has more than one email account?
Oh no.
That's crazy talk. Who would have two?
Nobody needs 2 email accounts.
No, absolutely not. So no, I don't know how it works that way. But
now I want one of these.
So you're gonna hack away at it, get free data.
Well, because that's actually what got me started on these types of devices to begin with. Was at work we had no Wi-Fi and our internet's very limited and locked down. So there was this thing that was called the iSpot, and the iSpot ran off of the WiMAX network, and which was horrible, but the device was $100. It was $20 a month, but unlimited data and up to 8 devices. Mm-hmm. And you locked in. Whenever you ordered it, you locked in your price for as long as you were going to keep it. I mean, I was probably getting like 115 to like 2 56K modems bound together in speed, but that's better than no speed at all. The other thing that was funny about it was called the iSpot because it was meant only for iOS devices, but through a firmware hack, you could relinquish it and it would open up for anything. I later canceled it just because when AT&T did the 10 gig family share plan, there was really there's very little chance that I'll go over that by myself. And since then, we've gotten minimal Wi-Fi at work. So, but a device like this, I do definitely find handy.
Mm-hmm. Certainly, I do love that. Like, it's it's actually funny because they were talking about this last week, and I knew that this was the line on this before, but I actually see nothing about that guest login that they used to talk about on here on the website. So, but there is a referral program, so I wonder if that's it. Maybe you do log in and create an account. But I do like that it is like they say life is, it's like a gas tank. You fill it up as you go, and I think that's a different way to look at the internet. I'm paying for how much data you get. Those rollovers, like we were just talking about with AT&T. I'm getting a pretty good amount of rollover because I got onto that 30 gigabyte plan, and now it just doesn't make sense to knock down the next tier because it drops all the way down to 10.
Yeah.
And we are definitely using it at this point. So, but still, that expires after the next month.
Yes.
You get a buffer, but it only lasts a month. It's not like rollovers used to be on AT&T and Singular where it lasts for like 6 months a year or something like that. If those minutes are sitting there, which is, a little more tapered, I feel.
So there's no way for you to go above 60 gig.
Basically.
But
really.
But yeah.
I mean, but really,
But let's be serious.
From that point, I mean, I don't know. I am thinking about, because something went bad at TuneZM last year for Chachi Plays, and I actually pulled the Verizon MiFi out and streamed for a while on that. Oh, man, I had overage charges because I only had a 4 gig plan on here, and I'm just like, well, I got to stream this thing, and we put it out there. So I don't know.
See, to me, a device like that, like the Karma, is perfect for vacations. And we were just talking about the vacations, or just like the occasional traveler. Because a lot of times you get stuck someplace and you just don't have anything. Like you want to use just a regular iPad, and now you can, if you have something like the Karma, you can fire it up and go with it never expiring. You don't have to worry about having to pay a monthly fee just in case.
Oh, did I prep this thing before I left? Did I get an account? I got to get on the internet to turn this thing on. Yeah, you're good to go, right?
Yeah, that's it, exactly.
So
I find it interesting that their website lets you order up to 9 at a time. Oops. No, I don't want to order 9 Karmas.
Congratulations on your purchase.
Hello, owner of 9 Karmas. John Chinchilla.
Selling them on the street corner.
There you go.
Who wants a Karma?
I got your Karma right here, downtown Pittsburgh. Let's get it.
Comes with 10 gig of data.
Yep. Chris Panzer, what's your awesome thing of the week?
My awesome thing of the week, I don't have the clip ready, but it was definitely the trailer for Star Wars Battlefront.
Oh.
And I'm not a super game guy, but I would start lining up now with $100 bills in my hand, saying, "Just please take my money and give me that game at any cost." It looked fantastic. It was just an amazing. It just looked like it was part of the movie rather than a game. It was fantastic, and the thing that really took it over the edge for me was this week they debuted the Starfighter mode. So they had the full game video. A game recorded video of flying an X-Wing fighter and blowing up TIE fighters. And, for people of a certain age, there is nothing better than that in the world.
Let's see, I still remember the old DOS TIE Fighter game that was just like really kind of horrible, and I was lost the entire time, but it was still, I'm in a TIE Fighter, this is amazing, right? I mean...
Actually, even going further back than that, the first video game, like stand-up video game I think I ever played was an old vector graphic X-Wing fighter game. I'm sure you guys have seen them somewhere along the line.
They actually have a couple of those at the Pennsylvania Coin Op Hall of Fame. We got to play them recently, and that's actually the first time I got to play the R. Like I have the like the Sega 32X version of it, and I played it on like emulators. But yeah, they have that, and they have Empire Strikes Back. I think they actually even have a sit-down Empire Strikes Back. I wasn't working at the time though, so you might want to check that out.
I think I would. But the thing about a trailer, it's interesting that a game alone, I would never, spend $400 on a laptop to play a game. But for whatever reason, I would certainly do that for a console. I don't have a PS4, but I gotta tell you, I'm gonna buy one just so I can play that. Wow. Just so I can feel like a Jedi for a few minutes.
Because this is, I mean, we've had games where, again, like that were X-Wing fighters. We've had games that you were a Jedi. We had games where you did this, and it was always one little chunk of that universe. But Battlefront seems to be, no, we're just going to do the battles, we're going to do the big stuff, but we're going to do every version of it. And this isn't the first Battlefront game, of course. I think there's been 2 of them so far. And but yeah, this is definitely this is certainly that new technology finally kind of coming of age, right? Because I know I've looked at games and said, is it really worth an extra $400 to get the next Xbox for me? Not really. I'm enjoying Tomb Raider, the last Tomb Raider game right now. I just got through BioShock Infinite. I mean, there's a lot to it. I don't see that advantage until you see a game like this that isn't going to come to your current last gen console, and you're like, oh, okay, you got me, right?
Yeah, and the other thing about it is the other features of Xboxes and PS4s are kind of ubiquitous now. Like almost our TV all has Netflix and Amazon and Hulu all built in. All of our TVs have a DVR attached to them. It's really just the games now. That there's no reason to get them to attach them to anything else for other than games, at least for us. And so the games have to be really good. And the amount of money that they spend on making these games and just how beautiful they look, I think they really have to focus on, making them a fantastic playing experience, especially a long-term playing experience. I don't want to play something for 60 hours and then be done with it. With a good online, multiplayer, fantastic. It kind of makes it, the device going back away from a general appliance to really a gaming console.
See, that's where I'm never on the cutting edge when it comes to the games like this. I'm always getting them like later on discount on, especially like Steam, for instance. So sitting there and spending 20 hours and blowing through a BioShock, like, look, I'm good.
And that's
I got my bit through it,
And see, that drives me nuts though, because I feel like it's almost like they designed the game for that experience. That we know someone sooner or later is going to buy it at the $20 price point, and we'll just keep pumping it out. And that's the thing that I really liked the original Halo on the first Xbox, because the storyline was so great and it was one of the longer type games.
Right.
Now I feel like you get a lot of those games and they're putting a minimal amount of time into the storyline, just figuring that if they build a couple really good levels and it gets good online play, then they don't really have to generate any real content. It's just some levels and weapons and characters and whatnot.
Well, Call of Duty's like that. Call of Duty's really like that. Like, if you're not into the multiplayer, what are you playing for?
Right.
Because that storyline is like, it's a good story, but it's like 10 hours tops.
Right.
And it's really just kind of a tutorial, so you'll get a little better at the multiplayer.
I don't think it's fair for a $60 price point.
No,
for that, I look like the Battlefronts, the original Battlefront. Like, I could play that for hours and hours and hours and hours, and I'm hoping this is the same way.
Yeah.
And the one thing like the Star Wars games have, or even like Star Trek or some of the other games, is they kind of have a built-in imagination ecosystem where even if there's not like a super ongoing storyline or story arc. Everyone, probably most people in the world, are familiar enough with Star Wars where you almost generate your own storylines in your head as you go play an immersive game like Battlefront.
So it comes out when? November 11th?
I think 11th or 17th. I think it was something right along there.
17th.
All right. Awesome.
This is what I don't understand. The first, it's an expansion piece. Players who pre-order Star Wars Battlefront can fight the battle 1 week early on December 1st. All other players will get access to this free content on December 8th, but then the game is available November 17th.
That windowing is always interesting to me. But again, I'm a very patient purchaser of games. So that whole, like, I paid all this money and I pre-ordered it so I can get it 24 hours earlier than everybody else. But then again, those are the people that are whooping my ass when I got it on day one, and I'm wondering why everybody's so good and have all the upgrades already, right?
Well, and they, like I know people that, there was some game that I bought that got me the next Halo beta.
Mm-hmm.
So I could play the beta to get good, and then I could purchase the game later on. But there's a lot of them now where you're buying another game just so you can get in on the beta of a different game.
Right. Well, especially something like a Halo series, that kind of makes sense, right? Because you're gonna roll along with that. So, hey, so you're the Halo fan. What should I go to next? Should I go ahead with Halo Reach or Halo 4? Because I seem to have acquired both of them.
I'm trying to remember. I would probably Reach is the next in the series, isn't it?
I can't remember.
I would go in the next in the series, which I think is Reach.
It's a prequel, though, right?
That's not ODST.
No.
ODST is like the one where there's no Spartans.
Yeah, right. I got to borrow that from my brother. But anyways, between like the games for gold, that's the other thing. I'm sitting on the games for gold stuff. I have a lot to play.
Well, I am so happy about games for gold.
It's so amazing.
Because I actually started turning on my Xbox every 15 days to get games for gold. Knowing that, or hoping that one day there would be backwards compatibility, which is now coming.
Mm-hmm.
So now I have all these Xbox 360 digital games.
Which is funny, because even though I don't have an Xbox One, I can go on the website and purchase the Xbox One games on Games for Gold.
Exactly.
So whenever I get my Xbox One, I got a buttload of stuff to play.
Exactly. And I'll tell you, the voice control and the stuff, and you do have to get the Kinect, but that to me seals the deal. And I think they just announced today Xbox is going to do... this might be interesting for you. So Xbox One is going to do DVR, and they have a built-in... they have a USB HD antenna. So if you wanted to do an in-house, no service required DVR...
Wow.
with all your local channels...
Wow. That...
you could do it all off the Xbox.
Okay. You may... Wow. Because with that, I may buy an Xbox One and cancel Hulu.
So because you would get 2
because that's...
Well, maybe not 4.
Not everything. 4 is the only thing I don't get, but I don't get any CBS stuff. Like Supergirl's coming on CBS this fall, so that's like something I'm like, oh, I gotta watch that. You know what I mean? But there's other stuff. Comedy Central and WWE and stuff like that is on Hulu. But still, like that idea that I can just not bother with that and have a DVR just by having an Xbox kind of makes me want. Like that's kind of like no one feature makes me want to get an Xbox One. But you tell me I can do this. You tell me Battlefront's coming out for it. You tell me this is coming. You tell me I can do the backwards compatibility. I'm sitting on a mountain of games because I've been clicking that button every 15 days on Xbox One for the games with gold. I'm kind of... You're getting me there. You know what I mean?
The funny part would be, and Kraus would be the best one to tell you this, but if you just Bing searched like 5 times a day... And it doesn't even have to be serious Bing searches.
You know what? I got that Windows 10. I'm just going to open up the Edge browser 5 times a day and be like, do.
You could. I mean, you'd have enough. You'd probably have a. You'd have a year of Xbox Live.
You'd have an year. That's worth it right there. Which gets you all those games.
Yes.
Jeez.
And they're saying that the next one of the next updates too is going to do mouse and keyboard.
Wow.
I think they're going to turn. I think slowly the Xbox One. I think they're going to backpedal and move back into this is an all-in entertainment
at a
center
certain point. So are you telling me at a certain point, because we already talked about it, it's going to be running Windows 10. At a certain point, will I be able to take this Xbox? I think we pontificated on this before. Will I be able to take this Xbox, put it under my desk, attach a mouse and keyboard to it, attach an HD monitor to it, and run Office?
Yes. I think that's going to be. I honestly think that's going to be.
This is definitely happening. I could see it. I could certainly see it. Why not?
Yeah.
Why? I mean, I know it's like, oh, that's not the reason I would buy it for. But if it turns into this thing that you like a company buys them because they're a nice $400 computer that is powerful and can do all that kind of stuff and have a little power on the hood for games or graphics applications. I don't know if you're doing Maya on the thing, but still, that's still pretty incredible. But anyways.
And you can stream your games to your Windows 10 device while someone else is watching TV.
We'll touch on some of that Windows. I feel like the rest of the episode is going to be Windows 10, to be quite honest. So let's take a moment here before we get to that. Let's give a shout to our friends at Slice on Broadway. Check them out at sliceonbroadway.com. Chilla's back. I'm sure he missed that there was no Slice while he was hanging out on the beach.
Slice in Ocean City.
Slice.
There's nothing even remotely close.
No. Did you have pizza while you were out there?
I did twice.
And
it was not Slice.
And you're like, this isn't Slice, and you threw it on the ground and you kicked sand in his face.
Yes. And then I just buried it. I threw it in the ocean.
You threw it in the ocean? It says, I don't need this crust. You are gone. To the fishes. And there's a shark. Anyways, but no, it's sliceonbroadway.com. They've been hooking us up for well over a year here, supporting Pittsburgh podcasting with fine pepperoni pizza. And we want you guys to go check them out. If you're here in the South Hills and Beachview, or you're down in Carnegie, PA, down on Main Street, please go check them out. Rico is awesome, and the entire crew down there. Check them out on social media, PGH_Slice on the Twitters, as well as look for them on Facebook and the Instagram, and you will be hungry too. And then your phone will go in your mouth, and you'll be like, and then you'll go down the slice. So
where any pizza can be a hoagie, and any hoagie can be a pizza.
Why isn't that their slogan? Is that the secret? Like, do they not want us to know this?
That is the secret, and I live by it, but I don't know why they don't do more with it. Tell them that.
Tell them that? I don't know. I know there's sometimes where they're like, well, we can do that, but it might be a little weird because the way it cooks, you know what I mean? Like some things that we've tried in the past.
And see, now I'm thinking about what hoagie can I make that could not be turned into a pizza? Is there anything out there that would do that?
Not that I can think of.
Tuna hoagie, no.
With a white sauce, with an oil, like a garlic aioli.
Oh,
you could turn that into a pizza, my friend.
They made a Hello Kitty pizza.
Yeah, they can do it all.
As in, they made one shaped like Hello Kitty that really looked like a dough doll, and then they made one that they didn't like how it turned out, so they made one that was just a design of Hello Kitty's face on the pizza, so it was more edible. They're not.
Yeah, when I went out to your anniversary show, it was the first time I'd ever had it, and it lives up to the hype. It is fantastic in every way.
Awesome. Go check them out, sitesonbroadway.com. And with that, please go check out. Here's a little bit of what happened last week on Sorgatron Media, which is a whole 2 clips because I was lazy last week. It's seriously a Mayhem show clip, and it's the AwesomeCast clip from Twitter. So, oh well, I'll get some Sawtooth in there this week. All right. Go check out that. So much more. So many new shows coming up, and then hopefully a couple more on the way, actually. Some interesting client work going on. And, of course, Power Hour with Will that was joining us last week. Who was there sitting on the couch if you're on the video version for those clips. So now we come back for the break and get to the awesome thing of the week, because I have a feeling how this is going to go. So, John Chichilla, what is your awesome thing of the week?
So my awesome thing of the week is the Microsoft Surface 3.
What?
So I have I know I sit here every week with the glowing Apple logo. that beams its way
proudly emblazoned
into your hearts and minds,
shining through the semi-transparency of his title. It's actually not right now.
Yeah.
You're a little off camera, but
well, and it's because the MacBook is being used as
wait.
as
so
a table.
You're using the MacBook because you can't put the damn Surface on your lap. First of all, that's
well, actually, no,
it is.
It is lappable. The new. So for me, and I know other people have said otherwise.
Wow.
For me, I can get away completely with lapping the Surface 3, and I would guess the Surface Pro 3. One of the things, and I'm a Surface RT Gen 1 owner. I'm a Surface
Early adopter.
Surface Pro Gen 1 owner. And I really, really, really did not like the aspect ratio of the screen. Being a 16:9 screen was just odd and awkward.
Okay.
And that's one thing. So think about using your Nexus 7 tablet
Right.
in landscape all the time.
Yeah.
That's what it was like to use.
I tell you what, I got a Super 16:9 on this Asus over here, and we were talking about logging in and just bringing up your Mac stuff and then it's touchscreen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you look at the ratio of the MacBook Pro versus this, and you just feel like you're losing so much off of that.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Mac isn't completely 16:9. You got a little more space on the top and bottom, and you kind of want that, right?
Right. Well, and that's where I think they really took the theory behind the iPad, and they took that 8x10 piece of paper concept,
Mm-hmm.
and the way they developed the back hinge with it has the normal tilt, the mid tilt, and then all the way tilted. It actually works pretty well if you're trying to show someone something on your desk and kind of set up for a different tilt. That being said, when the keyboard flips around, you now have a device that's much more like an iPad in the aspect ratio, but you can go back to that tablet type form factor, and hopefully I don't drop it on your floor. For those on the video, I'm showing it up on the screen.
It looks like a laptop.
It looks and feels like a laptop.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing is that aspect ratio on the screen. The other big thing for this is, and I put a link out to Microsoft's site. The price starts at $500.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not talking $1,000. You're not talking $1,200. Whatever. Now I will say the $500 gets you the tablet. It gets you the slate, and that's about it. It does not get you the keyboard. It doesn't get you the pen, but it does get you the device itself. The storage comes 64 gig, 128 gig. You can get in 2 gig and 4 gig models. The reason the price point's low is because of the Atom processor,
Mm-hmm.
but it's their X7. It's their 7th generation, I guess, of Atom processor, which I will say is pretty darn snappy. Comes full-size USB 3. You get a year of Office 365. The other thing that I really like, and they actually borrowed this from the original RT, is the micro SD card slot is behind the kickstand, so it's in here and all nice and hidden. The other thing that I can't explain how much I love is the power adapter is USB. Micro USB. It's not USB-C.
Mm-hmm.
But it's micro. So pretty much anything that you have that can charge something will pretty much charge it. Old phone cords, like any. So
it's not even like how I have trouble because I can't plug my iPad into everything, right?
Right.
Like it's not like that over amperaged version.
No, the one thing I did notice today was, though, if you have a very generic charger, it'll say plugged in, not charging, unless you turn off the screen.
Mm-hmm.
But I actually had an iPad, small brick, laying on my desk at work that I just grabbed a micro USB cord and plugged it in, and it started charging up right away. The other thing is and it's been running here on this show, and I did not have it 100% charged when I got here, but it's still sitting at 84%. and I have 7 Chrome tabs open.
Ooh, that's the test right there.
Something
I was reading where they're like, yeah, don't run your MacBook with Chrome if you want battery life.
Yeah,
which is true. It's completely true. Absolutely, but you make those decisions, right?
Yeah.
So
and the pen's pretty cool. I haven't played with the pen a lot. I'm actually waiting to upgrade this to Windows 10. Because one of the things I'm looking forward is with the Edge browser, being able to annotate websites real quick and dirty. I do have Sketch on here, and I have used it with Sketch. It works great in Sketch. I'm not a huge OneNote user, but it does from my limited OneNote testing, because I can't use OneNote for work through my personal device here. So, but the one thing I will say is, and Windows is definitely getting this right. If you have any Windows machine and you associate it with your Microsoft account, and then you go over to your other Windows machine and associate it, and then go into the App Store, like everything comes down, your photos sync automatically, your background automatically. It's kind of almost spooky.
But Android's been doing this for how long?
Android's been doing it for how long? But it's something I wasn't ready for Microsoft to do for some reason.
What? Microsoft did what? Commonality? What?
Yeah, and
what?
It makes moving between devices so nice.
Well, and we've been experiencing this for a while, haven't we? With Macs, with a lot of other things, with Android, with iPhones, and it seems like with Windows 8, they certainly have been doing it, but they still seem like they were the last of the party, and we don't expect it to work.
And with Windows 8, it was a little bit clunky. It would take an extremely long time for the simplest of things to happen, like your background to set up.
Yeah, but
your OneDrive would sink down and overfill your device if you didn't have enough space. There was a lot of things that they didn't fully think through. Where I think 8.1 did a lot of bug fixing for that kind of stuff, and 10's going to take it definitely to the next level.
Oh, certainly.
I did load 10 last night. I've been part of the 10 Insiders program for quite some time, and I did load 10 on the Surface last night, which again was such an easy feat, right? I grabbed the ISO, copied it to an SD card, ran the setup. Or I wiped the device first, ran the setup, and boom, it was done. Good. And that's the one thing that's interesting too about the Microsoft Surface devices, and I'm guessing more and more manufacturers are doing this. The product key is embedded in the EFI boot. Now, and
I was listening. I always listen to Windows Weekly whenever something significant like this happens. But yeah, they said. So I'm confused a little bit here because now. So I was listening to one thing where they said, depending on your device, if you got the thing with like Windows 8, Windows 8.1, you're going to have to reinstall it from like Windows 8, whatever came on that machine, right? But then I was reading something where they said, no, when you upgrade to that Windows 10, it will upgrade that code in the BIOS.
Yes.
Now, so basically,
that's what I saw happen.
So basically, Windows doesn't belong to you. Windows belongs to that device.
Correct.
Which is interesting. And if it works, sure.
Well, and
I'm waiting for that time where it disagrees.
So and
then what?
The device I had, the Surface, came with 8. I upgraded it to 8.1. I was part of the preview program for that, so I had to restore back to 8.
Yeah.
And I just hit the restore button and said restore to factory default. Boom, it went back. Auto setup. Brought all my stuff back down from OneDrive. Went to 8.1. Went from 8.1 to 10 preview. 10 preview actually replaced the restore partition.
It did?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So the preview, I couldn't restore back to 8.
Interesting.
So what I did was I said restore to factory. It restored it to the latest Insider preview that I had.
Yeah.
Then I went to Microsoft's website where you can get the 10 ISO to skip the waiting in line type thing. I downloaded that, copied it to an SD card, and ran the install.
So we're at this point where if you have a computer that has been upgraded to 10, so it's been at some point, So now it says, okay, this is a 10 device. We're good to go. You can just grab that ISO at any point and just restore.
And I don't think the OS version is the issue. It's the UEFI boot capability.
This is something on a chip in your computer somewhere.
Right. That it's one of the things that actually made if your device has a made for Windows 8 sticker on it, I think it has to have that.
Right. Right. Because at a certain point they don't have key codes like on the bottom of the laptop.
Right.
Which is good since it rubbed off of the Windows 7 laptop and I can't put Windows 7 on it anymore. Yeah. So that's an issue. I wish this upgrade would have happened in the meantime. So
it's a type of firmware instead of using the old BIOS, the traditional BIOS.
Which again, awesome until that doesn't work. And then what do you do? You know,
here's what I would guess you would do. I would guess you would call Microsoft, tell them, and I've heard of more people than you would think would call Microsoft and say, I lost my product key, or my product key rubbed off the bottom of my device. Here's the device, here's the serial number, and they will issue a new product key.
Really? So I should probably do that and see if I can get the Windows 7 back.
Yeah.
I've actually done that twice.
Yeah.
My father had a laptop. The same thing happened. Rubbed off the bottom. It was literally no problem. It was a really nice experience to get a new product key.
Because we've done the thing where we had to. What were we doing? Where the genuine advantage thing didn't work with like Windows XP, and you call in and get this automated code that you have to punch in. Like that I've done before.
Yeah, and I've heard, because starting in Windows 7, they started using some kind of algorithm.
Right, the thing where they're assessing
hardware change.
Yeah, they're assessing like your chip. Actually, they've been doing that since Genuine Advantage and XP. Supposedly.
But I don't think they'd ever forced you to re-type in a key. I don't know, because I had a professional key that was unlimited.
Right. It depends on the key, and at a certain point, the keys because I have 2 copies of Windows XP Media Center that are OEMs, and you're only supposed to be able to use those once. And at a certain point, they're like, meh, that's all right. You know, there's the Windows XPs on here, unless there was a code on the box itself for me to use. I just use that code. And it's been working, and I've been using that for years. You know,
I have not had that luck with Windows 7.
No. I don't think that. Yeah, I think they're a little more stringent on that. Yeah. But hey, now it's free. So
and they can't. Right? The weird thing, and I don't know how they're doing it, is if you have if you clone a virtual machine, if you make a copy of a virtual machine and boot it up, it'll actually come up and say, this device was not there. It comes up and says, this device is not using an authentic key. It doesn't disable the first one.
Yeah.
But whatever it does, however it knows, when you clone the VM, and AJ would probably know best, but
it's doing something like it can't see that chip, that boot chip or something like that. So okay. Other than that, and I'm still wondering. I got at the last minute. I got the ISOs, and then they ran out and weren't offering the technical preview. I found a key code. I want to try to throw the technical preview on a couple older computers here, or maybe in boot camp or something on my Mac. And I'm hoping that will still slide me into the technical preview Windows 10 official kind of thing. But I do have it on my Asus laptop. It's running. It's running real good actually. I think I set this up over here. Let me double check, and so we can show it off a little bit. But it's running great, man. It's running tremendous.
I've been so impressed through the Insider program with all of they really bridged the gap between 7 and 8 with you can kind of have your start button in tablet mode. You can have it in desktop mode.
And that's what I was playing with a little bit. So I like the changes to the start menu. They basically just kind of put all that giant full-page start menu in here, rearranged everything, put their stuff in front of all my stuff. But again, you just kind of, I love this. You just slide everything up, and it's a little less responsive, but with this laptop, but it works really well. So we have that. And I noticed, like, you can offset things. Like, everything's not square. And I realized I didn't do this Hold on. Now you'll see what I'm doing. There it is. So like this. Like I accidentally put this flipboard here. You can put things like a weird staggered thing wherever you want.
That's because you can put other small icons in that empty
like
space.
even smaller than this one.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Like it's good. I think it's good for like music. Mm-hmm. Like the music.
And again,
app.
like we talk about. So I put this is the laptop I took with me to the gathering. And I loaded all my photos on it so I could like throw it up on Google Drive in the hotel, which was going to be slower, and go back to the concert and take more photos. So I have a little bit of the pictures kind of sliding through here as it goes. Our new news flips with other content, which is really really kind of cool. And again, it's not so overbearing. I like that everything's kind of searchable in here. So if I wanted to, what'd I do? I open Get Started somehow. But it's nice. It's more familiar again, and again, like the apps, like photos and everything. They're not full screen, but like some of those gestures that you learned the last time. I apparently accidentally opened a bunch of apps over here, so played a little bit with the Xbox stuff, which really just kind of going into your account. I don't have an Xbox One, and I don't think it's even available quite yet that you can do the streaming.
So I'm gonna make everyone upset. Did you set up Hey Cortana?
Do I have to set anything up, or I mean, it's there. I can
so
say. So
you have to tell her to respond.
Okay, so what do I? Oh, the actual Hey Cortana.
Yeah, and then you just did it again. Everyone's machine. Everyone's new Windows 10.
I didn't know it's a thing. Like, so how do I set that up?
I think you tap on her.
Okay, so.
And there's a setting, and I don't have a Windows 10 machine in front of me.
So
actually,
and I like so they have this like kind of Google Now card thing. So I picked a few starter interests. So you have a bit of this. Again, you'll have more if you use more Windows services. So I think that's a little bit of a hang up right off the bat here. But you can go in here, and I think it does. Let's see, it'll go in.
So if you go into there's like a settings panel for Cortana, and there's a home, and then a little book, and a go under the little book.
The notebook?
And then let Cortana. No, it's like for using Cortana. There's a settings panel.
Hey Cortana.
There it is.
It is.
There.
So to anyone,
to
hey
voice.
Cortana, look for AwesomeCast. I don't know. Awesome Gas. Okay. And I'll pull up, and I did change the default so it does pull up Chrome instead of Microsoft Edge, and it pulled up a Bing search.
Of
so
course.
There's my one for the day.
Your one for the... Make sure you register though. You got to register.
Oh, I got to make sure I'm logged into my. No, I registered for the Bing Rewards a while ago, and it is showing my Microsoft account in the corner. So because I logged in on Xbox.com to go get my games for gold a little bit ago. So that's cool. Hey Cortana. Does it do it anytime?
It's supposed to.
Hey Cortana. It's a ubiquitous listening?
It is just like the other thing. So
and you can actually set it. It'll actually learn your voice.
Mm-hmm.
So you can actually set it to respond to anyone or just to respond to you.
Yeah, I saw the notices in there, and it actually did pick up on kind of both of us. So, what's something I should ask? Something general like, "Hey Cortana, what's the weather tomorrow?" Hey Cortana, what's the weather like tomorrow? Oh, there you go. I mean, as much as anything else, but if I'm sitting on the laptop, that's going to be handy, right?
Yeah, and if you use like you sync the native calendar or email apps with like your Gmail, you can say what's on my schedule, what's the status of my flight.
Interesting.
You can ask her how long it'll take to get to insert place.
So when's Siri going to get on my computer, on my MacBook?
That's where I'm there.
That's what's missing. Because as it is, you already have, because I can go in here. I mean, I on any computer I have Google Now. Because I can go to google.com and say, okay, Google, search for the weather in Pittsburgh.
But she doesn't talk to
you. And there's she can, actually.
Oh, there it is.
She is. There it is. So now I have this mix of I will always have Cortana, Google Now, and Siri at my disposal.
See, now, all you need now is you need the Amazon Echo.
Alexis.
All set.
At what point can I get the Google Now and the Cortana on the same computer to talk to each other. You know somebody's working on that.
I'm sure there's someone already figuring out a way to get to get them to respond in certain ways so they do carry on that conversation.
Right.
It's like where the guy, did you see where the guy called the 2 Chinese delivery places and had them had the 2 different people the way the first person repeated back the order, the second person thought that was the order they were ordering. And it was like this huge back and forth, and all it was a phone bridge to two different delivery places. So I'm sure someone's working on some kind of kickstart dialogue.
The video is going to be, and plus I feel like, well, I guess Hey Cortana, I was going to say maybe it's more hackable because it's in Windows, but it's really like you are calling onto a server just like anything else. It's not on your computer, and there's actually an interesting thing in the EULA that's been kind of worked over the last few, a little bit ago, that says, oh, by the way, all your personal stuff is going to go to Microsoft, which is you have to do in order for anything like this to work. So again, how much?
Here's my dream with the Cortana. We were talking before about the Xbox One and the next gen consoles, about will it eventually have Windows 10 on there. I would love to be able to just be sitting in my living room with the Xbox One running and be able to say, "Hey Cortana, what's the weather?" and have the TV tell me what the weather's going to be.
So she'll tell you. I think you can do what time is it right now. So I'm guessing we're not far off from that.
No.
Because I already do. What's the Xbox one? It's not Hey Xbox. Is it okay? No, it's okay Google. It's just Xbox. That's what it is. So I'll say Xbox, go to Vivo. And that brings up...
I'm sorry, everybody with all these things. There's somebody else out there with all 4 of these things that just keeps going off as they're listening to this in their living room.
And the interesting thing that Xbox implemented on their... I'm guessing it's in their SDK, was that when you do voice control, all the apps have built-in capability. So like the Vivo app, it'll highlight anything in green on the app that's a keyword that you can say.
Oh.
And for menus that are like the music videos, where it actually just ranks them in order of like the most popular video, like the top 20 or whatever, it actually overlays a green number on them. So you just say play 1 or play 7 or play whatever. And you can say go to next track and all that kind of stuff. And that's where I feel like not only did they do a really good job of letting you do voice control at the OS level, they enabled all of the people making the apps to carry that forward into their app, so you can completely control the app through voice control. And you have obviously their built-in One Guide and all kinds of other stuff. But and the One Guide now can interface with like shows on Netflix and things of that nature. So to your point of asking the Xbox what time is it in California or what's the current temperature, I don't think we're more than 6 to 8 months away from that. I think we're probably a year away from Office running on it, but
I really love the future that we're living in right now.
And that's where, like, what I'm interested in is when you get into the Skype for Business and those types of features where you have a system in your living room and someone calls you and you get a little pop-up, almost like the Comcast boxes do, where if you have your phone line running through it, it says incoming call from. But now you can say, Xbox, take that call. It should pause the game. And
so it's all handing off and dealing with that.
Right. It's all taking care of that. And that's the one thing that I think the Mac's done extremely well with. I can't tell you how many times I order a pizza from Slice on Broadway.
SliceOnBroadway.com.
From my Wi-Fi only iPad. Because
even like every time I order here for Tuesday night, it's I go, hey Siri, call Slice on Broadway. Oh crap, it's plugged in. Yeah, completely. And I don't make a lot of phone calls, but that's the one call I make every week, and boom.
But I make it through the iPad, which I have a Wi-Fi only iPad, but it's doing a handoff of it's taking the phone call from the phone, but it's actually piping it.
Well,
through
and
the
that's
iPad.
something. Isn't that something that they're talking about? Unfortunately, nobody has a Windows phone that this works. Because aren't they supposed to have a little bit of is it called consistency or something like that?
They have Continuum. But that's their concept of when you take the tablet and you fold this behind.
Oh, it becomes the tablet.
It puts the UI in tablet mode. So you go back to like this. Mm-hmm. When you don't have and you can turn it on or off.
Yeah, I was playing with that. Okay, can I? On a side note, I love the toggles. Like, this is one of those, this feels very Android to me, and I love this. I love just having a button, like there's a tablet mode here, and it'll pop in. Now I hit the start button, and I get the old Windows 8 tablet-y interface, which works here because, but the nice thing is, that has disappeared for all the people that don't have touchscreens, because that's the thing always drove me insane about this, right? Mm-hmm. Or even like I come down here, I turn off the Wi-Fi so I can plug this in so we can do the screen sharing better, and it's just a button, which is like when iOS turned into that thing that flips up and it's just all the toggles for like Wi-Fi and airplane mode and everything, was the best thing ever for me. Because how many times am I like, okay, this Wi-Fi doesn't work, I'm on a weird coffee shop one and everybody else is downloading off a Google Drive or something, right? I need to cut off that so I can actually use my phone for all the non-phone things, right? But that it's here, and even I don't know, I don't really use, I mean, this is really, it's a more functional version of the notification center that we're familiar with on the Mac OS. Yes. To a certain point. We even have an airplane mode. We have it's showing that it's sharing my location. How many people are thinking about their laptop sharing their location? Now they know. It's in front of their face. You got a VPN thing. You got a Connect thing. You got notes. It's all right there. And even this kind of action center-y thing, because this is all stuff. This is all just reminders, because I don't know, my iPad like never stays, so it keeps like disconnecting and reconnecting over and over again for some reason, or you know stuff like that. I can see what's going on. I love that there is this security and maintenance thing, and it's not hidden down in the bottom anymore, right? Mm-hmm. It's more visual. It's more in my face, and I'm hoping normal people will attend to that. And I'm really glad that it's also the swipe from the right, which is where the Charms bar used to be, is still a function and actually more functional than it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, I can't talk the new OS enough.
God, guys, Windows is awesome.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's night and day. I mean, we had XP, which was great. Mm-hmm. Then we had Vista, which was meh, and then 7 kind of brought that back. 8 kind of. But
I mean,
bridged.
XP wasn't exciting, and that's where I think they lost a lot of ground to Mac OS.
Yeah,
too.
This to me is exciting.
Mm-hmm. It is. It certainly is. And not to mention that, and Wheels is in the chat room. He's upgraded his devices to this, and he's in there saying that. The Chromecast even seems really much better with his laptop. Everything seems smoother on both laptops that he has. My Asus over here, it's been like moderately usable. It's like a 4 GB RAM i5 processor, so it's really been clunky for me, right? Especially using Chrome. You're doing it like maybe I open TweetDeck and I open 3-4 tabs on Chrome and I'm at a crawl. It has been so much snappier. I still get a slowdown from time to time, but this is the computer that I take to the coffee shop to do social media and just like general email answering, like non-video work basically, while my MacBook's sitting at home rendering a project, right? And I've been doing that more and more in the last week and not even batting an eye at it. Social media wise, it would slow me down to sit there in Hootsuite and do my scheduling and everything because it wasn't keeping up.
Now, is there, and this is where I'm trying to gain more knowledge in what's out there and what's not out there. Mm-hmm. So you're doing all kinds of stuff like Hootsuite and WordPress and whatever.
Right.
You're just using your browser, or are you using
Chrome?
So okay. So and that's where I'm wondering, like, because now you have a Twitter. Because don't forget, you have the whole App Store.
Right.
So there's the Twitter app. There's a lot of those things that have become
I've done
apps.
so little in the App Store,
and that's where I think we're gonna where you need to start looking to make the experience even better, right? Because we're talking about everything's new and fresh and looks good. It's going to look even better in its own dedicated app versus the browser.
And I think for a common user, that's going to be one of the biggest things to overcome is using Windows and apps together rather than an application or going to someplace on a web page. For me, it never seems like, with a Windows 10 computer here, that I would ever go to the App Store to get an app on a computer. That is something that I think a lot of people are going to have to adapt to.
And I think they have, obviously, Mac OS, I think they have, but I think it's a different mindset. It certainly is. And also just thinking like, hey, Windows does this thing, like you said, with the carryover with our accounts and everything, right? And there's going to be a little bit of a re-education for that. But it's a re-education that's going to make things easier.
Right.
In the long run. So that's really exciting. And also, like, I remember going into the App Store on Windows 8 and it just seemed so trashy. Like, there's not good stuff in there. I was looking for a DVD player for somebody. I was like, oh, go to the App Store and find something. And I didn't find anything that seemed worthwhile.
VLC's in the App Store.
VLC will let you run DVDs?
I'm pretty sure.
Because here's my... I'll talk to you off air about this issue we were having. Somebody installed Windows, and they even upgraded to 10, and, you don't get the DVD player thing. So it's going to give you that codec with VLC, because then Handbrake didn't work. Because it didn't have a codec. That's what I need is a codec. I don't need a player. I need a codec.
I would try VLC from the App Store, and if that doesn't work, I would actually go out to their website and grab the full.
All right, I'm going to send somebody a new email.
Try it. I'm not guaranteeing it, but it should be.
I found something that was a free DVD player. I didn't see any hooks. Like, it looks like they were giving away the DVD player because they want you to buy their DVD ripper. Okay. Well, so it was WinX DVD player, I think it was called. I don't know if anybody else has heard of it. If anybody uses it, knows it's good, let me know. Hey, okay. So what we got? It's 7:56. We got to talk video games. Chris, you got to get out of here.
I got to go, guys. Thank you very much for having me. And
come back to you guys soon.
All right. At Pantster on the Twitters. Say what up to him. Thanks a lot, Chris, for joining us.
Hey, bye, guys.
Later. All right, and we do have to get out in a moment, but anything else Windows-wise? We do have some comments from the chat room I wanted to get to real quick. Alex Carr's out in California. He's saying, looks cool, though. RIP Internet Explorer and good riddance. I've spent a tiny bit of time in the new Edge browser. It's a web browser. I guess it doesn't have any plugins yet. And Internet Explorer is still in Windows 10. It's just not the default anymore. So if you need it, it's still there.
I think for a tablet user, if you're trying to say, hey, on this website, look at what this person did, and you want to draw something.
That's right. It has the drawing capabilities.
So it has all the built-in drawing capabilities. I think that's going to be the reason to open that browser, and may push some people there. Other than that, I mean, it's Microsoft's browser. I mean,
you're likely using something else anyways.
I'm gonna cause an uprising. I wish Apple still made Safari for Windows.
Oh, I didn't know they stopped.
Yeah, they stopped.
Interesting.
They stopped like 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, and that's where. So for the simple reason and the only reason that I feel like iOS and Mac and Safari, their bookmark system and synchronization is beyond brilliant. The one thing that may actually drive me back there is if you load iTunes and the iCloud plugins, you can tell iCloud to sync your Safari bookmarks from a Mac or an iOS device into Explorer, Chrome, or Firefox on Windows, which you don't have that capability on a Mac.
The weird thing, I'm just kind of poking through this here, and it's just like I'm looking through the store, and it's really like, should I just like go ahead and install all the stuff I'm using on my phone just to kind of as a comparison point?
So I would, for that reason,
like just to be like, okay, I can do it on my phone. I can definitely do it here as well. And actually, some of these I've already installed. It looks like I did that a while ago and forgot about it.
Yeah,
but I mean, just like it doesn't really stick out. I guess there's some paid games in here, so you do have like the Halo Spartan Strike. You have like these are lower end games. Like actually, even the games they have on here are things from my iPhone, like San Andreas. I think it was on San Andreas, but the other old GTA games are on here. Minecraft. I'm really considering. Well, this is interesting. $10 for Minecraft. It's a Windows 10 edition beta, so that's kind of curious as well. So this is the freemium Star Wars game, Commander. I mean, it's just like they're not selling full Xbox games. Like this isn't a Steam competitor in their store, and I feel like that's something missing. I can buy full-fledged games in a the Mac App Store, for instance.
And that's where I think this is their first. To me, they're
man, My Little Pony Friendship is Madness, magic. I am in.
Going past what they had in Windows 8, which to me was half horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get the real apps working before we try to go crazy about the games. I feel like so if you're gonna say that
the games
the
are already
Xbox One is the gaming computer or the gaming device, and then the Windows 10 laptop desktop is the production device.
Right.
Until you get the Xbox One running Windows 10, I don't think you can blame them for not having.
I gotta say
Windows 10,
but now
all the Xbox games in the Windows 10
But now
store.
You also have these are Xbox compatible. So I'm seeing titles here that I'm familiar with. Like I'm looking at Modern Combat, which is kind of their Call of Duty kind of ripoff game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a free one here. The products you can buy through this app range from $13.99 to $99.99. Holy crap! But still, I mean, it's still like.
So here's where I would start. I would start with your Evernote.
Okay.
Let's start with Evernote, Flipboard.
Flipboard already on there as a default, it looked like.
Fresh Paint.
Fresh Paint. What's Fresh Paint?
Fresh Paint's like a very cool, like little art studio.
Okay.
Paintbrush pencil type thing.
Okay.
The Kindle app. Netflix.
Again, Netflix, I already had, oh, that's Fresh Paint. I think that was on here already. Looks like it might be.
Sketch, OneNote.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of the CW app.
Oh, yeah? Well, they have episodes in there?
Yeah.
So we got, what's Sketch Touch? It's kind of a drawing app.
Sketch. Yeah, it's Sketch like you would have on your phone.
The CW. Gotta catch up on that Supernatural. I'm up to season 8, by the way.
You got your smart glass apps.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the smart glass. So I can do my that's the thing I missed doing Game of Thrones is using smart glass.
Yep.
Does that work? Does Windows 10 smart glass work with 360, or is that?
There's a 360 smart glass and a 1 smart glass.
Okay.
Yeah, you have both.
But either way, it's interesting. It's bringing new life to it. I don't see much reason not to upgrade in general. There hasn't been seen many big glitches. If you only have one computer and something goes horribly wrong, it always can. Make sure you backed everything up. Make sure it's in a OneDrive, Google Drive, whatever the case may be, or backed up off your computer. Just make sure you have taken precautions in case you do have to reinstall everything on that computer. It's free. It's recommended if you have Windows 7 or 8, I think. And there are other ways you can get it too. And a free, or just go buy the thing. If you're building a new computer, I think it's worthwhile. This brings so much new life to Windows machines. I wish I could throw. There's actually, like if there's any functional purpose, I'd also be throwing it on my studio computer. But that's just asking for trouble. I wish I could put it on these older computers because I think it would run okay, to be quite honest. So, I don't know. We'll see. Any last thoughts on that before we get out of here?
No last thoughts on that.
Again, you'll have more as you go because you're just getting into
there's some stuff I've been looking at, how to change the login image. Basic what you can ask Cortana. I'm sure this is going to be one of those things where we'll talk about for quite some time.
Oh yes. So it looks like Microsoft big victory here this past week with this. And I definitely recommend it. And I've gone back to, I don't know if I'm just loosening my grip on Mac supremacy at this point or what, but I'm really into this. I'm really into using this laptop, and I may just have to always kind of have a Windows laptop on hand as well, just as a work laptop. I know.
What does it hurt?
Yeah, certainly, and something I can play my games on. That giant stack of games I paid nothing for on Steam that I still need to play through. I get to that Arkham Origins here, because apparently Arkham Knights, it'll be a while before I play that one. All right, speaking of video games, we're going to get off the line. If you're joining us live, stay tuned for a boss battle with InsertCoinToBegin.com. Some great articles going on over there. Please go to SorgatronMedia.com. We got a lot of fun stuff, including some videos from my trip to the Gathering of the Juggalos 2015. We're talking about feminism amongst Juggalos. It's real. Also, I enjoy fire and talk to a Juggalo brony. So that's why I'm kind of exploring the culture here with this app that I just downloaded on the. I almost call my. Here's the other problem. I'm calling this an Xbox. This laptop, my Xbox laptop. But
soon it's just going to be a Windows device. I mean, the phone's going to run Windows 10.
Yeah.
And in theory, you'll be able to hook it up to a big monitor, keyboard, and mouse. So
that's finally that promise.
Right.
So, I mean, these are all the things that Bill Gates wanted to do 15 years ago, but they could never pull it together. Satchamania, baby. Chachi Plays is coming up. Thank you, chat room, for letting me know about that. And you see behind me, PodCamp Pittsburgh happening in 2 weeks. We'll be doing a live AwesomeCast that Sunday. I believe the time is 2 o'clock in room C, so please join us. PodCampPittsburgh.com. So much info on there. All of the sessions are up, and there's a couple more going to be filled in here. I got an email from somebody very exciting that's going to be coming in. And Chachi Plays, ChachiPlays.com. We'll be streaming all weekend long from the Toonseum in downtown Pittsburgh. Please go donate. There are slots open if you want to come down and play with Chachi. And also, I put out on the Twitters on Chachi Plays, if you are coming down to play with Chachi or in a tournament for the Tetris or Mario Kart, I want your trash talk. At Chachi Plays, do it on Twitter video, do it in text, however you want to do it. I want to hear you trash talking video games with us at Chachi Plays. It's for the kids. Chilla is at Chilla on the Twitters.
John's Chilla on the Facebooks.
I'm at Sorgatron, at Panster for Chris Mumberger. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you all of you. Thank you our live chat room, live.awesomecast.net. Thank you our patrons. Thank you. You have been our awesome audience. Have an awesome week at Chachi Plays.
Did you ever check out Status Board?
So what's that? Be right back, guys.
It's an app for iOS.
Go on, I'll interrupt you later. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Good show.
And then Angry Birds 2.
Okay.
Then you guys are going to talk about Replay FX.
Okay. That's what I was looking for.
Okay,
sorry.
yeah. And then we're going to talk about Rocket League. And then we're going to have an ad break for Slice on Broadway.
Okay.
And then we're going to talk about Gamescom with all the Xbox news that was released today from the
I think
Microsoft
Windows
press
is going to get there.
I think you're going to see companies catch on to what the
And that's it.
are doing. Allow them to sync cross-
There's a lot. I know, Riz, next week we're going to get to the Sony stuff because they didn't have their press conference.
Concept of pay only
So it's a very Xbox heavy show tonight.
Hey, Riz. Hey, Riz.
Yes.
Fuck money.
Fuck money.
Fuck money.
Depends. I mean, hardcore games not going anywhere.
No, but I mean from an application.
Send.
Right.
Hey, Chachi.
Oh shit, Riz is here.
Send Bobby the link.
Yeah, I probably should. So, Bobby, the thing we're talking about is...
No. Just send him the link.
Okay.
To the video or the entire thing?
The video.
Okay.
Probably not. Take the week off.
Probably Sorg.
Unless something
It's
crazy
probably one of
major
the weirdest
happens.
Things we've seen.
I'm going to try to make it down for a bit on Saturday.
Okay.
Don't know.
There's Michael Sorg.
I almost cried today, guys.
What?
Over a video game. Over a video game.
Which one?
All right.
The fact that they announced City Skyline for Xbox One.
Hey,
I was
Title,
almost.
Windows 10 is awesome.
It was already on.
I mean the.
Thanks
Sony
a lot.
Oh, the Sony one must be like tomorrow. I'm thinking, or tonight maybe.
Hey, Bob, I put it in the chat.
Bob.
Okay. I'll have
Bob.
to watch it then.
Okay, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Yes.
Bob.
Yes.
Bobo.
Does anybody call
Bobby.
you just Bob?
Some people do. I generally don't care.
Do you stab them afterwards?
No, I generally don't care.
I have
Yes,
an
you
Uncle
do,
Bob.
Bobby. Yes, you do, Bob.
I also have an Uncle Bob,
Bob.
who I was named after.
I have an Uncle Bob as well.
I think
What?
everybody has an Uncle Bob.
It's a small world.
I don't.
It's
Hey,
a Bob.
Chris.
It's a Bob Eat Bob
You
world.
have an Uncle Bob?
That gets weird.
Yeah.
Did she have an
Oh.
Uncle Bob?
No, she does not.
Ah, she's breaking the trend.
Trending now, Uncle Bob's.
Fine. This and more on Boss Battle.
I should open with that. No, I'm not going to.
Oh, inside jokes. You got to sidestep inside jokes, Bobby.
I gave Chachi the rundown, so I'm gonna give you guys the rundown. What we're doing.
Okay.
We're gonna start as we do with achievements. Then we're gonna go to video game things from around the net.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're gonna go to Dinklage.
Oh.
Then we're gonna go to Angry Birds
Can we
2.
stop picking on Dinklage? I feel bad.
No,
No, we have to.
we
talk
have to
about
mention
that.
it. Yeah. And then we're gonna go to Angry Birds 2 after Dinklage.
I played a little bit of Angry Birds too.
And then we're gonna go to Replay FX. You guys are gonna talk about it.
Mm.
And then we're gonna go to Rocket League.
Rocket League.
Yeah. So don't talk about Rocket League until we get to there. I mean, you can mention you played it. but
First
we'll
rule
talk
of
about
Rocket
it.
League: don't talk about Rocket League.
Wait,
And then we're gonna have.
Wait, why are we talking about Rocket League?
You'll see. And then we'll talk about Slice on Broadway.
Yeah, we
We'll
will.
And then we're gonna talk about all the Microsoft things from Gamescom.
Oh, thank you for covering that.
Yeah. Oh, there's a lot.
I will probably cover
There
the
is
Sony part
so much.
because I'm interested
sorry.
in what they're
I've had a
going to
busy day.
That's all right. I might. You know what I might actually do? I
No,
might
Bobby.
write an article because I wrote it all out here.
Bobby,
Do it.
what?
Do it.
Yeah. Because I wrote a lot down from it.
Oh,
Basically,
no, the pig stole the eggs again.
basically, I think Chucky's playing.
Spoiler alert.
Basically,
I got him. Run, little pig. Oh, the tree fell on him.
basically, I watched the press conference and took notes on some things. I didn't take notes on everything because a lot of the stuff was repeat,
Oh, that's
like
fine.
the
Run,
Halo
run,
5
run.
stuff and
Run,
all that stuff.
run. Oh, he made it. Woo.
Did they show the Dark Souls 3
Yes, they
gameplay?
did.
His Angry
Yes,
Birds
they
audio is
did.
going nuts over there.
Oh, I'm
You have to go check it out.
sad.
Why? It's coming to PlayStation.
Is the animation absolutely insane on that thing or what?
It's incredible. That's why I was like, at first I was mocking getting into it.
Yeah.
But then I was actually into it.
I got very sad because they didn't save my Angry Birds Transformers game. I'm fucking pissed.
Oh.
Because
guess
I'm like,
they're
oh,
older.
Rovio has that login thing. They save everything now. Nope.
So I didn't realize they were making a second one.
Nope. I didn't know until it came out.
Anybody did.
Nope.
I think they
Okay.
just dropped it.
Like I fell out. I'm just like really? Angry Birds gem game. I'm out. I'm done. And
I
you know,
stopped after the adventure, the RPG, or whatever they called it.
oh yeah, that was all right actually.
I stopped after that. I'm like, wait, and then I saw the news story when I posted it, or when I linked it, and I'm like, wait, 2? Why is there 2?
What's the number? What's today's number?
154.
50.
154.
So Chachi,
Yeah.
I have ordered the game.
What game? Oh, yes.
Yes. But
That's fine.
I also have a bag.
Alex, don't make it live tonight because I want to do like some social media around a launch next week.
No, Chach,
Yeah.
do you want the game or do you want what's in the bag?
What's the
Which is-
categories?
Which is another game.
Yeah. What's the categories?
A game.
No, see, here's the thing.
You mean to play?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I don't care anymore.
Okay. We shall- okay, first we're playing Slugfest.
The hell was Slugfest?
Baseball?
It's baseball.
Oh no, Johnny's gonna fall asleep.
It's Chachi.
Yeah, I like baseball.
It's basically NFL Blitz with Major League Baseball players.
Oh, nice. That'll be exciting.
Meaning, probably by the end of the hour,
Mm.
we are probably just going to start
Actually,
hitting each other with baseballs.
Okay.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
actually slugfesting.
And also,
I'm gonna make Matt Carlins play it when I'm done playing you.
I bought Batman 3.
Whoa.
Nice.
Beyond Gotham.
Is it because I told you could create characters?
Yes, exactly it. That is exactly it, Chachi, and I hope you're right.
You can. There are missions after you beat the main story mode where you have to do things to unlock parts so you can make stupid ass superheroes like Bat Cow and Polar Bear Man. So I mean,
Ice Bear wants to fix this.
This game runs so fast.
It does.
Are we almost ready?
No, because I'm playing Angry Birds.
Oh
Yeah.
no, Sorg!
Bobby, we're ready.
Everyone's playing Angry Birds this episode.
Yeah, it's gonna be a let's play of Angry Birds, and I'll just go.
Go
ahead.
I'll just pull up
Wait,
4
what
screens.
episode is it?
I don't know anymore.
154.
Episode 154.
154.
Pigs.
84. 184. 184.
132.
169.
We're playing Angry Birds.
Anal
Everybody's
Birds?
playing Angry Birds.
Who's playing Anal Birds?
Anal Birds.
Whoa.
169 anal birds.
Bobby's playing Anal Birds. All right, let's start this. My dinner's getting cold.
Bobby, are you ready?
But I gotta fix one thing.
All right.
No.
Well,
Damn it, Bobby.
you're recording.
Now we're playing Anal Birds.
Okay.
Anal bird.
So 154, Anal Birds. Here we go. Are you ready?
Ready as we're gonna be.
All right. In 3, 2, 1. That wizard came from the moon, and then he left us. This week on Boss Battle. Welcome everyone to Boss Battle number 154, a show in which the writers of InsertCoinToBegin.com get together to talk about video games. I'm your host, Bobby F. J. Town, but before we get to the infotainment and general good time making of this podcast, let's see what everybody achieved this week. Chachi, how about you? What'd you achieve?
Call of Duty.
Again? Did you use the cat ears from last week?
I did use the cat ears from last week for like 2 games, and then I unlocked something else, and I'm like, oh, time to move on. But Replay FX, I did that, and
Okay,
then I
we'll
went.
talk about later.
Yeah, and then I went to Distant Worlds music from Final Fantasy.
Oh, nice. I forgot about that.
Yeah, so I had a video game themed weekend,
Nice.
but not from around the internet. So yeah.
I was gonna say you could tie that in there.
Right. So yeah, that's what I did this weekend. Go ahead.
Cool. All right, Riz, what'd you achieve?
I too went to Replay FX. You can see Chachi and myself's thoughts on that on InsertCoinToBegin.com and later on in this podcast. But also, another thing we'll get into the podcast, I'm sure, Rocket League. Yep. Holy shit. I'm going to wait until, we talk about it, but short story is, if you have a PlayStation 4, it's free, so buy it, and if you don't, it's on Steam for $20. So buy it. Other than that, I haven't been playing much.
Okay, Sorg, what'd you achieve?
I played Tomb Raider.
Why?
Otherwise,
Why would you do that?
Hey, Tomb Raider's not bad.
it's the new one.
Yeah.
Otherwise known as watch this girl get tortured the entire time. Holy crap.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Holy crap. It is unsettling. It is the most brutal game I think I've ever played. Like I mean, remember like back in the day, you were like, wow, she dropped from that cliff and crumpled and it was so lifelike. Now you're like, holy crap, that was too real when she got eaten by that bear.
There's a polygon tiger right next to her.
Oh, wait,
Yeah,
she gets eaten by a bear?
Okay. There's wolves. She gets crushed by a rock one time. It's just very, very unsettling.
It's very King Questy, isn't it?
I did see the disturbing scene with the her going down the river and getting impaled by like sticks and stuff.
Oh, I haven't gotten to that point yet.
That's nasty.
Yeah. No, it's freaking vicious. It is crazy, and I can't stop playing it. I don't know what that says about me and my attitude towards women. So.
Oh no.
but it's there, and it was a freebie for Games with Gold, so I'm getting into it, and I'm enjoying it. I'm a fan of the old Tomb Raider games. I played the heck out of the first two, so kind of coming back to it. So yeah, having fun with that. Other than that, mostly fun games. Like I said, a little bit of Angry Birds 2 that we'll get into, and that's really about it. Had a very, very busy weekend. So.
I also had a busy weekend. I played Simpsons Tapped Out and downloaded Metal Gear Solid, but other than that, I didn't really play much video games. So, without further ado, let's go around the internet, Chachi.
Oh, I was too busy playing Angry Birds. I forgot this is a thing that we do.
Yep.
So I am stalling while I bring up the stuff that I put in this week's post.
Angry Birds from around the internet.
That's entitled Video Game Themed Things from Around the Internet. So Twitch gamer Trick2G was celebrating 800,000 fans on Twitch with a 24-hour stream to increase the amount of money that he was getting. And decided that he was
get the phone.
Getting.
Sorry.
Oh.
Oh.
Hi.
Hi.
All right. Bye. With like 3 minutes to go into the to finish the stream, he decided he was going to fake his own swatting. And now he's banned. But thanks to the magic of YouTube, you can watch the video. It's over there at instarcornerbegin.com. And I don't know who he paid to fake being cops, but that's also a crime. And I'm glad they tackled his ass because it was hilarious for me to watch.
Ooh.
Hold on. I gotta find the part in the video where this happens. Is it just like towards the end?
Isn't it 3 minutes from the end?
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Okay.
3 minutes.
Oh no, I found it. Hold on a second. So if we go to this, and he's just kind of chilling. He's like in the bottom of your screen. And we'll describe it for the audio. So he's hanging out, and there's all kinds of crazy stuff around him. He's just kind of got a square in there, and where these all stats and everything going on from his game. And what's going on? What's going on? Something's going on. Don't smile when they're attacking you, dude.
Yeah.
Oh no, he hits the guy. He hits the.
I've also been up for 24 hours.
Oh jeez.
And hey, Sorg.
Yes.
I think we got an idea for Chachi Plays.
We're not swatting Chachi Plays. No.
I swear to God, I will murder you in the face.
Jeez. Screw this guy.
I'm gonna get banned from Tunisium.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing that happened. I enjoyed it immensely. I hope he goes to jail.
For real.
Yeah, for real. I hope he goes to jail for real. He wouldn't last an hour. Look at him. Look at him. He's so cute.
Oh yeah.
Cuddly. Bubba will be his friend. Next up, this is a thing that I can't believe I'm putting in the post. But BuzzFeed had a funny thing. Recently, it's a what if, like real life were a video game, and it's Skyrim themed.
Interesting GIF at the top. Interesting giant ass GIF at the top here.
Yeah. So I'm okay with it. I'm not okay. I feel horrible that I subjected you to that, and they got hits. But it was creative.
I love take organic cat food, weight 1, value 2.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even play Skyrim, and I can appreciate this. A level progress, cat petting increased to 17.
Cat petting. I would level the shit out of that.
Take mushy banana.
It's extremely entertaining and well done,
This is
and
good.
I applaud them.
Banana?
Yeah. They'll probably never get on insertcornerbegin.com again.
I don't know about
I
that.
just want to walk around Pittsburgh.
Manhattan discovered.
Just with a banana in my hand, holding it out in front of me, just like that.
I feel
Just like
like
a cup of coffee.
Pumpkin spice latte, plus 20 restore health and take half as much damage at work for 8 hours.
I mean, just how this person holds that latte. I
Yeah.
just want to walk around like that.
Completed.
I feel like this was a missed opportunity for someone to create a mod for like Google Glass.
Ooh.
Wait. Interaction. Kristen, yes, I'm a lady. Get your own damn taco are the selections here. This is awesome. This is great.
So, I mean, it is well done.
Queen of Tacos, Her Royal Majesty Kristen takes a taco, or she will, oh my god, like literally die of starvation. Escort her to Chipotle for a taco before she drops dead at your mouth from malnutrition.
Escort
Objectives: get Kristen a taco. Optional: poison her taco before she eats it.
Oh no!
Oh, this is the best thing you've ever posted on here. This is amazing.
And it came from BuzzFeed.
And it came from BuzzFeed.
And last but not least, very talented musicians on YouTube did a Super Mario World medley. Surprise, they're Japanese. So, yeah, go over to InsertCoinToBegin.com. It's entertaining as hell, and you will listen to how long is it? I forget how long it is. 5 minutes and 1 second of it. It's that good. There are props, so
nice.
You will enjoy it. And that is all I have for you this week on video game themed things from around the internet. Before we move on, I would just like to show these off.
Oh, look at that!
Oh, nice.
The gold ones will be first place, and the silver will be third and second place. These came in the mail today. Trophies for the tournament. So go over to chachiplays.com, help us raise money for art programs for the kids, and get your entry into Tetris or Mario Kart tournaments.
And I am putting my title on the line for anybody.
Yes. You didn't really have a choice.
No.
Both of last year's champions are putting their belts on the line. They will take it. Well, in the event that Riz does not make it the entire way through again this year, he will put his belt on the line against the winner of this year's tournament, and same with Missy, who won last year's Tetris tournament.
Yep, got that right here.
I don't have to.
Why do you have it?
Just been in the studio. Where's she gonna put something like this?
Yeah. So the belts are on
around
the waist,
in the fridge. Don't you watch CM Punk?
Right.
Around their shoulder, normal like wrestling things you have to do with a belt.
Right.
It's a championship, damn it.
So that is 3 days away.
And we'll be streaming live.
Yeah.
Right here on sorgatronmedia.com.
That's right.
Live.sorgatronmedia.com.
Yep.
So you can go over to chachiplays.com. We added new forms of entertainment this year.
Mm-hmm.
We have a hooper and a twirler Friday night. Costume contest on Saturday. Chance, friend Chris Chance Brown will be there drawing custom artwork for you, and a zombification station Saturday for the zombie hours of Chachi Plays, which will be 5 to 7.
You got the best. You got the best picture of Chance here too. There you go.
The funny thing is, I asked him. I said, "Hey, can you send me a bio and a picture?"
Mm-hmm.
And he sent me a bio and immediately said on Twitter, "Now Chachi says knows I'm horrible at writing bios." To which I responded, "Correction, you are incredible." Because if you read the bio, it's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
And then he sent me 2 both equally bad pictures to use. And then he said, "Here, use this one instead on that one."
So check that Chachi Plays. His bio: Chris Chance Brown is a weird dude doing comics, animation, and graphics for various campaigns for close to a decade. We'll do that. He's also taught fine arts and animation for a while, but has filled in on art and writing for various comics. There you go.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So. No, you forgot the beach part.
The beach part? Where's the beach part?
Did it not make it in there?
No, it didn't make it in.
Oh, I gotta fix that because that's the best part. I have it right here. Hold on.
Okay. All right. Well, you're doing that. We'll move to our next story.
He says he likes long walks on the beach, comics, and doing charity things. you can make the worst decision and follow him on Twitter or the Working Man's Newspaper Tumblr.
And we have some other great
Man's
bios on there.
Tumblr.
Apparently, Emily is making everyone's delicious burritos and hula hooping. Katie, our friend Dutters, Twirler, social media nutball, tall.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, yeah, go over to ChaunceyPlays.com, help us move that needle a little bit, and do some good for the community.
Good stuff.
Back to you, Bobby.
All right. We start off things you should be made aware of with some sad news.
Oh, no.
Peter Dinklage is no longer a ghost in Destiny. Bungie announced they are recasting the voice of Ghost. Not just the new parts, they're re-recording his entire voice acting performance for all of the game, even the original game. So going back to the beginning, he's not going to be Ghost anymore. The good news is, though, that Nolan North will be the new Ghost. However, the script will not be changed, so if you're expecting much of an improvement, well, you're probably not going to get an improvement.
No, well, I'm going to interrupt you there.
The wizards are still going to come from the moon.
The dialogue wasn't the problem. The script wasn't the problem.
I've heard things.
The script wasn't the problem.
No, the script was the problem.
It was how Dinklage was.
Well, when you give him that kind of a script to do, he's not going to do as good. Peter Dinklage is a world-renowned actor. Forgive him for he was in Pixels, but
But he's also in Knights of Badassdom.
Yes, and
that picks it back up.
And Elf.
And Elf, yeah.
Yeah.
He is an elf, and that is amazing.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
But no, there are reports coming out, and it makes me hate the fact that I spent so much time playing the game. Mm-hmm. But there are reports coming out that David Cross and Brian Posehn, both hilarious comedians and actors, spent a lot of time writing a lot of good jokes for the Destiny games that basically just got thrown away.
Yeah, they didn't use them at all.
So, I mean, you have page upon page of what I'm sure is amazing material, and you're not going to use it, and then you give a horrible script to an amazing actor who can do anything. He whooped Will Ferrell's ass on a conference table. Come on. So, yeah, I mean, it is... it's not Dinklage's fault. They're punishing him for being horrible, horrible decision makers. I mean, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
Other changes.
No, I was going to say, I get that. And I think it's more towards the Destiny side. It's more towards Bungie with what they did to mess up that horrible script with... Remember, they were the ones who said that wizard came from the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you can hear in the beta, you can hear Dinklage's, disdain for saying that line. He probably said that 5-6 times, and they used the worst one.
Right.
I just want there to be a cut where Peter Dinklage turns and goes, really?
Yeah, what?
What is this?
That's not a wizard. What are you guys talking about?
Other changes to the game are the new level cap, which is going to be 40. Elite weapons are now obsolete, and they said that something about the lighting grid is going to be gone or something like that. But my question is, are you guys sad to see Mr. Dinklage go, or are you excited for Nolan North?
I'm more sad for Dinklage.
He has money.
I don't know who Nolan North is off the top of my head.
Nathan Drake.
Have you played every video game ever? You've heard him.
Okay.
Pretty much.
It's either him or Troy Baker right now, as far as voice actors.
Or the guy that played Wolverine. Half the anime characters.
I know who you mean. Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna bother me now.
Yeah.
He's like video games Hank Azaria.
Gotcha. No, I'm more sad about Peter Dinklage being removed from something that he worked hard on, despite not given good material.
Steve Bloom is who I'm looking for. Steve Bloom.
Okay, so
Steven
and there's another
Bloom.
guy that I can't think of his name either. So, but yeah, that's some sad news.
Wait, Wolverine was voiced by Mark Hamill at one point? What?
That's because if anyone ever did a video game or a comic book character voice, it was Mark Hamill.
That's right, but I didn't know he was. Well, okay, I'm looking at his item. Okay, go proceed.
Proceed.
All right, Sorg, you might want to pay attention to this story because
Nope.
in Angry Birds 2, the game is generally the same formula with a few new improvements and a lot of freemium content.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Levels are now split into a series of stages, generally from 2 to 5, and instead of set selections of birds, players are randomly dealt cards representing the birds in their hand.
Yeah.
With special magical effects.
Yeah, this is weird.
Mhm.
I don't know how I feel about this.
Building configurations can change between each individual run, so that makes sense, I guess. It makes much more sense to. It makes it much harder to strategize which cards you use. Another big change to Angry Birds 2 is now you have 5 lives and a timer until you get more lives, unless you pay. Which that's okay. There were new freemium model of the game. That's where that comes in. And it takes a cue from a lot of other mobile games out today on today's market. Although gems can be turned into lives, cards, and etc., and they do give you a lot of gems when you download the game, but once they're gone, and you can't, you can buy them for money later on. You can also earn lives by watching videos as well. So, what are your thoughts on the new Angry Birds?
That bird's so sad.
And is it a new take on freemium, or are you not surprised it's just become another freemium game?
Really, because even like the ones you paid for turned into freemium games.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is nothing new, and which that was kind of annoying, but it's still they were still kind of playable. Yeah, I mean, like that. I just had to pay to continue. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. But I guess you still have the old Angry Birds if you really want to get into this. So.
Yeah. And I mean, Angry Birds, the original one, came out right before that started to really hit.
Yes.
Freemium games.
Yes.
The kind that made you wait you pay to not wait, basically.
Yeah.
It's what I refer to as the Candy Crush model.
Yep,
Mhm.
exactly.
And I'm kind of sad that they went with that model, but I can't stop playing this game because, well, it's Angry Birds.
Yeah, just...
Chachi plays 5, Angry Birds 2.
You're just going to play that the entire 24 hours.
I'm going to have Sword point the camera right over my shoulder, and I'm playing Angry Birds 2.
Oh, no, we'll do, much like I'm doing here, we'll just take what I'm doing here and we'll put it on the projector.
Nice.
All the proceeds go to Chachi's bill after Angry Birds 2.
Yeah, seriously. All
24 solid hours.
All the proceeds go to victims of freemium games. Is a new charity that we're starting as a freemium game relief program. Wow, the graphics are awesome on this, by the way.
Where were you when I was playing Marvel Avengers Alliance?
Bobby, we tried to get you to stop playing that game. We did an entire video trying to stop you getting that game.
I did, and I haven't. I've been doing good on it so far. I just go in every day and get my free stuff, and then I leave.
Yeah, we wasted an entire day doing a green screen video trying to convince you not to play that game. And
It worked. Eventually.
Yeah, eventually. So I don't want to hear that we didn't try to help you.
All right. Do you guys want to talk about replay effects?
Replay effects is like Mecca.
Yeah. I want to live there.
Yeah, if they could just take over the David L. Lawrence Convention Center, then that would be great.
There's a picture, a holy pinball machine. So how was it? Explain what the concept is for the people that are not seeing the pictures.
So essentially, it is what's being hailed as the largest arcade environment ever. Mm-hmm. They took up the second floor of the David L. Lawrence Convention Center in downtown Pittsburgh, and basically filled it with video games. It was broken down into several sections. One was an inflatable bouncy area.
What?
Yeah, they had it. That was, I want to say for the kids, but I saw more adults on it.
Did they wear shoes?
No.
Okay, good.
there was a pinball section, several pinball section. A couple of you couldn't enter because you had to be registered into whatever contest was in that area. And then just general arcade machines, and then they had the console area where they had hundreds of about 100 or so consoles set up that you could play with various games. I had to keep reminding myself to breathe.
Yeah.
Because I was too busy. Yeah, I was too busy looking around and not really paying attention to my actual well-being. And I, like I said in the post, Riz and I had two completely different experiences.
Yeah.
Because we went during two completely different time periods. I went Friday night because that's when. What?
You make it sound like two completely different time periods. Like Riz went in the 1940s and you went in the 1970s.
Well, I went.
That just made me think of that.
Yeah. I went Friday evening, which there wasn't really any like extra things going on as far as like the seminars or like any of the panels or anything. Mainly just gaming and a couple bands or DJs. And Riz went at the height of everything Saturday morning or Saturday in general. So, I mean, I was free to just wander around and play whatever random game I happened to stumble upon without having to decide if I was going to go watch someone talk or if I was going to sit there and play games.
I have a legitimate question.
Yeah.
Did they have X-Men versus Street Fighter or X-Men Children of the Atom?
I didn't see either of them.
Oh, okay, good. I didn't miss anything then.
Just because I didn't see them doesn't mean they weren't there.
That's true.
Bobby,
my eyes were going all over the place.
Bobby, you want to come over and play X-Men Children of the Atom on my Sega Saturn?
Sure. I love that game.
Hey, Sorg.
Yeah.
Bring it to Chachi Plays.
Oh.
You would be impressed with their setup as far as showing the pinball or arcade game records being set.
Yeah.
Because it was a rig set up with a GoPro on basically a selfie stick that was secured to the machine. And next to it was a vertical oriented like flat screen TV that the GoPro was directly hooked up to. So you could see live what was happening on the screen without hanging over the person's like shoulder.
Nice.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
But go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
But that was there because they had two different pinball contests going on, or arcade contests. They had Pinburg, which was just a pinball championship, and then they had the Kong Off?
The Kong Off 4.
Yeah.
And on Saturday, that big screen really helped because Billy Mitchell was there.
No.
And decked out in his all white.
That's Billy Mitchell
suit.
all the time.
He
just wears that everywhere.
Yeah, he probably does.
With a USA tie. Has to have a USA tie.
I don't think he had the USA tie.
What?
I think he just had the white on white tie.
Oh, still, that's cool.
But he was there. That one referee guy that was on.
Oh, nice.
King of Kong was there.
Legitimate question. Did Brian Kuhn at any time come up to you and say, there's a potential Donkey Kong kill screen coming up?
No, I was waiting for that moment because there was, like, the first time I saw the King of Kong, the Kong off, set, like, everybody was surrounding this one area. And I'm looking over there, and I'm staring at the screen, and I'm like, who am I? And I look down, and it's Billy Mitchell playing the Donkey Kong. And I'm like, is he getting the... And that was the first thing that came in my mind. Like, is he about to get the kill screen? Like, I just focused on that for about maybe 2 minutes, and then my mind completely went to another game.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I'm sitting there, I was playing TurboGrafx 16. And I'm like...
Did you play Bonk? Did you play Bonk?
No, it wasn't Bonk. And then I'm like, man, I'm wasting a lot of time sitting here playing this game when I haven't even seen what else is in this section. But, like, it was... The only way I can describe it is you walk into the hall, and you instantly develop ADD.
Mm-hmm.
Like, instantly.
I spent, let's see, more than enough time playing pro wrestling. By the way, I won like all the time. There was Fight Night. I played a few rounds of Fight Night, and I played on the GameCube Pokemon Stadium.
Nice.
And holy crap, like it brought so many, like it brought memories back. And like I posted in the article, there was one point where I was sitting playing a game that I used to play, and then hearing a kid just shout, "Hey, that's GTA San Andreas. I have the cheat codes for it." And I'm like, the kid has to be like about 10 years old, and I'm still smiling thinking about that kid playing that game.
I have committed the muscle memory, the cheat codes for Vice City, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Riz.
Yes, Chachi.
Let me ask you something that we didn't cover in the article. How many times did you find yourself playing a game that you currently own?
Oh. I played. Yeah. I don't even know how long I was there, so I can't even tell you a time frame. But maybe 10 minutes, 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah. At one point, I found myself on like my 7th race of RC Pro-Am.
Hey, Rare Replay comes out today. Came out today.
Before I realized that I'm sitting here in front of a TV hooked up to a Nintendo playing a game that I own and play. And I'm like, yeah, this is dumb. I should probably just move on.
All right, Chachi, I got a maybe a 3-parter here.
All right.
What was your best arcade, best pinball, best video game you played there?
I didn't play pinball. I'm not typically a fan of pinball.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, not too long ago, I spent 6 hours playing pinball.
Chachi, can you hear me?
So, and the thing is, the one pinball machine that I wanted to play had a line, so I couldn't, and that was the Who's Tommy.
Oh yeah.
I wanted to play the Pinball Wizard machine, and I couldn't play the Pinball Wizard machine because it was always full.
Didn't they have that one at the Hall of Fame?
No, they didn't.
They didn't. Okay.
Which they should, considering
It's
Pinball Wizard.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's probably the most famous pinball machine available.
Right.
But anyhow, I played. I'm gonna go say either the Punch Out machine or the Super Mario Brothers arcade machine. Because I liked both of those. And then, even though I couldn't get it to work, my favorite console that they had set up was the TMD.
Wow.
Wow.
And I'm pretty sure it was unplugged under the table that I couldn't access. Because, I work in computers. I'm pretty sure I can get a computer to work. And it was either dead or unplugged underneath where I couldn't reach. So.
Yeah, those were good answers, and those probably were mine too. But also, I realized how strenuous playing. Man, what was that called? Time Crisis 2 is on your calves and your you have to press down the pedal to reload, and after a while I switched legs because it was a free play, and then after a while of that I just stopped the kid and said, "Here, play this," and then I left and did something else. Actually, he asked me to butt in. I was like, okay,
Mister,
sure,
can I play?
Yes. And also the
Are you sure that it wasn't like the opening scene of War Games, where you said, "Hey, do you want to finish this?" and then ran late to class before you hacked the military?
Mm-hmm.
That's probably it.
Yeah, I was gonna
also,
say, that sounds more like you. So.
Oh yeah, the arcade game of the Atari Star Wars game. I played that for about a few minutes, and I really wanted to play that some more. But every time there was a line. So no. But yeah, it was a fun time being there.
Right.
I want to live on that couch that was in the front area, just so I can just sleep there.
If you didn't read the article, what he's talking about is there was a setup at the top of the escalator, essentially, where it was set up like the 1980s. You had the plaid couch with the console television, the horrible family photos set up on top of the TV, and then the Nintendo, and it was Super Mario Brothers 3 that they had set up.
Yeah, and I almost jumped into a sweet session of sweating to the oldies, but I had to pull myself away from that, even though it was the cooldown session.
All right. Well, glad you guys had some fun. I unfortunately missed it. And on a side note, if you have not caught King of Kong Fistful of Quarters, watch the documentary. It is life-changing. All right. We're going to move on here to Rocket League. Rocket League may be coming to other platforms in the near future. We just aren't sure which ones yet. Most likely Xbox, but they didn't really say. But the reason is not what you think. Jeremy Dunham, the Vice President and Marketing and Communication at Psyonix, couldn't specify which platforms they were exploring in comments to GameZone. However, he explained that the games launch on PC and PlayStation 4, where it has been offered for free on PlayStation Plus subscribers. Riz, you know this very well, but not Xbox One. Was not due to any agreement with Sony. The studio is a small studio, and it takes time to build such an impressive game on different platforms. He also went on to say that we will never say never to any platform that is current gen. So that could mean the Wii U, could mean Xbox One, hopefully Xbox One, crossing my fingers.
Mm-hmm.
But where do you guys think Rocket League will end up?
It's ending up on my TV screen right now.
Wherever it wants to end up.
Yeah, because it's going to sell. It's going to sell like gangbusters. I've been playing this since I've heard it came out for PlayStation, and it was free. And it's just, I can't wait to play it some more and have you guys feel what we're feeling now when this comes out for,
I'm jealous.
Other platforms. You better be, well, Bobby, next time we're going to say this, I'm going to be jealous of you in a few minutes, so.
Okay, sure.
I'm playing the video now here if you guys are on the video version, and yeah, this looks like fun.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, my Twitch is in the chat. So.
Oh, I can't get to that.
But yeah, it's fun. It's so much fun.
It's soccer with cars.
It's Twisted Metal with soccer.
Twisted Metal with cars.
Twisted Metal with cars, also known as Cars.
Can't you unlock Sweet Tooth in it? Like there's an ice cream truck?
I think there's an ice cream truck version of this.
That's what I thought. So.
Sorry for the people who are watching me on camera right now. My TV's this way. I'm gonna pause it for a little bit, and just talk amongst yourselves in this moment of me just geeking out over this game. And we're tied. Yeah. Okay. Moving on.
We're tired, yeah.
All right. Sorg, you want to tell us about some delicious pizza?
Slice on Broadway, supporting Pittsburgh pizza with the perfect pepperoni pizza for well over a year here. Check them out, sliceonbroadway.com. They're here in the South Hills of Pittsburgh and Beachview along the tracks, as well as over in Carnegie, PA, down on Main Street. Great stuff, fresh ingredients. Rico's awesome. Check out the videos, check out the food. Follow them on social media, PGH_Slice on the Twitter, as well as Facebook and Instagram. Let them know that you heard about them on the Boss Battle. Now let's go take a look at some quick things happening around Sorgatron Media in this past week, and we'll be right back.
Oh, Riz left.
Go ahead, Bobby.
Riz left.
Oh, that's weird. Okay.
I mean, oh, there he's back. He's back. Calculant's back. All right, you want me to start again?
Go ahead.
All right. Boy, we sure did a lot this week.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now we're going to move on to the big news of the week. Gamescom happened in Germany today. And Microsoft had their press conference, and here are some of the things that were revealed during this press conference. Quantum Break, bear with me, I took notes while this conference was going on, so here we go. These are my jumbled notes. Quantum Break looks like a game, and it looks amazing. It's also a show. They're going to have a game and a show running at the same exact time. And Littlefinger from Game of Thrones is in it. Basically, time freezes in the game, and you're the only one that can move during the game, besides the bad guys who have like tech that allow them to move. When they showed this game off, I think it was like not last E3, but the E3 before this, it didn't look like a game. It looked like, oh, that looks like a show, kind of. How are you going to play that as a game? Let me just say that this game looks amazing now. I'm very sold on this game where I wasn't before. And Sean Ashmore, Iceman from the X-Men movies, is the main star of the game. Like, he did all the motion capture. It looks like him, main character. So I'm really impressed with that game, and I can't wait till it comes out in 2016. Crackdown is now called Crackdown 3, which is fitting because it is the third Crackdown game. It has 100% destructible environments, so that's cool, and you still collect orbs, so that's a win-win situation. Scalebound, they showed off an action RPG that is exclusive to the Xbox One, where you ride a dragon and fight in a sci-fi medieval world. It looks very impressive. It looked really, really surprisingly funny and fun, and that's coming out in the holiday for 2016. Xbox also announced that they have a DVR coming to Xbox One only for over-the-air channels. Like, Sora, you could take advantage of this because you don't have cable.
Ooh.
So you're going to get a built-in DVR in your Xbox.
We actually did talk about this a little bit on AwesomeCast tonight, and this is one of those things where it's that one more thing that's really kind of driving me towards picking up that Xbox One sooner than later. Because it's one of those, like, if I can just DVR everything over the air, which is most of the stuff that I pay to watch on Hulu or CBS that I can't get anywhere unless I buy the show, and I really want to see Supergirl, like, that could solve a lot of problems there for me. So
and part of the reason that it's only for over the air is because cable companies don't want Microsoft to have a DVR competing with their DVRs. They want you to buy their DVR. So I think Microsoft made a deal with, like, the cable industry that they weren't going to have it for cable. Also, they announced a new chat pad for the Xbox One controller. Backwards compatibility is coming in November for free if you have the games, so that's great. And they tested a whole bunch more, so there's many studios are on board for this. Killer Instinct Season 3 is coming out March 2016, and Rash from Battletoads is going to be in the game today. They released him, and he fits right in with the rare characters in Killer Instinct. Bloodstained, Leader of the Night, is on Xbox One, a part of their ID at Xbox program. And if you're not familiar with this one, it was announced, I think, at E3. The creator of Castlevania created the game. It raised $5 million on Kickstarter. It's also coming to Windows 10. This announcement almost made me cry today at work. Not afraid to admit that. City Skylines, I was going to buy a new computer for it. I don't have to now because it's coming to Xbox One. Made my year. And a whole bunch of other indie games, including Yooka-Laylee, which is the spiritual successor to Banjo-Kazooie, and a new Worms game called Worms WMD is also coming to the ID at Xbox One. Ron Gilbert, the creator of Maniac Mansion, announced his new game. Thimbleweed Park is coming to Xbox One. It's kind of like an X-Files meets Maniac Mansion murder mystery point-and-click adventure. So that kind of sounds cool. Ark is shipping for Xbox One and Windows 10 in, I think they said, 2016. We Happy Few is a nightmare-inducing game, and it's coming to Xbox One.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's creepy.
it's very creepy. It's basically Mad Men wearing masks set in London, and it's just Cobalt, from the creators of Minecraft, Mojang, have a new game coming, and it's exclusive to the Xbox One. I guess didn't Microsoft buy Mojang?
Yeah.
So they bought this game
right after Notch left.
Yeah.
Or they were the reason Notch left. One of the two.
Yeah. Cobalt is a multiplayer game that's coming soon. So it's coming in October 2015. Riz new Dark Souls 3 footage was shown.
I haven't even beaten Bloodborne yet.
And it looks amazing.
I know. Thank you, Bobby. Now play it.
New Homefront, the Revolution footage was shown, which surprised me because I didn't think this was that popular of a game. I don't feel those games. I don't know why. I just couldn't get into them. And the big news at the end of the Microsoft conference was Halo Wars 2 is coming to Xbox One. If you're a fan of the original Halo Wars, it's a huge announcement. Nobody expected this game to come out at all. It was kind of really a surprise announcement at the show. And next week we're going to have more on Sony's press conference because I think is either tomorrow or tonight or something like that, sometime in the near future. So the final round question this week, do you think Windows 10 and Xbox are slowly starting to merge into one platform? And what announcements are you most excited about so far from Gamescom? Who wants to go first?
Yes, they're starting to merge into one console, but that was Microsoft's plan from the beginning.
Yeah.
This isn't anything new. It's just finally happening.
Yeah.
Microsoft said from the beginning that they wanted Xbox One to be the only thing in the living room.
They're starting to do that.
Yeah, now they're starting to do that.
Slowly replacing the PC.
Right.
They already have a television.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it was just a matter of time before they finally followed through with what they said. As far as any announcements, nothing is really standing out to me. I'm not excited about anything.
I'm excited about City Skylines.
Yeah, that's good, Bobby. But most of the ones that were announced at E3 were the ones I was excited for.
Right.
Like, I already know Dark Souls 3 was coming out. I don't really, and by the way Bungie's handling this, I'm probably not going to buy. I don't really care about Halo as much as the next guy, but they have good stuff coming out, and it's making me jealous that I can't play on my TV right now the game that I have on Steam, but I can't play on my laptop, which is Ark. That's one of the ones I'm most sad about not playing, but they are probably going to be on PlayStation in the near future.
Oh, I guarantee it. A little after Xbox One. It did say first on Xbox One. So.
But other than that, like Chachi said, they are I think they are closer to merging than we think they are. I think even if they're not already merged, they're going to merge. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, you can't really say much about things that already been said.
Going into the press conference, I was like, it's probably going to be like E3. It was a lot like E3, but the one difference was coming out of this press conference compared to E3, I'm a lot more excited about the games they announced at E3 now. I wasn't as excited like you guys said about Halo. I'm more excited about Halo Wars. I'm more excited about Tomb Raider. They showed a lot of good stuff from that. More excited about Forza 6. More excited about the games that are coming for Xbox One. I finally feel justified in getting an Xbox One compared to a PlayStation 4. Before it was like, oh man, PlayStation 4 is getting so many good games. Now we're finally getting good games, and it's starting to look up for both systems.
And a little note about PlayStation. they do not have a stream. They are not streaming their press conference.
Oh, really?
They said they don't have a stream this year, but look out for us at Paris instead. However, they do have some good stuff lined up here on the blog from our third-party partners. So, and they actually have the EA press conference coming. Oh God.
It's all about soccer.
A Call of Duty press conference, which was kind of weird. I saw on there. There's another one on there that it was Call of Duty. It was EA, and last but not least, I know I'm gonna find it. There's Call of Duty. Continue, Bobby.
Well, there's going to be a lot of
Blizzard.
stuff.
And Blizzard.
Oh, really?
Be there.
Ooh, interesting. There's going to be a lot of stuff that's leaking out from Sony anyways during Gamescom. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of news coming out. Tomorrow and Thursday are like the big convention days, so we're going to be getting probably more news like E3. It'll start to leak out as we go.
And if you like your EA news, the EA Gamescom 2015 conference starts at 4 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah!
We're staying up for that.
Oh, the soccers. All right. Or footballs. I'm sorry, footballs.
Call of Duty's at 1, and Blizzard's at 6 a.m. on Wednesday. And
that might be worth getting up for.
And the World of Warcraft expansion is at 12.
All right. Well, that's going to do it for us this week. You can follow us on Twitter at InsertCoinTV. You can visit us at InsertCoinToBegin.com. New articles going up daily. And you can join us live each and every Tuesday night at 8 o'clock on live.sorgatronmedia.com. Sorg, do you have any plugs?
Go. Okay, I have.
Yes, he does.
I do. Chachi Plays. Also, if you're in Pittsburgh, go to PodCampPittsburgh.com. It's going to be the weekend after Chachi Plays, April 15th and 16th. There will be a live AwesomeCast, and I think we're going to be doubled up with another live podcast performing before us. I'm hoping to get an announcement on that tomorrow. If you're in the Pittsburgh area, I think there's going to be a name you may recognize on that podcast, so stay tuned for that. So much more. Sawtooth Willie.
The only thing he has to plug is ChachiPlays.com. That's it.
ChachiPlays.com.
That's where Peter Dinklage is coming.
Dude, if we got Peter Dinklage down at ChachiPlays.com.
No, it's not Peter Dinklage.
Oh, if only. All right,
Chachi plugs.
ChachiPlays.com.
Chachi Plays.
Yep, Chachi plugs, Chachi Plays. Go over to ChachiPlays.com and help us.
Hit that donut button.
Yep, every little bit helps.
Actually, donut.
Yes.
All right, Riz, plugs.
ChachiPlays.com. Also, Riz Plays Games, which is a little better. I actually just posted I just posted a new video today of my journey through madness with the challenge of going 1 through 30 in the Royal Rumble with a wrestler known as the Great Khali. For those of you who don't know who the Great Khali is, Google him after you donate to ChachiPlays.com.
Google pictures.
It's amazing. And the pictures are great that he uses on this. It's some good stuff. Oh, yeah.
It's only getting better, Sorg.
All right. I am at Bobby F. J-Town. I'm going to plug Chachi Plays as well. Go donate. It's for a good cause. That'll do it for us this week, guys. Game over. Game over. Great show.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Good one.
Be
right back, stream.
Sorry about interrupting.
Oh, they're great. The one where he's eating a banana is the best, and probably a little racist.
I should have saved that for the last one.
I don't think that's a little racist. I think that's a little sexual.
That's sexy, Sorg.
It's racially sexual.
No, the one that's the most sexually charged is the second one where he's leaning over his car with his wife beater on.
Yeah, a little bit. And there, we're gonna put Mike up here. All right.
I'm actually doing I'm getting the views, just not the time.
No, I mean,
I'm probably not gonna get the time.
Do you have anybody?
You're doing a whole Royal Rumble match.
Also, do you have anybody commenting?
No, It's 15. I'm cutting it down in 15-minute intervals.
But still.
It's still long. It's still long for YouTube.
Maybe do 10 minutes.
You're still long for YouTube.
I know we are. That's why our hits suck on the Wrestling Mayhem show.
No.
But the clips do okay.
Kids have a short attention span.
I know they do.
As do most of them.
Goddamn kids.
And the last night's Raw wrap-up never finished processing, so I can't download it to put anywhere else. That's awesome, too.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
All right. So,
All right, let's do it real quick. Because we didn't do gold last week, and I felt bad about it. Bobby, do you have a podcast you'd like to pitch?
Where's Lunchbox?
Not here.
He's not coming this week?
Let me be your lunchbox.
Okay.
Would you like to be my
All right.
lunchbox? Can I be your lunchbox?
Okay, I'm going to pitch products to you
All right.
as on Shark Tank.
Are you kicking it off?
Wait,
No.
Wait.
Welcome.
Only it's a show.
So we're all the
Are
investors.
we all on this?
Yes.
Wait.
we're
I got this.
investors.
I got
Bobby,
this.
are we all sharks?
No, it's not called Shark Tank.
No, it's not called. Do you have a name?
Can I be the sexy lady shark?
Do you have a name?
There's no sexy lady shark.
The show is called Cheetah Cat Condo.
I have a better name. Can I call it?
Okay.
Can I call it John Tenta Tank?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You ready?
Bobby?
All right. Here we go.
Oh, we're not starting.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to John Tenta Tank, where we listen to your products. What do you have, you entrepreneurs out there? We love you, entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurism is the American way. Damn it. Now we're going to make some people cry. First up, with his great product. Well, first let me introduce my panel. First of all, joining from Poughkeepsie, New York, which is the toilet capital of the United States. He is the flushing king. He is the man that invented the toilet that takes your tinkle. He is Mad Mike. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing fabulous, but for the purposes of this show, you may call me Golgamesh.
Okay, Golgamesh, thank you so much for joining us. Also on our panel, he is the entrepreneur. He is the king of female magazines, those ones you see on the rack. Us Magazine. He doesn't do Us Magazine. He's the one that produces the racks that they sit on. Thank you so much for joining us from Corpus Christi, the king of racks, Eamon.
Well, thank you very much, Sorg, and I can't wait to find a young entrepreneur looking to reach the same success I have in the amazing rackzine department that I've been.
That's right. It takes a lot to get on that rack level, doesn't it?
Definitely, it's not easy. It's not easy.
No.
You got to have the drive. You got to have the determination, and yeah.
All right, and joining us from little Johnstown, PA, he might be the next American success story. Let's find out what product Bobby F. J-Town has for us today.
All right, guys. I just want to thank the panel for having me today. This is such an honor. Okay, my product. Imagine, if you will, Kids Bop. We all don't like Kids Bop, right? Kids singing.
I don't know. I have every album of Kids Bop.
I hate kids.
Singing.
I hate kids. I think they're detestable.
Okay. My product
Mm-hmm.
is a cassette version of Britney Spears singing her own versions of Kids Bop songs. Her own songs, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Oops, I Did It Again? No. Too sexually charged. Oops, That Thing Happened. Okay? Played with your heart, got lost in the game? No. Played with your cards, got lost in Old Maid. How, you ask, I'm going to get Britney Spears to do this? I'm going to follow her around with a cassette tape and record every one of her conversations and piece together this magical symphony with auto-tune. Thoughts?
Now, first of all, Bobby,
first of all, I love the idea, and I think it's fantastic. So what are your targets going on? Who are your target audiences, you may say? Because this can't be for children, obviously. I mean, do they even know who Britney Spears is? I mean, first off,
Target audience 35 to corpse.
35. I like it. Okay.
35 to corpse. That's the key demographic.
Now, Bobby. First of all, big fan. I've seen your other stuff. I know this can be a moneymaker, but I have to question the cassette tape. Why cassettes over beta?
The reason I have to use cassettes is because I don't have the money to fund this project. That's where you guys come in. And if I want to follow Miss Spears around, I'm going to have some court costs in case she has a restraining order or anything like that. So I probably need lawyer fees. So I'm only asking for about $2.5 million from each of you.
From each of us. So
Yes.
So round figure of $5 million. If just per chance I wanted to outbid Eamon completely.
All right. I think I'm good with this. And as you know, I'm very, very hot in the balloon business, and we've been having a really good year. I think I can put up your $5 million. No, you know what? I'm up for $4 million. Maybe I can go in with somebody else on the panel, but I have to have 95% of your company. That's fair. That's fair, right? I mean, that's fair.
That's fair.
Before you say anything, I want to counter that.
Okay.
By offering you $100 for 0.5% of your company, and in the inclusion, I'll throw in a microphone to upgrade you from that little cassette player.
Ooh.
How can you even
the
rationalize
microphone
that
is not
evaluation?
Now, keep in mind the microphone is not connected to anything.
But I just like to add, the cassette isn't the only product I have as well.
Oh, are you holding out on us? Why didn't you disclose this?
I'm holding out. I also brought another product. Imagine, if you will, a pizza cutter.
Oh, you have my
I enjoy
attention.
pizza.
You have
I
my
enjoy
attention.
Pizza. Go
A
on.
pizza cutter, but for dogs.
So you are pitching us two ideas right now.
Now wait.
Now, Bobby, I got to be honest with you. In the field that I have been a part in, the rack zine business, you have to have your mindset. You have to make your mindset focus on one goal. You seem to be in two different directions here. Right? How are you going to devote the time to this Britney Spears Kids Bot venture if you're all worried about these pizza cutters with dogs?
That's where I tie in the third product, another cassette starring Will Smith.
Bobby, I'm gonna have to stop you there.
Listen, hear me out. We're not getting jiggy with it. We're petting doggies with it. Because getting jiggy is too bad for the kids. You can't do that. It's too sexually charged.
Bobby, I'm sorry, but
Bobby, I understand. You're marketing this for children.
No, 35 to corpse. We covered the demographic.
Oh, excuse me. I apologize. I was talking about the pizza cutter. You hadn't explained. I assume puppies. That's usually for a younger audience. Are you concerned about the puppy's usage of a pizza cutter, or is a pizza cutter for cutting puppies? Because that seems totally inappropriate. That seems not fit for this show.
Mike, I think you're missing it, and if it is the latter, I'm more interested and maybe only slightly turned on.
The dogs will also have to be 35 years old.
Even more so now.
Now wait, 35 in dog years or in human years?
I'm gonna let that up to you guys.
Okay, all right.
Doubly so now.
I'm prepared to offer you $5 million, and you can own 99.82% of your company. If you can right now give me a lyric for your Will Smith cassette version of Wild Wild West.
Well, I don't have Wild Wild West prepped yet, but here's some more of getting petting doggies with it. Okay, here we go. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Petting doggies with it. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Petting doggies with it. And that's all that I can give you right now. That's all I have.
Okay, my offer still stands.
Okay, I like this
Still
jam.
stands.
I like this jam, and I'm even more turned on right now.
I think I'm going to accept Eamon's deal for the $100 in the microphone.
So you're turning down $5 million, 99.82% ownership of your own company for $100 in a microphone.
Bobby, we're gonna make a great team.
This is unacceptable.
Eamon, can you throw in 2 turntables and that microphone?
You know what, Bobby?
That would be where it's at.
You know what, Bobby? I think we can make that work.
You know, you don't know what you're doing, Bobby. You don't want to deal with this guy. Before you know it, you're gonna be off the rack. You're gonna be on the side of the road. You'll be on behind the music. You're gonna be on the side of the road, petting your own dog and na-na-naing.
How many rack magazines have this guy ever made? Okay, Bobby? No, none.
Print is dead, Eamon. Print is dead, and racks, they're even deader.
You know what's more dead?
Are we?
You know what's more dead? 35-year-old dogs and dog ears.
I'm confused. Are we talking adult magazine with racks in it? Or are we talking magazines on a rack?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for John Tenta Tank. This has been edited for length, and no edits or anything have affected the outcome of this programming. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for our Patreons. We'll see you next time.
Na 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 na.
That was fucking weird, and I loved it.
I tried.
I mean,
Bobby, if you didn't throw in the Will Smith thing, I was gonna ask for a Kids Bop lyric to "If You See Gamey."
Oh jeez.
All right. On that note, I need to go make some coffee. Oh, I want to show this off. I should have showed this over the gaming thing. So my sister-in-law gave me this.
Whoa. Ooh. That's beautiful.
And inside it says "Game Over," which I don't know.
Nice.
Which I'm a little concerned because it looks like it's just a sticker, and I don't know if I should be putting coffee in it.
Yeah.
What's that doing?
It's probably okay.
I'm sure it's fine.
These mug was made for coffee. That's just what I'll do.
Stay on the bone. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go brew some coffee real quick. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves.
One of those days,
are you gonna record?
Coffee's gonna spill all over you.
No, I wasn't going to.
Oh. Kids Bop.
All right.
With the Becky triplets.
I was waiting.
I was waiting for him to go.
I was waiting for my intro, but nobody gave me a freaking intro.
Well, Riz, you're not on this show.
No, I guess not.
You're the Mark Cuban. Nobody wants you here.
Oh, fuck you.
Well, I mean,
what I should have said was, I'm gonna go with Riz's offer of $0.
I'm gonna go with Riz's offer of complete silence because I assume no news.
Because silence is golden.
Yes. Oh my God.
I wanted to do it. Also, it would have evolved to a Sir Mix-a-Lot version of Baby's Got Back.
Mm-hmm.
Baby's Got Back.
And Eamon, Magazine's Got Rack. But I didn't get there.
I like big racks and I cannot lie. You periodicals can't deny.
No periodicals, please.
Hey, we're not live. We're not recording, so I'm
perusing the periodicals.
By the way, I'm really, really pissed off with Tough Enough. I'm not gonna spoil it. It's become such a joke of a show.
Guess what? It's a shit show.
It is.
No, it's even worse now. It's even worse.
Really?
Do they finally get the ZZ?
Oh, guess what, Riz?
No, Miz, I blame Hulk Hogan for this.
Oh, it is not.
Hulk Hogan has made Tough Enough 1,000 times worse. Because Miz is great on Tough Talk, he's horrible on the show, and now we don't even get him on Tough Talk. And Byron Saxton is fucking horrid.
Fuck you. I like Byron Saxton.
I don't watch Tough Talk.
Yeah. You should watch Tough Talk, Bobby.
It's not his fault nobody believes in this fucking scam.
Jeez, damn.
What?
Wow.
No, at this point I'm inclined to agree with Eamon.
Okay.
That dude, I'm telling you, he's winning the whole thing.
I still don't think so.
ZZ? Are we talking about ZZ?
ZZ.
Yeah.
He's gonna. They're gonna either save the two guys in front of him.
Can't.
They can't anymore.
Somebody use their save.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh no.
All right, then they're gonna rig the vote.
so if they were good, is that picture of
Riz, if they were gonna rig the vote, they would have done it last week.
I was going to say someone posted a photo of what he thinks they're planning on doing with ZZ, and they just played the clip of Samoa Joe getting abducted by ninjas in TNA. ZZ's going to come back with tribal face paint
and a knife.
And the tribal face paint is going to be in the shape of an alligator.
He's going to murder Billy Gunn. It's going to be amazing.
He's gonna murder the Miz. That's Miz's next feud.
Why? The Miz saved him.
No, the Miz did not.
Well, he technically saved him.
No, he didn't.
Last week.
Won anyway.
No, I'm saying last week.
Hey, ZZ would have won anyway.
Hey, Bobby. We kind of dissed EA, but they have Star Wars Battlefront.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I just
forgot about that. We always think of just sports. Yeah.
By the way, I watched the Finn Balor entrance for the new WWE game.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
It looks great. I hate that it has the I know they can't do anything about it, but like how they do the like Jerry Lawler, that's just like talking.
Oh yeah. I think
and then like right when he does the thing and right when the cool part hits, that's when the bell rings.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I think that like will change once they get further on in the thing. I don't think the commentary will be that generic.
It will be.
Look at these two superstars. They are enemies.
Devon Dudley's incredible maneuver is great.
Brock Lesnar has a twisty rockets. Did you see that you can attack people during their entrances now?
Really?
Oh, that little timer at the end of the thing.
Yeah.
That's how long you have until you can attack somebody, or I guess you can attack them no matter what. But like they have a little timer on the end there saying, okay, like it counts down from 10, which is pretty cool.
I just want them to have the same game for Xbox One than they have for Xbox 360. And I don't think that's going to be the case again.
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
No, but that's bullshit.
Why?
Because you want people to buy it on both systems, right?
No,
they want people to buy it on Xbox One. They want you to buy a new system.
Yeah, they want you to buy. For those of you who don't have a new system, they want you to buy the new system and their game.
That's what they did with that's the same. They did the same thing with PlayStation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When they upgrade the new system, they leave the old one in the dust.
They give you a version for the old one, but it's like a really shittier version.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's just how it's been.
I just think that's a stupid business model.
I don't.
I do.
You got me to buy an Xbox 360.
Yeah.
After how long though?
After maybe a year. After the first time they did that, and I played the older generation's game, and it sucked.
Well, that was like the one thing that still seemed damp for some reason.
By the way, I kind of there was nobody in the gym, and I was playing this game. I was playing it, and right when it happened, I just did the pose. It was good timing too. I give 2K credit. They actually I
can't have that. It's decoration.
Like with stuff like Jericho's entrances in the past game, they were just like
Missy,
crappy.
I'm advertising.
No, you're not.
I'm advertising.
You guys should have confirmation on that podcast stuff. That's the guy that might be bringing Jim Kren. So that would be a nice attraction for the second day.
I'm out this
The Frank guy that I emailed you about.
I'm going to. Dude, I've not looked at my email more.
Right.
You responded to my email.
It would appear so, Riz.
I mean, I wasn't even on.
God
the
damn it, Matt! Stop giving me Total Diva spoilers.
Hey guys.
Why you?
Hey guys.
Hey, Sorg.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Hi, Sorg.
You guys ready to do this?
Bye.
I'm going to sound like Eamon's mom. He looks so much better when he's freshly.
Wait.
Missy says she's gonna sound like your mom, but you look so much better when you're clean shaven like that, Eamon.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I hate it.
He's also a rat entrepreneur.
He's a what? Oh yes, he's a
Rat
also.
entrepreneur.
It got weird on gold this week.
And Eamon, I do like that bouffant on your head right now. Like the little puff right in the front.
Oh, that's just my
Yeah,
hair.
it is
The
interesting.
little Elvis pop there.
It's not intentional.
I like how Eamon has grown into Michael
boy.
Cera, just completely.
Pompadour.
Oh, please. I was born that way.
Pompadour. That's what.
Eamon has a pompadour.
I forget. What am I
couldn't
forgetting,
figure out
guys?
what the name was. I was like, what?
What am I forgetting? Everybody's here.
Um,
Bobby, were you able to take care of show notes?
I'm doing it now. as
Thank
we
you.
speak.
Thank you. You don't know how much
So-
time that saves me.
No problem.
Some sort.
Huh.
Am I out?
You're the one that's been on like a few weeks, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you out.
Okay.
Keep the things interesting in the chat room for me, all right?
No,
Actually,
Sorg.
Riz, can you live tweet the show?
Sure.
Link back to the live at Wrestling Mayhem show, or it doesn't have to be that. It can just be the page link. But I don't have anybody to do that. So, and show notes are pretty easy for this show for the most part. I just hit all the topics. So, all right.
Sure.
And yes, Bobby, you're allowed to go over.
Thank you.
Bobby, you're kind of in the driver's seat there,
Hey.
so I can't really stop you. I mean, I
Okay.
could, but
Well,
Can
I
I-
figured I saw we only had like 10 minutes left, and I'm like, oh man, we're gonna run out of time.
it's
for
all right.
this
You had a good conversation,
Xbox stuff.
and I ran late before, so
Yeah.
that's my night. You know what I mean?
And we had a lot of stuff to get through.
All right, and we have a lot of stuff for this show as well. So
Yeah.
my apologies. I found my wife. So
My wife.
my wife. My wife. She only hears my part of this, which probably just sounds horrible by itself, or in general. Which also means she heard my part of that last conversation too, which had been interesting. But anyways. Hey guys, it's the Wrestling Mayhem Show, episode 481. Ready to talk some professionalized wrestling. I'm Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on Twitter in the Mayhem Studios in Pittsburgh, PA. Out on our intertubes and the interwebs, driving through that super information superhighway to reach out and touch my friends. And one of those friends is up in Poughkeepsie, New York. He is Mad Mike, and he is tagged in the WWE database for house shows and wrestling challenges and whatever there is in Poughkeepsie, New York, is something I learned last night on the wrap up.
Yes, indeed. Hi, sorry. I am a 5-time Academy Award watcher, Mad Mike. I'm former WWE employee.
Hey,
Mad
wait,
Mike,
that's
and-
not fair. I completely heard that on another podcast this morning.
No, that's fine. I stole from the Deadpool teaser, so whatever.
That's where I heard
and,
it. There it is.
And I am also from the home of Piper's Pit, Poughkeepsie, New York.
That's right. That's right. We'll be talking Piper a bit more. Also with us, representing Corpus Christi, where they like to throw people in the Gulf. It's the voice of Inspire Pro Wrestling. He is Eamon Payton at Eamon Tip Please on the tweets.
You're not wrong, Sorg.
I'm not wrong about anything. I need to figure out what is because you know what? We need to represent you guys. You guys are important to this show. We got a former WWE employee. We got a guy that lives by the Gulf that Chavo Guerrero keeps getting thrown into. And we got the man from Johnstown,
And Damian
PA.
Sandow and many other people.
And Damian Sandow and the Money in the Bank, all that stuff. And we got the man from the town where they once forgot to bring the ring to a WWF show, Bobby F. J. Town. We're bringing it full circle.
Sadly, yes, they forgot the ring, and we also throw people into the water when there's floods.
But you just push them, and then they just fall.
No, the water actually comes and envelops them. So yeah.
I see.
Sad times.
I see. But this is the Wrestling Mayhem Show. Like I said, we talk professional wrestling. You can subscribe to this and the other shows we do in our grand pro wrestling network of shows over at WrestlingMayhemShow.com and audio and video formats all over the place. And all these guys, they do some great stuff like the Midweek War, the Indy Mayhem Show is our interview series, and of course the Raw wrap-up, Total Divas, Tough Enough, whatever that other show is. I don't know, maybe we're doing a Chikara show soon at this point. I don't even know anymore. But great stuff. The TNA big board. I haven't caught up on the TNA big board in a few weeks. Is that still going, Mike?
Oh, it's still going, and people are coming. People are going.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be people leaving this week, I assume.
Oh,
so it'll be interesting.
I'll have to catch up on some of that wrestling.
I hate TNA.
Well, soon you won't have Lucha for a period. But anyways,
I know, I'm so sad.
And
we
you
may
can
have
also
to fill that Lucha void of Chikara.
And you also drop us a line, our phone and email, 412-206-WMS0, or that email address, just like the t-shirt says, good times at WrestlingMayhemShow.com, baby. Go check it out, ProWrestlingTees.com/WMS. And check out our friend Basic Sickness at BasicSickness.com. And you can drop down to live.WrestlingMayhemShow.com starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time for about 3 hours of wrestling talk every Tuesday night. And of course, patreon.com/Wrestling Mayhem Show, including our current Patreon supporters, our patrons, of course, Antonio Garza, who joins us across the network, but he also runs the great WrestlingRevolution.com, TheWrestlingRevolution.com. So go check that out, become part of that community as well. And you can also, who's that other guy? Diggity! Woo! Thank you so much for supporting the show. You'll get a State of Mayhem here. I should record it probably later tonight. And so much fun stuff going on. With that, was there anything else I was supposed to plug? No, that's it. I'm stalling as I write up my title that I forgot to fill out pre-show. So let's take this a turn. Of course, some unfortunate news this past week, but I want to turn it upside down and make it a little, at least pleasant in this. Roddy Piper passed in the last few days. Was that Friday, I think? We heard about that. Is that?
I believe so,
does that seem
yes.
about right?
So, yeah.
Cardiac arrest in his sleep. 61 years of age. Mind blowing. There was actually just the week before TMZ who broke the story. Yes, I'm over TMZ as a news source. I'm just accepting it right now. But they were talking to him about the Hulk Hogan situation that we illustrated last week here on the show, and he looked great. You know, he's been in so much other stuff. He looked great. Even like the week before he died, I was watching the unfortunate Pro Wrestling vs. Zombies movie. That didn't. Everybody looked like crap on that. But anyways, it's just it kind of blows my mind, and especially being so close after Dusty, it's just I don't know. It's not hitting as hard as a Dusty, because I think I'm still in kind of a shock of it. But I don't know. I go around. First thoughts when you heard that this happened, Mike. I know you, of course, being in the home of Piper's Pit, where the first one was up in Poughkeepsie, New York, and I know you were sharing some pictures today on the Facebook. I try to pull them up here as we go. What are your thoughts?
Well, honestly, the first thing I thought of was a couple years ago. God, I want to say 7 years ago. I went to a Northeast Wrestling show, and they had Roddy Piper there signing, and I went with my dad. And my dad, he always went to wrestling shows with me, and we got to talk to Roddy for a little bit. And my dad and Roddy really got along. Like, it was kind of scary. Like,
were they kind of like the same age bracket or something?
They were the exact same age, yeah. And I have mentioned down here, my dad also recently passed away around the holidays, and my dad talked to Roddy, and he's like, he said that it was really great getting to see like someone who my dad grew up watching a little bit of, and how my dad was able to connect to me through pro wrestling. And Roddy was like, "Oh yeah, man, that he was like, that's really awesome. It's really great that we can bring like families together." And he talked about his son, who he was bringing up through wrestling and everything. And it just hit me really hard, like, because Roddy, he was such a good dude. Like, he was just so happy to be there, even though like the Sorg just showed the picture. He wasn't in the best physical shape at that point, but he was just like. He looked as excited as he did in the early Piper's Pits. Like, he was full of energy. He was really, really just... He talked so much with everyone. Like, we talked to him for about 15, 20 minutes. Like, it was just fantastic. He was such a good guy, and just, really kind of hit me,
I actually, like, my first thought was like, wow, Piper looks more excited about this picture than you are at this point.
Well, the funny thing about that picture is, my dad was taking the picture. He didn't know how to work the camera.
Okay.
So that's about the 5th or 6th attempt.
Okay.
And my dad just kept hitting the button. And we didn't know, because it wasn't a digital camera.
Right.
So I didn't know if any of the pictures took. So my dad just kept going and going and going. And that was the best one that came out, where both of us looked moderately happy to be in the photograph.
That's amazing. Yeah, I got a similar sentiment. I mean, he was here when 2012 with in Meadville for the IWC Superstar show. And I know Missy is a big fan, and she got to work in the merchandise room, and seeing him come up to fans, I got to go over and film him a little bit, and we posted the Piper's Pit actually from that event as well. And I remember he was the guy that came up, because, when you do these shows, probably much like that Northeast Wrestling, this is one of those kind of paid shows, and it's really in the end raising money for the school or the boosters or whatever the case was up there. And he came in, and I think he was there the day before that morning and was doing like a what radio can I do, and basically it came up to the promoter and says, I'll do everything in my power to make this a great show, basically. And it's great. It was just one of the like authentic guys in pro wrestling. It feels, at least in the dealings that we've had, and there's been some pretty big names up there, and there's some that have not been that great. And that's, I'm really Mike. I think we're really fortunate to have been able to be in his presence. It's amazing. So
yeah, he still had the same aura that he gave off when he was like in his prime. I mean, like, easily. He just exhumed excitement for the business. Like, he really just did.
I mean, look at this. I mean, this is one of the bigger crowds certainly for IWC. Probably not as big as what you guys saw up there at Northeast Wrestling. But I mean, maybe 1,000 people, and he's looking around, and he's got an expression on his face like he's in front of WrestleMania. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just...
Yeah.
It's just amazing, and he completely delivered. And I know Jimmy Nuts, a friend of the show, that he was involved in this segment here, and he had a big write up about it as well. A lot of guys have encountered it. One of my favorites, RJ City.
I was just gonna mention him.
Bobby, you want to mention that? You want to talk about what he was talking about?
I just wanted to say, I just was gonna mention, like, real quick, how his story about Roddy and the lady in the sauna.
Oh, I don't know about this one.
Oh yeah, he told a story about a lady. Him and Roddy went downstairs, and they were talking about the business on the way down. They were in towels going down to the sauna. And I guess when they got in there, they both saw this middle-aged woman, and they both smiled at her and sat down, and she stayed there, And all of a sudden, they continued their conversation while this woman was still in there with them. And Roddy said, "Now I want you to look at me like you're gonna beat the F out of me." And the lady got up and ran out of the sauna. From his description of it was a really good story. I enjoyed all of his stories he told about Roddy on Facebook and that.
One of the great ones, the one I read was I spent all night talking with Roddy about how to be a great heel. The next morning I asked him how to be a face, and he looked at me and said, "I don't know." That seems about right. Eamon, I don't know. I don't know how much you're into Roddy. As we joked about, you're kind of the young one here, and
right.
and maybe didn't observe him certainly in his prime. live or anything like that, but I know you're a kind of a history of the game. What are your thoughts on Piper and his passing, or any memories, any thoughts on him?
Well, I think, like, going back to what you said about how it is kind of it was a very shocking thing to learn about, especially when you hear, like, people talk about, like, people in the business sort of talk about how, like, even with Dusty too, like, I talked to them, like, last week or even the day before, you know, and for something to happen so soon, like, it's really depressing. I think, I mean, Roddy's definitely a quintessential person in wrestling, and like you said, a phenomenal heel. I think Roddy, I saw a tweet about this, and Roddy, I think, really exemplified something that I think, Sorg, you tend to bring up a lot on the show about sort of wrestlers being, when you're a wrestler, you're there to fill a job and there to fill a certain spot. And I think Roddy was that to a complete T. You know, he was never really world champion, but he didn't really ever need to be.
No.
Like, he was the perfect foil for Hulk Hogan. He was, you know, he really understood his role in the business and made a living off of it and made a career and a legacy off of it. So he's definitely one that I think will be remembered for a long time, and someone that I think a lot of people should look to when it comes to being a heel, but also just being, you know, finding your place in wrestling.
Right. I mean, I put a comment on there on the Facebook that Roddy actually kind of got me a little bit thinking about, you know, a play off of the you be the hero and you live long enough to be the villain. But in the case of Roddy, he lived long enough and was so good for long enough that the villain became the face. You know, much like you know, an Eddie Guerrero or Ric Flair gets cheered no matter what these days, even if he's trying to be the heel, right? And Piper definitely, because I mean, I'm from the age of, I think I caught just the end. I mean, of you know, rock and wrestling and all that kind of stuff, and mostly experienced the good guy Roddy, right? But he's still Roddy, you know. He's still like, he was the Stone Cold of the day, even when he turned face. You know, he was the anti-hero, and I can't believe I didn't watch They Live until 1998 myself, because that was a
I didn't watch They
movie.
Live until last year.
Oh, all right. Side note.
I still haven't seen it. I need to watch it.
Bobby, now you need to.
I need to watch it.
Now you need to. What are your thoughts on that, Mike? I mean, I know it's a kind of a 80s movie and everything, but
it was fantastic. It was funny as shit. I mean, the acting is. I just felt like I was watching the director's cut of the Hollywood Backlot Brawl.
The fight scene, right?
Yeah, like I mean the whole movie, because you know the beginning of the Hollywood Backlot Brawl, you have Goldust pulling up in a car, you have Roddy waiting there, and they're talking a little bit before they start the fight. Then you have the big fight, and then it's people are in their underwear for some reason.
That's right. That seems about right, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's Bobby, you gotta see it. It's a fun, and you know, I need to watch it. I know this is. I wish they had put Piper in one of the Expendables movies before he passed away, because he would have been phenomenal in that. He would have been absolutely phenomenal in that.
Yes. It is also interesting watching that movie and realize how much of your pop culture came from that movie you maybe didn't realize, especially if you played Duke Nukem.
And how accurate the movie is.
What's
if you look at if you look at society now.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty spot on.
Oh yeah, it is.
There was that scene in South Park where they just took the entire fight and just did it scene for scene with wasn't it
Timmy and Jimmy?
Yeah, Timmy and Jimmy.
Yes. It's amazing. All right. Any other thoughts on this? Chat room, if you have anything to share on Piper.
Riz in the chat room. Matt posted the GIF of Roddy cracking a coconut over Snooka's head, and Riz posted that Roddy was one of the few old wrestlers who actually loved pro wrestling even after wrestling.
Yeah,
which is true.
You really got that sense from him. Like, it wasn't, you know, when he would make appearances on stuff, it wasn't just, I think, to make appearances. You know, it was because you could tell he loved it. I think that's one thing that always resonated with his work. was his love for performing.
And he wanted to come on with a purpose, not just to make an appearance on like an old school Raw. He wanted to make sure that he motivated someone like a Dean Ambrose or someone like that. Like he wanted to make sure it made an impact.
Right, right. Roddy Piper, he'll be missed. I can't wait. Although I recently, if you didn't get a chance, there's a tremendous documentary. I actually own the DVD of it, of Roddy Piper. I think a lot of those clips kind of showed up in the tribute last night as well. Definitely worthwhile. I hope we are going to see a Roddy Piper week. We kind of pontificated a little bit. Would they do kind of a round table? Unfortunately, Dusty would have been tremendous to have on something like that. Well, actually, Hogan would probably have been tremendous to have on something like that.
Would have been.
Yes. And but even just Flair, and I don't know who else would stick in there, but
Valentine.
Definitely Flair, Valentine.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
That would be tremendous. That would be amazing.
Him and Hacksaw got they were best friends on Legends House.
I kind of want to watch Legends House again now. Just
Right. I mean, that's really kind of a little bit of his kind of going away, isn't it? Is Legends House, even though I mean, it was filmed probably in 2012 because they filmed it way before Network finally came out.
Yeah.
So it's a little delayed as far as that goes, but as far as the last kind of notable thing was that. And
he was the biggest name on there.
Oh, he was.
Yeah.
He absolutely was. He was the cornerstone of that thing, and probably the most entertaining one. So I think it's worthwhile if you haven't yet. Go watch Legend House. Just in general, it's really interesting. So we have this too many times, guys. Too many times. But anyways, I feel remiss to plug something right now, but PittsburghWrestling.com, that's what we're doing. We have a lot of stuff actually in this next week, and about a week from today we're aiming to launch IndyWrestling.us, but in the meantime you can go and pick up your copy and you can get Riz on there. He's on it. The Legend of Virgil and his traveling merchandise table. It is taking the world by storm. I was receiving pictures on social media from the NWA Fan Fest in Charlotte of Jim Cornette had his copy. Gerald Briscoe says he approves of the Legend of Virgil. If you haven't checked out Chair Shot Reality, there's a trailer as well as Virgil reading mean tweets. It's everywhere. The reactions have been tremendous. Go get your copy today, digital download or DVD, PittsburghWrestling.com or joe-dombrowski.com. So,
by the way, Sorg, the only reason Virgil had a solo's career, Roddy Piper.
That's right. And we did kind of joke about last night, and damn it, Mike, if this might freaking happen, I don't know, about the idea that they might bring Virgil on for something like that. I'm
telling you, if you want someone who was involved in Roddy Piper's story, Roddy was on commentary at the time.
Exactly.
And he was I remember that was one of the first things I saw in wrestling. I didn't really get to see heel Roddy until I watched back the old tapes. I watched Roddy cheering on Virgil to break away from Ted DiBiase.
I was a Virgil mark because of that, because I just followed anything that was a good guy at the time, to be quite honest. So. But anyways, on that note, but go check that out. And also, even we were showing up at the Piper's Pit. That's from Night of the Superstars 2. That's really the main part Piper was a part of. I don't know if he was. I can't remember if he was involved in the main event of that show. But go check any of that out. PittsburghWrestling.com. You can get that on digital download. So with that, let's talk about Wrestling is Fake.
Oh.
The newest Wrestling is Profession.
Wrestling. Oh wait, yeah, that would be awesome. That'd be awesome.
Championship a bagel.
Oh my God! Could you imagine that? Wrestling is they just have a fake WWE title. They hang kids belts. They use all sorts of just they have Little Tykes tables.
But I guess, but seriously, the story I'm trying to get at here is, of course, we're linked to this Roddy Piper thing. Ronda Rousey, of course, did dedicate her match, her whole 34-second match, which you can watch on Twitter video, and but on Twitter video, but she dedicated it to Roddy Piper. And through all that, Dana White saying, really kind of attacking pro wrestling around that, which is one, I think, very in poor taste because somebody freaking died, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
it wasn't great timing on his part.
Well,
at all.
it didn't have anything to do with that directly. What the comment was, someone had tweeted at Dana White like, "I really want to stay up and watch the Rousey fight, but I'd rather watch WWE for $9.99." So, and then Dana just responded like, "I understand, but you don't. That's how much you pay for fake shit."
Mm-hmm. Right.
I mean, that was the whole comment. I don't think Dana White really meant anything by it because he's profited a lot off of fake wrestlers, and he's about to do it again whenever CM Punk has a match in a fight in UFC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would contend, in my personal opinion, I feel like the UFC. I've started to pay more attention to UFC now than I ever have been.
Mm-hmm.
Not because of CM Punk or anything, but just because I feel like they've made more of a point of taking some tropes from wrestling and putting it into their world.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Certainly.
I feel like they tend to tell more stories, I guess, in a sense, as opposed to, and it's legitimate or real or whatever you want to call it, but it still takes a lot from wrestling nowadays, and it's that makes me want to watch it more than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't really take Dana's comments too seriously. I think someone pointed out, I saw on Twitter, this is the same guy that also said that women's MMA would never happen in the UFC. So,
And it's now the main event.
Yeah. So
and it's now his only draw.
It is a pretty much. So
well, yeah, because people were saying about how they waited all night till about 1 a.m. when the actual main event started, and then last 35 seconds. And it was like all the other stuff was just like whatever,
Which again is funny. I'm sorry, Bobby. Again is funny because we're sitting there wondering if the everybody talking all night long amongst our fake wrestler friends that we were at a show and at Denny's afterwards was, oh, did the fight happen yet? Did the fight happen yet? And we get in the car. It was like, oh yeah, here it is. And then I hear Katie in the back saying, well, that was interesting. And I'm like, what? She's like, I just watched the fight. I'm like, where'd you find the fight at? Twitter video. When you're charging $70, something that I can catch a recap on Twitter video, I think your business model might have a problem.
I understand that, and I get that, but like Ronda Rousey has got me. I think has been one of the main reasons that has got me interested in UFC.
Certainly,
and these quick matches that she's having, these less than a minute knockouts, that she's and various other ways that she's achieving victory. That's telling a story. She's very much like a Brock Lesnar in a sense, and people could contend. I think there's some wrestling fans that would probably contend, hey, I don't want to see Brock Lesnar dominate a guy for fucking, 8 minutes and win,
Right.
She's female Baron Corbin.
Oh, God.
Oh, no, Bobby, no.
No, I mean, like, as
She's
far
just
as, quickly ending, matches.
But likable.
That's what I mean. But
the eventual match with Cyborg, she's just going to end of days her, and it's going to be the greatest thing.
I was really hoping that, because I went to a Buffalo Wild Wings on Saturday night to watch the whole UFC show because we wanted to see Rousey. I was really hoping that she would just try to reenact the fight from They Live as much as possible. Because there was a lot of trash talk coming from Beth Correa, and Ronda Rousey really didn't talk trash at all. And
I will give Beth Correa credit. She was very intense in that face-to-face.
Yes.
I was like, wow, that lady's got anger issues.
But then
Ronda Rousey just, 35.
And Mike, you mentioned like that Ronda wasn't necessarily talking trash, but she was in a sense almost cutting promos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so it was bad. And that's the thing that's the thing that's been happening in UFC nowadays that hasn't happened in the past, in my opinion. It's been a lot of.
It all started because of Lesnar.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It all started because of Lesnar. And maybe to a lesser extent, Anderson Silva. But when Brock Lesnar was in UFC, everyone was cutting promos. Everybody, like you'd see it built up like a WrestleMania every time there was a big fight, and they tried to do that with this one. It's just the only thing that sucks about real sports is that sometimes the build-up doesn't match the actual fight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's
Like,
unfortunately, entertainment-wise, that's why pro wrestling will always win in comparison.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
That's another sport that's cutting promos. Thank you, Bobby. Yeah, the promo cutting thing, like, you can tell in real sports who the wrestling fans are.
Mm-hmm.
Because they understand this is, regardless of how real or fake the actual competition is, it's all sports entertainment. Because you have to build a brand.
Richard Sherman at the end of the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Also, if we want to contend this whole real versus fake thing, personally, I believe the whole thing is fake. I believe Dana's in on it. I completely go by the conspiracy theory that Dana and Vince are like this.
I think too dumb.
You know, I'm not convinced that there's a feud going on here, because I don't believe Rousey would have been on WrestleMania without any like convincing from Dana whatsoever, or some relationship.
The thing is, I think if Ronda Rousey says to Dana White, "Hey, I'm gonna go do WrestleMania," what exactly is he going to say? It's not like he'll fire her.
Right.
No, absolutely.
As long as she doesn't hurt herself, he's not saying no.
And
he's
to
like,
be
I'm
honest,
sorry, you want to give me a free plug by doing something you enjoy? Have fun.
But I think Dana's a smart enough man to where he would see that on the table and see the potential of that, and not let it go. Like I think he would obviously be down for it, because I don't know. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but that's my weird conspiracy theory.
I think the best part of this whole thing, and I saw someone tweet this, and I do not remember who it was. I apologize. I can't quote my source. It was after the Rousey fight. It might have been Brandon. The best part is that Ronda Rousey just beat Beth Correa in 34 seconds, and it's going to take her 12 minutes to beat Stephanie McMahon.
Yeah, it was Brandon, actually.
Yeah, I thought so. I'm like, that. I saw that. I'm like, that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing.
Amazing. Well, I do enjoy that somebody like Dana White yelled out the wrestling is fake. The thing that every one of us heard as we got bullied on the school bus, right? Growing up. And this has just happened in real life. CM Punk talks about how we're the geeks and the geeks are now in control. And seeing the backlash to Dana White is like, yes, wrestling is fake. And it's better than your sport.
By the way,
nation.
guys, Game of Thrones is fake too.
Oh damn!
Yeah,
oh
exactly.
damn!
Did anybody catch the? I think it might have been Gabriel that posted it on his Facebook. I don't know if he posted it on the Mayhem Show account or the Facebook group, but Max Landis, the one who did Wrestling Isn't Real or Wrestling Isn't Wrestling.
Yeah.
He did a video on how wrestling is known as fake, but so are TV and all this other stuff. And it was a really cool video. Like, it made me almost like really proud to be a wrestling fan, And
I'm not shocked that tons of wrestlers like jump down Dana's throat for it, because obviously we get offended by stuff like that, but they have to be much more offended by it from the fact that they are going through it. And I think it is fake. You don't necessarily want to use that word, but it is fake. But, when you put into the fact of like injuries and the stuff that goes into actually being a wrestler, I can see why people would be offended by that, because it's basically saying that what you do is lesser than. And it's, I can understand wrestlers getting very outraged by that. I know like Seth Rollins spoke up, and I think Austin Aries was another guy that was like very adamant about it. Like
Bull Dempsey.
Fake isn't even a good word for it.
Bull Dempsey said, "How dare you?"
Fake isn't even a good word for it. Whenever like people used to tell me when I was younger that wrestling is fake, I'm like, no, wrestling is scripted, just like everything else on television.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like even the UFC commentators, I'm sure they have a script. I'm sure they have things that they have to talk about. I'm sure that they have stuff they have to say before each fight. I mean,
Fake is just a word that I think people use I think it's a word that people use in a case that they just don't really put a lot of thought into. It's a simple word for something much more complex.
It's a bullying term.
Mhm.
Right?
And sometimes it is, yeah.
Wrestling's a big fat phony.
No. That's exactly what's happening. Dana White is the bully that's trying to cut down all of us wrestling nerds, which includes the wrestlers, to be honest. Because, geez, how did I put this? To be a wrestler, we talk about Indy Mayhem show, how, listen, you have to be the biggest wrestling fan to put your body through all this crap to do this thing. Right? Mm-hmm. So they're the biggest geeks when it comes to this topic.
Not according to most of them on Tough Enough.
Right, I know, right? I know, right? Yeah. F everybody on Tough Enough, seriously.
Fuck that show.
Yeah, seriously. It's just complete BS.
By the way, stay tuned tomorrow for the Tough Enough wrap-up of me and Jen Carlins.
It's just 2 seconds of you and Jen being like, fuck this show.
And then asking her about her relationship with Matt.
Yes!
Just convert the show into something else. We'll put it somewhere else on the network. Anyways, I'm sorry. But no, seriously, it's a bullying thing. And we are the geeks in our basements or whatever, talking about pro wrestling. But the pro wrestlers are the geeks as well, and it's really trying to cut down them in that industry. And Vince McMahon is the biggest nerd of all.
The thing I always thought about when people would tell you that wrestling's fake, it's like they're trying to insult you by saying, they're not actually fighting, right? Like, they know who's going to win. I'm like, of course I know that. Like, that doesn't mean it isn't real. Like, these aren't CG people. This isn't like, it's not a padded surface, it's actual physicality.
To be fair, John Cena's nose was CG'd. As it happened, it was makeup and special effects and practical effects and all that stuff. They had time to rig that up when his nose exploded.
That was a lot of corn syrup that kept spilling out of the proboscis they made for him.
Yeah, that's probably a weirder part to like we mentioned that the Dana comment was like so close to the Robbie thing. It's so weird that it was more closer to the John Cena getting his nose busted open. Like, I feel like that was, I don't know. I just think that the idea of like you don't like something that's predetermined. Yeah, I guess that's why UFC plays into it. Like, people prefer UFC, but like I said before, UFC takes a lot from wrestling, and I don't think a lot of people realize that.
All right, on that note, let's know your thoughts. The UFC wrestling is fake argument. In the meantime, you know what's real, and it's still real damn to me? Pepperoni pizza. Oh, yes. Slice on Broadway. Check them out at sliceonbroadway.com. Supporting the Wrestling Mayhem show and our fine Tuesday night cast here at Sorgatron Media with the perfect pepperoni pizza in Pittsburgh for podcasting. Go check them out. They're in the South Hills here at Pittsburgh, Beachview, right along the tracks. You can get off the tracks. If you're downtown Pittsburgh, just take the train. There's only one of them, and take it to the south and hop in here. Or Carnegie, PA, on the way to the airport down on Main Street. You can follow them on the Twitters at PGH_Slice on the Twitters, or Slice on Broadway on Facebook and the Instagrams. And let them know you heard about them on the Wrestling Mayhem show. So with that, we'll take a look at a little bit from last week at Sorgatron Media, and we'll be right back. I'm getting it from someone else now. Bobby,
I have a.
So I
have a ceiling fan on, but I don't know.
I've been on mute.
I know you've been on mute, but I was definitely coming from you because it lessened. But it's somewhere else. I mean, it's not. There's a weird feedbacky technical thing happening. It's nothing any of you guys are doing.
Okay.
And I mean, I'm looking at if I'm hearing Eamon's headphones, his head is going to explode. Okay, with those earbuds. But I mean, it shouldn't be like you guys aren't cranked up in your head. So there's some kind of weird crosstalk happening. I think it's Google Hangout itself.
I wonder if there's like a delay because I noticed there was a delay on boss battle.
Well, if there's if there's some crosstalk with me, there's some weird thing where like my hangout will like pause and like skip a little bit.
Yeah.
That may be on my end.
Because I definitely heard myself in my head, and it was distracting me during the one segment.
Right. Generally, let me look here. Let me just make sure nothing weird. Let me mute that just in case. Test 1 2.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I just got a little like kind of underneath.
Yeah, I hear what you mean.
Yeah.
You want me to mute again?
Yeah, now I kind of hear it now.
Because I can hear it when you talk. So
I think Bobby, go on mute. Test 1 2, check 1 2, and it's gone. So I mean, it's Bobby. We've had this problem. We've had this problem a bit. So I don't know what to narrow it down to. But there's
I don't know what.
but I still
like,
hear
this.
it goes. A lot of it goes away, but there's still a little bit.
Yeah.
So
I'll just keep riding mute until I touch something.
yeah. In general,
Like it wasn't until it's not like so noticeable. Like it wasn't until like I started like paying attention to it that I could hear it.
but like I'm worried about how much is coming off on the show when we put it out.
Yeah.
And I don't want 200 people to download it and be like, this sounds like crap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, I understand. Yeah.
I'll mute.
Snapchat. I want Snapchat.
Don't take a picture of my
I'm
dick.
taking a Snapchat. I want to take a picture.
What?
I'm Snapchatting. I'm going to take a picture of Bobby's dick. Bobby FG Town, bring it over here on the hangout.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
wiggle, 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 yeah.
Wiggle, wiggle.
Wiggle, 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 yeah.
Getting jiggy with it. Oh wait, we can't say that. It's not PC.
I'm going to send that to Dutters, Flexor, and Palace.
Wait, Dutters is on Snapchat?
Yep.
Oh shit! What's her name?
I don't know.
I
don't know if I'm allowed to tell you.
You are allowed to tell me I don't Snapchat my dick, just my balls.
Oh. Oh.
Dragon Ball Z balls. I have balls.
Exactly.
Look, I have a ball.
DUDZZY.
DUDZZY.
Yeah.
Okay.
How everyone in the hangout's gonna be?
I don't have.
She just got a lot of friends.
I don't have many friends on Snapchat.
Everybody, send her a good Snapchat. She's sick tonight.
I do got a hot dog.
Hold on, Bobby. Hold that up again.
Just Snapchat pictures of that hot dog.
I do got a hot dog.
Yeah.
Hot dog, diggity dog.
Yeah, Bobby, snap that to her.
Dog.
Hope you're feeling better, hot dog.
You said she's not feeling well?
No, she got sick or something.
Oh.
Okay.
She was supposed to be on AwesomeCast and.
Whoa, he's trying to find the camera.
Whoa.
This shot's amazing.
Hot dog. Where'd he go?
I'm starting to use Snapchat.
Oh,
So great.
hot dog,
So
go
great.
back.
The brain
There it
trust.
is. Can I put hot dog now?
What? Yeah, you can put it down. What?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I was telling. I just wanted to bring it back up on the shot. So.
I'm a fat man, sorry.
Does hot dog have the big question?
Oh yeah, we need a big question.
Oh, yeah.
Oh fuck, we do need a big question. He didn't send one in.
No, he's got some shit. So.
No.
If you were a coconut.
Whose head would you smash off?
What is the airspeed velocity of the coconut that hits Jimmy
I was gonna say-
Snugger's
I was
head?
gonna say, if you were a coconut, I wouldn't be because I hate coconut.
Oh,
Fuck
It's not the
coconuts.
taste, it's the consistency.
It's both.
Almond
Well, actually,
Joy-
no, it's more
almond-
than consistency.
Almond Joys are boy coconuts because they got
Almond
nuts.
Joys can go fuck themselves.
They got nuts.
Whoa.
They're boys. Mounds are girls because boobies are mounds.
Wow. Thank you for sexual
Bob.
candy bars.
Sexual
Bobby.
chocolate.
Sexual.
I shared to the Wrestling Mayhem show the Ronda Rousey Dragon Ball
I
character.
saw that.
Yeah, Ronda Rousey going Super Saiyan.
Holy
That's
shit.
hot.
Holy shit.
Ronda
That's
goes from Vegeta to Goku in like a matter of 34 seconds. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Gogeta.
Big question.
Oh,
Shy
that's
boy.
awesome.
Do you think wrestling is fake?
What is
What's
the...
the fakest thing about MMA? Fuck you, Dana White.
What's the fakest thing you've seen in wrestling?
That's a good one.
Zach Gallen's fake leg. No.
Oh, come on. Friend of the show.
I'm sorry. I gotta be current. Chris Melendez's fake leg.
No.
Aw.
I swear,
What's your favorite super kick? Super kick.
Fuck you, Bobby. Hold on.
That
I
Rusev,
actually hold on.
that Rusev match was my favorite match last night just because of how fun it was.
Hold on, because I sent an email last week, but you guys weren't able to get to it. I had a question in there. I want to see if it's still.
I'm so sorry. I missed that or something.
No, it's fine. I sent it late because I didn't know if I was going to be on or not. Okay. So
how broken up are you about Kermit and Miss Piggy?
Super click.
Someone brought a Team Bad sign to a house show, and it just says Team Bad coming for your edges, and they pasted wigs to the poster of Paige, Charlotte, and Becky's hair.
Nice.
I hit my internet away button. I'm back. Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay.
New 2D animated Ninja Turtles TV special announced. The time traveling. Oh no. Oh, it's the kids version of Turtles. Oh, I'm going to watch this shit.
Sorg.
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
This is the question I thought of last week because I was talking about Ring of Honor.
Uh-huh.
I put it in the chat. Let me know if you think that's okay. If not, I'll think of something different.
The chat? Oh, wrong chat. Over there.
Yeah, in our chat.
Best way to put on a new wrestling show. So you're talking.
I'll explain it a little more. Like
okay.
How they?
Let's roll with it. Let's see where we go with this.
Okay.
All right. We're gonna go with it. Bobby, watch your thingy. Mike.
Oh,
Mike.
Watch your thingy and your mute button.
Mike, you are my suspect for the feedback number 2 right now. So if I still hear it a bit, I'll give you a heads up and just write it when you're not on a little bit.
Okay. Do you want me to turn off my AC? Would that be it, or is it?
No, I don't think that's it because it's me I'm hearing. So actually, let me pull. Where's the guest? Let me pull myself down a little bit. That might help. You guys still hear me? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did that go down?
Not really.
Okay, it still might be on my end, and maybe because I think Google kind of filters it a bit. So.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll see what that does. Big question, what is pro wrestling? The biggest! All right.
What is rope?
What is rope?
That was the one lunch fuck that one time when he was on the show.
What is rope?
To laugh.
Fuck.
What is rope?
What? Why is rope? Wasn't it wise rope?
Yeah, something like that.
Why is rope? Yeah.
All right, here we go. We are back. Go check out all that. So much more. Sorgatronmedia.com. Also, ChachiPlays.com. There's a great marathon we're going to be doing right here. If you join us here at live.wrestlingmayhemshow.com, live.sorgatronmedia.com. We will live Friday night, the 7th through the 8th, if I have my dates right, live from the Toonseum in Town, Pittsburgh. You can donate at ChachiPlays.com. It helps out the arts programs in Pittsburgh for underprivileged children through a couple of great organizations here. And we're going to have fun. Some Mayhem Show guys are going to be involved with it, and we're going to have a blast. So let's get into the big question. DJ Lunchbox is on leave this week, but we have one filling in from the maddest of questions from Mad Mike. What you got, buddy?
All right. I've been watching Ring of Honor, and I've been having difficulty getting into the show. And I've been trying to figure out why I think that is, because they just celebrated their 200th episode. I've only seen about 10 of them, so because that's when they came to Destination America, and I thought it was kind of weird that they're coming to a new audience, but they already have so many established storylines, established roster, all things like that. And it's really hard to kind of transition into becoming a fan of that show. So I wanted to hear from you guys. What do you think would be one of the best ways to put on a new wrestling show on a new network with a new audience, new eyes watching it, if you already have an established roster and storylines. And you can't say Lucha Underground because they didn't have we were introduced to everyone on that show.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of like, because I want to enjoy Ring of Honor. I want to see more or less suggestions like how we can fix it.
Okay.
Super kicks.
Okay, and I think I don't want to defend Ring of Honor too much, but I think it was just like this was a new TV deal. There wasn't a consideration, right? But you're saying there should be. There should now is your contention the show has moved, like say WWE moving Raw from USA to Spike? Is it a continuation show, or is it we have the Ring of Honor roster, we just started a new show here?
It can be either or. I mean, because they clearly had the Sinclair broadcast, and they don't change anything from the Sinclair show, where people have been watching since episode 1, to the Destination America show, where there's a whole bunch of new eyes on it, and like they don't. Because there's one thing you can say about WWE programming: they give you enough replays and enough backstory to allow you to tiptoe into the storylines, even if you don't fully get it. They tell you who the characters are, whether through commentary or through in-ring promos.
Right. Okay. Anybody have this one?
I got my answer.
Okay.
And you mentioned we can't say Lucha Underground, but I will say another show that happens around the same time, and that's the new show launched by Chikara, Journey into Chikara. I think when you format your wrestling show like Ring of Honor is doing and like most wrestling shows do, where it's just like sort of a series of matches to build a storyline like a regular wrestling show, when you're in front of a new audience, I can see where that can be a problem with an established roster and some established stories and stuff like that. I feel like Chikara did a really good job their first episode, and they've only had one episode so far, of introducing, one, what Chikara is, two, a lot of their characters and a lot of their motivations, and just the style of wrestling, and it allowed people who, I think somebody who has never watched Chikara before could watch that episode and understand the stories that they were telling. And it takes somebody who can describe it, who can, educate people. They need to take the time to educate people on certain things. But I think they did a fantastic job. Like this episode, for example, I think really it centered a lot around the storyline they're doing with Oleg the Usurper, who is a part of the Wrecking Crew, which is a heel stable led by Sidney Bacabella. However, they're doing a year-long tournament of called the Challenge of the Immortals, where team members got drafted, and Oleg got drafted onto a different team. So there's basically a tension where he's working for Sidney Bacabella, but he's on this other team. And they did a really great job of educating people on that, which is not something that's easy to do. I think that 1 hour Saturday morning style show is a better way to do something like that, as opposed to taking it the route of a normal wrestling show.
Mm-hmm. I think from that, you mentioned Saturday morning shows, and you talk about introductory kind of situations. I remember Saturday Morning Slam, and remember how much that, again, you are introducing people because you're introducing these wrestlers and characters to kids, right? So hopefully for the first time. And maybe that's why back in the day when we had like Wrestling Challenge and Superstars, you had more vignettes introducing people because there was more kind of time to do that, and you stumbled on this thing, right? And but I like the Saturday Slam style where it was these characters doing these things, introductory things. Check this person out, and having that jumping on point. We don't need to know everybody's complete holy crap backstory, but I think there's definitely something lost when we're watching Monday Night Raw. You kind of catch on now, right? And I don't. And Ring of Honor is doing the same thing, right? Where they're not giving you a lot of what is this? Because if you drop in a Ring of Honor, I'm with you. You like the Truth Commission just seems so freaking random, right? And it's gone through so many different things.
House of Truth. It's called the House of Truth.
I'm sorry.
The Truth Commission was a stable in WWE.
Thank you.
Jackal, Sniper, Recon, and Kurgan the
What is,
Interrogator.
I've been to the House of Truth. Why didn't I remember it? But anyways,
What
sorry.
if Kurgan was Ring of Honor?
Sorry.
Wow.
That'd be amazing. But no. I like that introductory thing. Like the main show doesn't have to be so 1.0 on stuff like that. But I'm kind of, I love that Saturday Morning Slam feel to it, and I feel like I mean Lucha does this, right? Because they're like, why is Puma so freaking important? You know, and you get a little montage, vignettes, montages. I think that's the way to do it. You can just have your match and tell that story, and the announcers are good. They'll tell you the motivations. Unfortunately, I don't think we get a lot of those anymore that are really good at it. So
another thing about ROH, Sorg, we get the benefit of having Mandy Leone tell us about what's going on inside ROH.
Right.
Everybody on Destination America doesn't.
See,
wait, what is
even though Mandy Leone is kind of like static, not really.
No,
Inside
I
ROH is kind of like a. It's kind of like kind of how Sorg mentioned. It's like a recap sort of thing of like, here's a storyline, basically detailing the storyline through like promo packages and stuff like that.
And to be honest,
that sounds amazing.
No. See, this is a workaround because the way Ring of Honor does they have their live tapings and then they have all the live events and they don't put all the production, like they're post producing all the announcers and everything, right? I'm pretty sure, or at least they have to do a lot of that because like a lot of times you say this
they're partially doing it.
Yeah, they're doing this like we filmed so many weeks of TV, then these events happen in between that we can't really address on the TV tapings we did, but we address them here in this package. It's really just a weird workaround because of the way they do their production. And put them on video on demand
because they do their commentary live, and it's
right.
It causes a weird like disconnect.
Another thing with ROH, I think they're beholden to Sinclair because Sinclair is part owner of ROH, right?
Right. Exactly.
And they have to do what Sinclair wants,
right?
And they can't really gear it towards Destination America, what they want,
right? But I mean, but more about what can we do as a show, not what to fix the situation of Ring of Honor as it is. Did anybody get there?
I didn't get to go
ahead,
yet.
Bobby.
What I would do with a new federation, I would invade TNA and slowly turn it into another federation, much like Jeff Jarrett is doing.
Bobby, stay tuned for Impact. That's all I can say.
You mean Amped?
No, I mean Impact. Stay tuned.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but I mean, I just
no. Check out Global Force Wrestling's Amped.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I said Amped.
On a network we don't know exists yet.
Yeah.
But would it be as simple as doing a separate commentary track for Destination America?
No. Oh, that's hard. That's time. That's money. They're not doing it. They don't have the budget. Have you been to a Ring of Honor show recently for a TV taping? They don't have the budget.
Nope.
They do not have the budget. It's not.
Well, I can tell that by the lightings and the graphics.
Right. No. Even the TV taping looks moderately better than an indie wrestling setup that I attend.
They're doing what they can with what they got. And
exactly.
I like ROH every week. I look forward to it. And it's more about the wrestling anyway. So
that's kind of the charm of it, is that it is like really just an indie wrestling on TV.
But see, I call it indie wrestling, and everyone gives me shit about it.
No, I agree with you completely.
No, I'm with you.
That's what it is.
I mean, I kept saying it's televised house shows with commentary, because that's, to me, is what it looks like. Like, I still don't know. Like, I figured out what the decade was only through another podcast I listened to. I don't know what the Kingdom is. I don't know what Red Dragon is or why they have two capital letters.
Red Dragon's awesome.
Because they have two capital letters because of someone that's in TNA right now.
Like, are they in the Dominican Republic? I don't know. There's got to be a reason for spelling your team name that way.
To be fair, the decade's not what it used to be since Jimmy Jacobs left.
This is true. All right, let us know your thoughts. This week, we're going to give away RWA's Resurrection 2015, one of the bloodiest matches I've seen in a long time with War Games, and of course a TLC match with friends of the show, Generation Dead, Gory, and G-Raver against the Forbidden Warriors. That got pretty crazy. So go check that out. Also available on PittsburghWrestling.com. Hashtag SWMS Big Question on Twitter with your answer to his question. How would you want to boil this down? How would you do a new wrestling show, basically, right? Like, how would you format a new wrestling show to get it over, right?
If you had an established roster.
Oof, we gotta fit that in 140 characters. In the meantime, last week we had a big question that was, what do you miss? What do you miss from your childhood and such about wrestling? A lot of these guys are going to get a copy of IWC's The Dance, which included Tommy Dreamer, Dalton Castle, RJ City, and somehow Justin LaBar of Cherish.Reality in the main event for the IWC title. Fake limbs were involved in this. Antonio Garza, he emails us his answer to it. What does he miss from old wrestling? Surprises. I missed the upright. This is weird with the font. I apologize. So I missed the surprise signing and debut and the commentators shitting themselves as to why someone has jumped. But now we just get the whole development system, and that kills any type of surprise. And the whole whole changing names and gimmicks, and then they debut, and Saxton and Cole just go, oh my. Whatever happened to that fire of JR screaming at his legs and saying, that's Eddie Guerrero, Dean Malenko, Chris Benoit, and Perry Saturn. They don't work here. What in God's green earth are they doing here? By God. I'm with you on that.
That still happens from time to time.
Okay, like
Samoa
Joe?
Good sample.
Well,
good
he's
example.
referring to he's referring to how Byron Saxton reacted to it. I don't know. I think that we obviously we don't have a big company like WCW to where that can happen in a sense, but I can see his point, but I think that still exists in WWE to a certain degree.
We didn't have the internet back in the Attitude Era.
That's true too. Not that. I mean, we had AOL keywords and such.
Like I said, we didn't have the internet back in the Attitude Era. Do you really think that if Twitter was as prevalent as it was back in 1996, Hogan joining with Hall and Nash would have been a surprise? No,
not quite as much.
It would not have been a surprise at all.
All right, from the Twitters, Lanford Paul says, larger than life characters, heels that truly scare you, the mystic of not knowing what was real and what wasn't. Also, Half Gone out there says he misses having a regular general manager. The Authority just doesn't do it for me, and they kind of disappeared recently. So, Mike, you said that you missed that from Classic Wrestling is the King of the Ring pay-per-view. I'm with you on that one.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a one-night tournament. I in the age of the network, we should be able to have a one-night tournament for something.
They may bring it. Well, they didn't.
They sort of did. Yeah,
they kind of did, but it wasn't a one-night tournament.
Yeah.
Because the one-night tournament adds intensity to it because you have guys wrestling multiple matches.
Mm-hmm. Certainly. So let us know what you think. Hashtag big question. Guys, ProWrestlingTees.com. We got t-shirts like this one. Good times at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Great stuff. Designed by the great Alex Cars, who's helping us with IndieWrestling.us coming up. Go check it out. Some great stuff like the, Goldust has some stuff out there that you can't find on WWE.com, WWEshop.com. We got our stuff there. A lot of great wrestlers represented. Pro Wrestling Tees is taking over the freaking world, guys. It's everywhere. Everybody is on this that matters. And we're on there too, somehow. ProWrestlingTees.com/WMS. Also, you can go to WrestlingMayhemShow.com. We have a great Spreadshirt store as well. You go click on that Mayhem Club. I know Mainstream Matt has his shirt, but you go over there. Roll down below the Pro Wrestling Tees and check out our Spreadshirt shop. We have some stuff, including the our Don't Be a Smart Ass t-shirt we came up with a few weeks ago. You can be Riz. There's some InsertCoinToBegin.com. Are you a Chachi Says guy? Were you happy that he returned? Or all proceeds for the Chachi Plays sweatshirt and t-shirt go to our most recent charities for Chachi Plays for kids, which is happening this weekend. So please go check it out. Support the show and wear some Mayhem. Thanks a lot for everybody who does and wears the threads on their back. Okay, we do have some fan mail also included. Actually, we have one piece of fan mail. But this one is from Zero. He puts one in again. He just wanted to remind us, thanks, WMSers, just a quick thing. Thanks to our savior, Stephanie McMahon, for all she does for us. Hashtag Davies Revolution. Hashtag thanks, Steph. Thanks. So there, he had to get that out there.
Yeah, Steph. Thanks sarcastically for giving that 8-year-old kid, a moment to like have his moment with his favorite wrestler. Tony, I get what you're saying. That's a weird week to put that email in.
Yeah. Also, she's on the Pittsburgh Children's Hospital Board of Trustees now.
She is. She certainly is.
Also,
Wow.
can we say something about that kid? That kid, I believe his name is now Drax Shadow.
Can you also explain to me, because I didn't get to see this. What happened? I heard about it. You guys mentioned it.
I'll break the whole thing down for you, Sorg.
Thank you.
This is a kid, I believe 8 years old. He's beaten cancer 4 times.
Wow.
At 8 years old. He submitted a video to Tough Enough of him beating the crap out of his Iron Man stuffed animal. And Triple H and Stephanie responded with a video chat with him, saying that they were so impressed with his video that they wanted to sign him to a contract immediately from a Money in the Bank briefcase. And they said that he could come to Raw and he could get in the ring with his favorite superstar to sign the contract. And the best part is that he said his favorite superstar was Stardust.
That's amazing. Which
is fantastic. And he was brought out during one of the commercial breaks. Stardust came out with him. Stardust actually, someone made him custom Stardust gloves, which is awesome. And Stardust helped him up the steps, and the kid slid under the bottom rope all by himself, which was amazing because you can tell this kid has dreamed of this for 5 years or whatever. But he went in there, he signed the contract, and Triple H asked what his ring name was. He said it was Drax Shadow, and he said all superstars have to have a catchphrase. What is your catchphrase? And he, not even hesitation, don't fear the darkness, fear the shadows. And that is single-handedly a better name, better character arc, and a better catchphrase than Roman Reigns has ever had.
By the way, every indie wrestler is stealing that name and catchphrase right now.
Absolutely, because that is better than at least half the people in Ring of Honor, at least half the people in WWE, at least 90% of the people in TNA. James Storms wish he was that kid.
But yeah.
Yeah, and he signed the contract, and it was awesome.
Wow. Okay. All right. Sorry, something on Facebook just popped up that just made me pause. Pro
okay,
wrestling.
So
Pro wrestling. Amen. We'll talk about this later. But anyways, no, that's awesome though. I love that they're doing stuff like this, and it's definitely their charity side and everything. But that's really cool and a fun little share right there.
I put a picture of a hot dog up. Was it that?
What? No, it wasn't that. No, Bobby, it's not that. It's not that.
It's a hot dog.
Anyways, pro wrestling. Time to find out what you guys learned from wrestling this week. Who wants to go first? Oh, he's got his hand up.
Sorg, do you know what I learned?
What'd you learn, buddy?
I learned that Stardust has failed this city.
Oh, jeez. This is happening. Oh,
my God. You guys don't know how excited I am for this. Stephen Amell is going to be on Raw on Monday. He may be dressed as the Green Arrow. He may shoot Stardust in the face with a toy arrow. I don't know what's going to happen.
The picture on that kept showing alludes to it's going to be not Steve Amell. It's going to be the Green Arrow on Raw next week. I don't know. I think someone's going to get their ass sued. But anyways, that's amazing. That's so great.
I'm saying, and for all you guys who don't like this, the dude does his own stunts.
Oh,
he's a wrestling fan. I think this is going to be what we wanted Mickey Rourke versus Jericho to be.
Oh, jeez.
I think this is going to be really, really good.
You think he's secretly training?
Yeah, I'm sure he is. I'm absolutely positive he is. He was on a movie with Sheamus. He did Ninja Turtles with Sheamus.
That's true. That's true.
If Sheamus didn't teach him how to bump a few times while they have the pads there, then what the hell's going on?
Wow. Okay. Eamon, what'd you learn from wrestling this week?
I learned from wrestling this week. Sometimes, no matter how much you watch wrestling or how much you think you know or know about wrestling, there can always be something new that can happen that will make you gush. And to me, that was the Seth Rollins Neville match from Raw. Them executing 2 near falls that were probably the greatest things I've ever seen in my life. The near fall for the Red Arrow was one of my favorite things I've seen in a long time. And I think as far as like protecting people, they have really done an amazing job of protecting and building Neville. He's technically almost beaten John Cena and Seth Rollins. Like, that's amazing. And his finisher's been kept safe. Like, it's wonderful. And going back to the indie wrestlers in the world stealing the 8-year-old kid's ring name, everyone's going to be stealing that finish. Everyone is going to be stealing that finish now.
Amazing. What about you, Bobby?
I learned the best kind of party is a super kick party, and Mad Mike doesn't like fun.
No, I don't like idiots screaming.
But it's
Steve Carreno is a gentleman in a smaller.
And if you're not familiar, watch the Young Bucks on ROH this week versus a friend of the show, Raymond Rowe.
Awesome.
And his tag team partner, Hanson War Machine.
Awesome. I learned, listen, indie wrestling we'll talk about a little bit later, but it was a fun night with the IWC at Proving Grounds 4 in White Oak, PA, and there's so many talented wrestlers on there, and there are so many great matches. But I do have to say, I have to give match of the night to a friend of the show, Chess Flexor, against Space Monkey!
Oh, I love me some Space Monkey.
Oh, look at Space Monkey.
So sad I missed this.
Oh, Space Monkey.
Wait. What?
Wait, what?
I'm just looking at this video. Is that Commander Jim from
Have
the
you not listened to us for the last couple of months, like, gush over Space Monkey?
We've been talking about Space Monkey for a while. He's been around since Meadville.
I have a vine of Space Monkey.
He's great. Look at that. He's a Space Monkey.
I have no words.
And would you be surprised if I told you he was trained by Paul London?
No. No, I wouldn't be surprised if that was Paul London.
Man.
I mean, seriously, would you be surprised if that was Paul London?
Well, no, but I would be mad that he didn't say hi when he came.
He should step out of that like Dalton Castle.
Yeah, you should have Monkey Boys, right? You should have Monkey Boys. From the Facebook, Alex Cars learned that wrestling still has a share of magical moments thanks Kevin Owens. He's been doing amazing lately, of course. Mike, you also learned that you haven't even watched Raw yet, and you're already more excited for Elimination Chamber than you were for Payback. Did I get an old one? This is May 19th.
Wait, what?
That's
what
an
the
old
hell?
one.
Holy crap.
May
That's an old one.
19th.
I'm sorry.
While you're looking for the new one.
Kane's coming for you.
While you're
Brought
looking
back
for the
May
new
19th.
one, I will also say that I learned that the entire company of TNA Wrestling can also be acted out if you follow along the plot of Speed, the movie.
Interesting.
Matt Carlins and I had an intervention with each other after the midweek wars.
Oh, was that the you looked through you walked through the looking glass moment that I saw on
all
Twitter?
Right, I'll just give a brief list of the similarities that we made. Yes, this is a written down list. I'm not bullshitting anyone
Put it
here.
on paper.
Dixie Carter is Sandra Bullock. Jeff Jarrett is Keanu Reeves, naturally. Her Angle is the bus driver that gets shot and can't do his job for the rest of the time. Vince Russo would, of course, be Dennis Hopper. Sting is the woman that tries to leave the bus and gets blown up. Billy Corgan is the man driving the Corvette that tries to save people along the way and ends up only attracting Keanu Reeves. Ethan Carter is Jeff Daniels, the guy who tries desperately to save the bus but ends up getting killed. There are a lot of things. When they jump the gap in the bridge. That's going from Spike TV to Destination America. And right now, TNA is at the airport, circling the runway as they run out of gas.
Wow.
Right?
Wow, that's pretty good. Okay,
we had a long discussion about it, Sorg.
I found
there were more on there that I didn't read. You'd have to really watch the movie Speed. Watch the movie Speed again in the context of TNA, and I don't know which one you'll appreciate less, but you'll appreciate one a lot more.
Wow.
Oh, you'll appreciate TNA less.
I also learned that you shouldn't walk up to Kevin Owens and ask for an interview because you will get scared shitless. Ask JoJo.
Poor JoJo.
All right, on the Facebooks, Matt Collins learned that Dean Ambrose, this is from 10 hours ago, so I know it's today. Okay. I learned that Dean Ambrose is now trying to seduce the soccer moms of America by somehow losing his shirt in every match. Okay. Mike, you learned you didn't know that his kids played soccer?
I was calling Jen a soccer mom.
Yes. They look like they'd be soccer players. Daniel learned that submission sorority might need a new name thanks to the internet pervs everywhere. Ooh, I didn't think about that.
JBL already called them the submissive sorority. So.
Kyle learned that the heroes we grew up watching are falling off fast. Keep prepares for Jimmy Snook. He already did. He killed a chick in the 80s. So
he's remembering the fact that he got diagnosed with cancer.
He what? He did.
Yeah.
Yes,
I didn't know that. Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
I'm stopping all Jimmy Snuka jokes now. So prayers to him then. Garza learned that WWE didn't learn from their mistake, and once again they had JBL tell their loyal fans that they're stupid for paying $50 for a pay-per-view. If they're giving you that money, you say thank you, not call them stupid. That's a good point. Riz Plays colleague on Riz Plays Games. Go check that out. I learned that no, seriously, he's trying to beat the Royal Rumble with just a great colleague from number 1.
You can probably do it. Like it's not.
He's on attempt number 4, I think. So
I learned Riz is slightly insane.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty difficult to win a Royal Rumble as the first entry with anyone.
Right.
It's very difficult to do that.
Gabriel learned that that he cherished Roddy Piper. He was a true mentor. He grew up around him. His father was a mechanic for the auto shop he owns in Portland. Wow. Wow. Okay.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And Cars learned that pro wrestling is fake. Thanks, Dana White. Thank you. No. Thank you. And also from the Twitters, I think oh, that's what I linked. That's why I linked the wrong one, I think. Is that? No, I didn't put the Twitter one in.
From the chat room, Hot Wheels learned that he loves him some Space Monkey.
Yes.
And Riz learned that playing as Great Khali on WWE 2K15 alone is just maddening. Also, New Day clapping is the best part of Raw.
Awesome.
And we can't really argue with that.
Nope.
Yeah, really.
Okay, and what did you learn? Habsman72 learned that the greatest of them all are vulnerable and human. R.I.P. Roddy Piper. So there you go. Also, Ed Burke says that some fans will cheer for the heel flattening someone's nose off if it's the right nose. I think.
Oh yeah, they were really happy that Seth Rollins broke John Cena's face last night.
And all of them bought the new T-shirt, which was amazing.
Cena's not going to be on Raw next week.
No.
I also learned WWE has the greatest shirt of all time.
Yes.
Seth Rollins' new shirt.
Check it out.
But, he is going to be on Tough Enough next week.
Again?
John Cena.
Really?
Oh, John Cena. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Seth Rollins.
That's gonna be. They said that it's going to be his first televised appearance since Seth Rollins broke his nose. So.
That's great. Yeah, incontinence.
He's going to be playing the pipe organ in the basement of the Performance Center.
Oh my
With a mask on.
Everybody, thanks a lot for joining us.
Wait, can you picture the in the pipe organ?
Oh my God!
He kidnaps Nikki Bella and takes her downstairs to the basement. Oh, I love it.
Guys,
God damn it! We need to make that a thing.
Wrestling Mayhem Show. Thank you for joining us. Join us. Subscribe, WrestlingMayhemShow.com, this and other shows. And please drop us a line to 412-206-WMS0 for the hotline or that email address.
Good times.
Good times at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. And thanks to Riz for live tweeting with us all night long. Thank you to the chat room joining us at live.WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Who's joining us on the Indy Mayhem Show, Eamon?
Joining us this week on the Indy Mayhem Show will be a local wrestler down here in Texas by the name of Cherry Ramones. Find out more about Cherry in our exclusive interview with him. Coming up next if you're watching live.
Spoilers, it's a dude.
It is a dude. Sorg thought it was a woman when I first told him.
He was like, oh, you're getting a lot of lady wrestlers. I'm really digging this lately. He's like, yeah, he's a dude. I was like, what? What?
So serious you were there, Sorg. Spoilers. He's a dude.
Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. We'll see you at Chachi Plays this weekend, ChachiPlays.com, starting Friday night right here in the live stream. We hope you guys can check in with us and join us and help us keep sane for 24 hours as we stay awake and watch Chachi play video games. We'll see you guys next time. Mayhem out. Alrighty.
The doctor of thugonomics is there inside your mind.
Oh,
Oh, boy. We got a pick for this
you
guy.
can't see me!
Oh my god!
He just puts his thing up. His cape.
God damn it, that's amazing.
His cape has a giant "you can't see" on it on the back.
Bobby, can you please do
Oh my god, his cape is made of the never give up cows.
Bobby, can you do a screenplay of this?
They're all like poorly stitched together because he doesn't know how to spell.
No, they're hot glued. They're hot glued.
Oh my.
And then John Cena will randomly find a reason to speak Mandarin.
Why?
I don't know, because that's what he does. He spoke Chinese in Trainwreck.
Oh, that's right, yeah. That's right.
Oh, God.
Too good.
Think of me winning every single match. Remember me. Once in a while I lost, but I got it back.
Instead of the chandelier falling, it's a cage. And it falls on Seth Rollins. Oh my god, it almost happened.
Bobby, you need to write this as a screenplay.
See.
We need to act it out. Oh, God.
The Phantom of the Performance Center is here.
Inside your ring.
Inside, full sail.
Oh, man.
Where'd Sorg go? We scared him away.
Sorg just didn't want to hear spoilers for fans.
That should have been gold. That wasn't my best goal tonight.
No, I liked it.
Yeah.
No, it's good.
I thought you guys would turn down the offers because it was such a bad idea.
Well, no, no.
And then I would have brought up the pizza cutter, but for dogs.
I don't, but Bobby, you turned down full funding.
Yeah, for $100, and I'm like, only if he threw 2 turntables in.
Yeah, when
you
you asked for the 2 turntables, I almost lost it. I'm like, yep, yeah, that'd be perfect.
I also love that I only gave you like
0.5% of the company. That's the only way you wanted.
I only wanted 0.5%. So I gave you like maybe like 1% more than Mike gave you.
$100 and a microphone. I really need a microphone.
By the way, don't look at Instagram if you don't want to be spoiled by Tough Enough.
Oh, I don't give a shit.
No, I know Bobby does, though.
No, I'll probably watch it later. And on that note, I'm probably going to go. I'm hungry. Yeah, guys, go eat.
I want to watch me some Daily Show.
Oh, yeah, it's like almost the last one. Actually, I want to watch, I think Ryan Reynolds is going to be on Conan tonight. I wonder if he's going to debut the Deadpool
Oh,
trailer.
no, he is. They actually made this episode of Conan TVMA so that they can debut
nice.
the Red Band trailer.
Nice. That's gonna be great.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Bobby, I'm so excited by that movie.
Oh, I know. And the funny thing is, did you see did you watch the Fantastic Four 4 minutes after? Last night after Raw?
Yeah.
I love that they threw Deadpool in there to promote people to go see Fantastic Four.
Uh-huh.
It's like Fox is like eating their words on Deadpool now.
Well, because Deadpool's going to be the trailer in front of the movie.
It's Fantastic Four, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the drawing factor and to get people to watch Fantastic Four because nobody wanted to see it, and now they do because Deadpool's trailer's there.
No.
I mean, people wanted to see Fantastic Four. But
I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
yeah, I'm not gonna hate it. I'm just gonna.
I'm gonna go see
I'm
it.
gonna reserve judgment until I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see it because I'm curious.
I'm gonna try not to. I'm gonna try not to judge something before I've seen it.
I kind of want it to fail, though.
Well, I think it's gonna be terrible, but I
Well, no,
want
I
to
want-
reserve
I-
judgment until I see it.
Oh no! But I want it to fail because I want Marvel to make a deal to
Get
redo
it
it.
back. Yeah.
Yeah.
They won't though.
No, I know because
Fox is just gonna keep making stuff until, just like with X-Men, they're gonna keep making stuff no matter what.
Yeah, but the Fox X-Men stuff has been mostly pretty good,
Yeah, except for X-Men Origins Wolverine.
and X-Men 3.
Yeah, oh yeah. And even
I was gonna
X-Men
say,
3,
Bobby, you know how that X-Men 3 is.
X-Men 3 was an okay movie, but it wasn't a good X-Men movie.
That's true. Did you ever see?
Decent movie, not
Blade.
okay.
Did you ever see Blade 3, Bobby?
No.
Yeah, you should watch that.
No, okay. I'm not a big Blade fan to begin with, though.
If you want to see Ryan Reynolds say "fuck" a lot, there you go. That's your movie.
I'm not a big Blade fan to begin with, though.
Oh man.
All right, gents. I will see you sometime. Sorg. I will see you Friday night.
Friday.
Hopefully, I gotta get my car in to get the brakes done first, but hopefully I'll get there.
Mm-hmm.
My plan is to park at the Grant Street parking garage. I think it's like $13 to park overnight.
Probably.
So hopefully I can sleep some at Chachi Place. Probably not.
If you have like a camping chair or something you want to bring,
okay, I could do that.
we
just bring a big sleeping bag.
We can kind of stow it away. We can kind of stow it away until it's like late at night, and then you can break it out and kind of deal with that. I've dozed off on the couch beside him before, which like I feel fucking bad doing.
Yeah, that's kind of rude.
Yeah.
How dare you, so?
Like I think I was watching him and Matt play Minecraft for like 2 hours, and I just like dozed the fuck out. I was like,
To be fair,
Minecraft's pretty bad.
How entertaining can that be for 2 hours?
Well,
I don't know the way they were doing it. Title for tonight?
Oh, we didn't get a title for Boss Battle.
all out of bubblegum.
That's good. We didn't get a title for Boss Battle either. I put potential Dinklage ghost screen coming up. Too long.
Dinklage kill screen?
Maybe Dinklage kill screen.
No, potential Dinklage kill screen coming up. I think will work.
Or ghost screen. Kill screen.
I thought it was kill screen.
Well, yeah, but he was ghost.
Make it a kill screen.
Make a kill screen.
Because then it goes with the other one. Nice picture.
I got it. And the notes are on the bottom of the doc.
Thank you.
No problem.
You the man. You the man. You the man. You the man.
Good shows tonight. I will see you all later.
All great
Love
stuff.
you, Bobby.
All great
Love you
stuff.
guys too. Have a good night.
Share
My
the
dogs.
share the shit out of these shows this week, guys.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hey, Eamon, you gonna be around for Midweek War this week or no?
Maybe. Depends on what I watch.
This is the last time for Lucha for a while, so.
I know. I really want to watch it. I want to figure out a way to watch it live.
Yeah, I want to try. Oh, by the way, stay off Twitter then.
Oh yeah, I unfollowed Lucho, right? Because I was like, I can't.
No,
Yeah.
I mean us too, because I'm gonna
Oh, yeah.
try and. I'm gonna be as close to live tweeting as I can for it. So.
Yeah, I understand. That's fine.
Everybody got those things I sent you?
Yes. Yeah, I don't know what things you're talking about, Sorg.
No, that's okay. Your review stuff. I mean, like, no sharing stuff. The obvious stuff.
All right, have a good show, guys.
All right, Mad Mike, you've changed that workout. You've been doing CrossFit?
DDP yoga and bull fit.
There it is. There it is right there.
Both of them. That's
nice,
the result.
Nice red jacket and bulge going on there.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, actually, the bulge is exactly the same sword.
What's the info for this dude?
He doesn't have a Twitter account.
Uh-oh.
So...
That's fine. We'll just leave that blank.
Oh, is it okay I leave it blank?
Yeah, that's fine. What's his name?
Cherry Ramones. And if you want to put the... if you have the capabilities to put the... what is it called? The thing above the N?
Ooh, I don't know.
You don't have to. You don't have to, but...
All right, how's that? Does that look right?
No E. No E in Ramones.
Oh. So Raymond's.
Before, too. So...
Like that? Oh, like that? Nope. Like that? Nope. Like that?
No. Yes, like that.
Okay.
Our guest Impact Watch this week. I'll shoot him a call right now.
Okay. I have just you all over the place right now.
Hello?
Hey, man, it's Eamon.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good, man, pretty good.
We're getting set up right now. My co-host, Sorg's also here.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Awesome.
Yeah, so we should be starting pretty soon. Our interviews usually go about 20 minutes or so, but it can go however long. If you need to duck out by a certain time, just let us know, and we'll make sure we wrap it up by a certain time.
Okay. Yeah, man. 15, 20 minutes is a what do you call it, cool, you know?
Okay.
It's cool.
Sounds good. And we kind of just Sorg will intro. We'll plug some sponsor stuff, and then he'll toss it to me to introduce you. We'll go into the interview, and then at the end, I'm going to cut to a commercial break thing. So.
Yep.
Okay.
Remember the toss to last week at Sorgatron Media, okay?
Yep.
All
yeah.
right.
All right.
Awesome.
I'm good to go.
Okay. Should be good.
All right. I'm going to hit record. 81. Yeah.
Yeah, action, man.
Hey guys, it's Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on the Twitters here in the Mayhem Studios in Pittsburgh, PA for your Indy Mayhem Show, episode 81. We got a great interview coming up. I am the producer of some wrestling here in the Pittsburgh area, the IWC, the RWA, over at PittsburghWrestling.com, the upcoming IndyWrestling.us. With me, my compatriot in Indy Wrestling. He is the voice of Inspire Pro Wrestling down there in Texas, coming at us today from Corpus Christi, where they like to throw things in the Gulf at the WWE shows, as we discussed the last show. He's Eamon Payton at Eamon Tip Please on the tweeters.
Yes, Zorg. That's the one defining thing about Corpus Christi, Texas. The only thing. But yeah, I'm very excited to be here and very excited to talk about indie wrestling once again.
What else is there? What else is there? And of course, this is your Indie Mayhem show. We like to talk to about indie wrestling in general. Our little corner, we got to talk about this thing with the people that also dig it too. So you can check us out at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. This and so many other shows on video and audio formats. Subscribe to us, comment, rate us, whatever you can do. And please just share it with everybody if you're digging what we're doing around here. And let us know, hey, if there's anybody you think we should be talking to, if you have questions for anybody that we've announced coming up on the show, you can drop a line to 412-206-WMS0 for the hotline, or the email address at goodtimes@WrestlingMayhemShow.com, like it says on the t-shirt. Also, please check out our friend Basic Sickness at basicsickness.com. Pittsburgh Original doing the intro and outro music for this. And check out our Patreon for the Wrestling Mayhem Show in general. If you dig everything, become our boss. Donate a little bit a week at patreon.com/Wrestling Mayhem Show. Eamon, we got another guest for this week on the phone. Who are we talking to, buddy?
we're talking to someone who I've wanted to have on the show for a good while now. Somebody who is making waves across the Texas independent wrestling scene for very good reason. He is, I know, the current Lone Star Junior Heavyweight Champion for Lone Star Championship Wrestling. He's also the current NWA Wrestling Revolution Grand Warrior Champion, and is doing many great stuff across Texas. Joining us this week is the one and only Cherry Ramones. Cherry, how are you this evening?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Pretty good, pretty good. How y'all been?
Great. Definitely great having you on again, as mentioned. Kind of the way we start off the show is with sort of an icebreaker question in a sense, to see how people sort of first got into professional wrestling. What's your first ever memory of watching professional wrestling?
Oh, man, to be honest with you, the first memory I have is me being of course, me being a small little kid. My dad had me on his lap, and I just remember watching Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant. That's like my first ever memory of wrestling that I actually have. And I was a small little kid. I want to say probably like about 4 or 5 years old, maybe even younger. But that's like the first memory that I have is actually watching that match at watching that WrestleMania 3 match with my dad on his lap.
Awesome, very cool. Definitely a great way to get into it. Did you have any? At one point in your life did you start having thoughts of wanting to become a professional wrestler and transition into that life?
Actually, man, when I was the same thing, like going back to when I was young. One of the matches that actually made me want to become like a wrestler is actually watching Mankind for some reason. I remember watching Mankind. I'm like, dude, this guy is so awesome. I love him. He's a bomb. He can take a hit. And like one of the matches that I loved watching him in was the Boiler Room Brawl. Watching that match and then watching what's it called? Shawn Michaels and Razor Ramon. That one really that's those watching them really got me going. You know what? I really want to do this. I really want to do this. And then, man, there's so many other matches, and so many other guys like Chris Benoit and Eddie Guerrero. Watching them just made me want to do this.
Awesome. Definitely very cool. And where exactly did you get your start in wrestling, and how long ago did you first sort of go to wrestling school and start your training?
When I first started, I actually skipped what's called my senior prom to do my first ever training. Oh, wow. I started off with what was called Lucha Libre. I got taught the what we call basics on that. With the bumps, the rolls. Pretty much the way how every wrestler gets trained is all the bumps and rolls. And with Lucha Libre, it's almost the exact same thing, but they mainly focus on the actual rolls. From there, in 2004, Bruce Tharp actually gave me my first ever break. He's the one that actually put me on a live recorded show that was going to be shown on TV, and I was just so nervous about that. And the first show that I ever did, it was me and the other guy's name was Johnny Rage against Dante and Alan Taylor, I believe. A guy from we call Bronzeville. Had that match, and I was so nervous. Of course, and even to this day, I still get nervous. But that was my first ever actual break into doing American style wrestling. That was back in November of 2004.
So you've been getting at this for a good while now, and I know rising up the ranks, especially in the local wrestling scene. I also want to mention, because this is something I think some people know, but not everyone knows about you. Is I know especially you went through a great period of some really big weight loss as well. You obviously in phenomenal shape right now. What was it like, sort of that transition of getting into the sort of the shape that you are now?
Oh man, it was something different. Because like honestly, I didn't start traveling outside of the Rio Grande Valley until like about 3 years ago, and it was until like about those 3 years ago where I started to like to lose weight. When I started to like actually venture off like outside of the Rio Grande Valley, I would see like all these guys, they were like like really fit, they were like big guys. And that actually motivated me to like wanting to like actually lose weight, because like ever since I actually lost the weight and did all that stuff, my bookings like shot straight up, like way up there, So I was like, whoa, like this is crazy. Like I've never received so many emails, messages, calls, and text messages and stuff like that, for like shows. I'm like, wow, this is really awesome, and and it's such a true blessing to actually go through that. To be honest with you, it was really like it's a mental thing when it comes to like this whole weight loss. For myself.
Definitely, and would you know specifically like how much weight you did lose in the process and where you're at now currently?
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, when I first started, I was at 275 pounds. I was really big and round. And right now I'm actually at 208 pounds.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, man, it's been such a crazy journey with this whole weight loss, and it's been really awesome, to be honest with you. I can't really lie about that. It's a really great feeling.
No, that's awesome, definitely, and I think it shows a lot of great determination in that sense to put that work in, and like you said, it definitely did show in like you said, like the bookings you get and stuff like that. Really, really great stuff to see. I also want to mention another. If we're also talking physical features in a sense, one thing I think a lot of people who have seen you at a wrestling show know you for is your posterior, I guess is the best way to put it. You have a certain talent, I guess, even beyond your wrestling talent, of working your posterior in a sense. What has that been like? And have you gotten a lot of fanfare from that aspect of your game as well?
Yes, I actually do shake my booty. I can, dance, twerk, do all that stuff, and I kind of do incorporate that into my whole wrestling. And yes, actually, it has. I've actually gained like a lot of fans because of that, and it's really weird and like I don't know, very awkward questions. Can I touch your butt? I'm like, what? Like, how about just my autograph and that's it?
I think for me, like the biggest shocker for me was I think it was at Fun Fest last year. I think it was after our event was done, and I just turned around and there's a line of women like lined up to get pictures with you because of your performance.
Yeah.
But definitely awesome.
Man.
Like you said, you've been doing this for a good while now. What are some of the matches that you've had that kind of stick out to you as ones that you've learned a lot from, or just matches that you hold as really special to you that you've had?
Oh man, that was a really good question. Honestly, there are so many matches and people that I have actually worked with that really hold close to me, and people that I've worked with that have really changed the way how I actually work as well, with like the whole psychology side of wrestling. Oh man, you caught me in a really good spot right there. Oh wow. Wow, I'm actually blank on that one bit, but
well, I know also, I guess maybe we can tie that in a sense, but I know one of your main companies that you work for is a Wrestling Revolution down in McAllen.
Yeah.
And I know you're sort of a big part of that organization there. What has it been like? Because I believe we had Eric Shadows on once before to sort of talk about that promotion as well. What's it like working down there in the McAllen area?
Oh man, like honestly, dude, I love it down here. This is a place that I actually call home. Like this will always be my home, no matter what. Like even if I move to like a city, state, country, like this will always be my home. You know, and like the crowd down here, it's they're very lucha, what's called base. You know, like they love the whole entertainment aspect of it. Like characters is always like a really, really big thing down here. And that's where I guess you know, that's where my whole character and like my whole persona, you know, developed. It was actually here. Like everything has been, you know, because of like Wrestling Revolution.
Definitely, yeah. And actually, I remember I got to visit a show for you guys not too long ago, and I remember being really surprised in a great way by that crowd, because you could tell like it was a lot of regulars, but it was a lot of regulars that really followed like the company and like the intricacies of everything, and it was a really awesome environment. It seems like there's some really good stuff going on down there.
Oh yeah, man! Like we really we have some really hard devoted fans. A lot of them follow the whole entire storyline. They get really like they really invest in our what we call persona. Like they really get into it down here.
Awesome, definitely. Going to some of our regular questions here on the show. One that we've been asking a lot of the people on here. What are you watching currently when it comes to wrestling? Is there anything that you're sort of studying or just watching for, you know, recreation purposes? Is there anything in particular that you kind of have your eye on?
Nothing really in particular. I usually watch everything. You know, like I watch everything. I watch you know, WWE, New Japan, a lot of indie, independent wrestling companies. I do watch a lot of the old NWA stuff. You know, like I don't really have an actual set thing that like I actually watch. You know, I watch everything, and I usually study a lot of the stuff. You know, because like with me, I like to pick up a lot of things, as you know, how do you say it? I like to pick up as much as possible. Like the way how I say it, if you only study one certain thing, you know, I don't think that your mind will actually grow from there. You know, if you study a lot of different things, your mind will expand. Your mind will actually grow. You'll absorb a lot of the stuff, and you can really incorporate all those styles and all those things that like you see into your matches.
Definitely, absolutely, and also going into another one of our big questions, and the guests on our show take it in many different ways, so feel free to take it any which way you wish. But the question we have is what, in your opinion, is the best thing about independent wrestling and the worst thing about independent wrestling?
Honestly, man, one of the coolest things about independent wrestling is that you can do anything and everything and get away with it. Like, oh man, like there's so many things, to be honest with you, man. Oh man, like, you know, there's just so much good to like talk about. There is, you know, some bad as well. Oh man. You got me another good question.
They don't want to, you know. And like I said, you know, people kind of take it in many different ways. So don't, you know, don't feel like you need to, you know, choose.
No, man. Yeah, but like you know, there's like a lot of good stuff in like the whole independent wrestling scene. Like there's like a lot of great stuff, you know, and you know, like how I said, you can do a lot of things and get away with it, you know.
Definitely.
Yeah, like for example, my whole booty shaking. I don't think I don't think some of these big companies out there will actually allow me to actually, you know, do some of the stuff that I have. Where like, you know, where I have a guy on the corner, throw my whole entire back and like kind of grind on him to like insult him, and then come back and hit him with a freaking stiff elbow or like a stiff, you know, Yakuza kick. But yeah, man, like there's like a lot of great stuff with like the whole indie scene, you know, a lot of great stuff.
Awesome, definitely. and I can definitely see that. And then kind of like you mentioned, like you get more control of your character and what you get to do in that aspect.
Exactly, exactly. Like you pretty much have the freedom to do whatever you like. Do almost, a lot of the, like, I don't know, like, you can portray anything and like everything. I guess it also, I guess it also depends on the, there are some family-friendly companies out there, there's like, a certain amount of things that you can actually do. Like me myself, I've never really been a big fan of like the whole cussing, to be quite honest with you. I've never really been a huge fan of that. A lot of the people, say it. It gets, a really good reaction, but there is a time and place for that.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
No, definitely. And you seem like a guy that's able to work sort of more of a. I mean, even with the stuff you do, it works in like a more family friendly environment, and in that case, like kind of makes you more versatile in a sense, to where you can work a lot of different places.
Yes, exactly.
Definitely. So thank you very much, Jerry, for coming on and talking with us. If people want to find you on the internet, or if you have any upcoming shows that you'll be appearing on, feel free to plug away.
Yeah, man. Every Friday I am down here at NWA Wrestling Revolution every single Friday. This coming Sunday I will be at Inspire Pro, and you can find me on Instagram as well at _juicy_1, and as you spell it, 1 ONE. And for my Facebook, it's facebook.com/DeadShadow04, and that's actually that Dead Shadow 04 is my what's called PSN, my PlayStation Network.
Oh, nice.
gamer tag. I love video games too. I'm sorry.
No, definitely awesome. Definitely. So maybe people can follow you hopefully on there as well. But like I said, thank you very much, Jerry, for joining us here on the Indy Mayhem show. And right now we're going to dive into some of the stuff that happened this week in Sorgatron Media.
All right, awesome, man. Thank you all for having me. Seriously, I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, man. This will be up sometime tomorrow, so I'll shoot you the link and all that, and that way you can share it and do whatever with it.
Yep. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, man.
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
You have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Okay. What are we talking about? You have anything?
I just can. I can promote Inspire this weekend. If you wanted to talk about your stuff.
We can talk about Proving Grounds. I remember I had a lot I wanted to talk about, and then I didn't. And I can't remember what it was. Like literally, like when I came in, it's like, I got so much to talk about tomorrow. Then I was like, I don't remember what it was. I just remember there were things. And then I can't remember anymore. I had a really good night Saturday night, so I'm trying to remember what I was allowed to talk about. And then I just got a message now from Plumber. Did you mention you wanted Bubba? I'm like, yeah, that'd be nice. I kind of wanted him for tonight, but okay. All right.
And I'm also going to ride my mute button a bit because my dog just got let in the room. And okay.
Yeah. All right, let's roll with it. Let's see where we go.
So
with
just in case something happens. But yeah.
Check out that so much more sorgatronmedia.com. So let's touch base here with. Hold on a second. Test 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2. I'm gonna kill the feedback. I don't know. I need to kill something here. Test 1 2 check 1 2. Yeah, that took care of it. So
Did that work?
Yeah, that took that. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Let me pull this down a little bit again. Hear me all right?
Yep.
Hello. Okay. All right. Let's see what we can do. Go check out that so much more at sorgatronmedia.com. Hey, Eamon, there was a wrestling show this weekend. My first one for a while with the IWC. So it was Proving Grounds, a smaller show. You know, they do a few different venues, and then this is at White Oak. You know, we don't have the big setup or anything, thankfully. Which reminds me, I have a lot of stuff I need to fix before we do that setup again. Holy crap! But anyways. But no, it was a fun show. We usually Proving Grounds has a lot of new faces pop up. We only had a couple coming out of the training academy, and we had a tag team called the Fraternity, very classic tag team. They kept yelling "Fraternity, Eternity," so that was pretty interesting. You were there. I talked about Space Monkey, and I know you have not.
Oh, Space Monkey.
Seen the Space Monkey. Wheels in the chat room says he worked with Space Monkey over the weekend as well. But generally it was a very fun show. I don't know what it is that IWC does different than everybody else. And I don't know if it's just my familiarity with the product or something, but there's just not a lot of filler, it feels like, when I watch these shows or when I'm helping to produce these shows. It feels like everything has a place, and I think that's something that I don't see a lot as much. Now, not to anything else. RWA, I thought, had a really good flow to their last show too with Resurrection, which is something which I can talk a little bit about that too, because I did get to edit that over the last weekend. But like I'm showing here a little bit of the Space Monkey and Chest Flex, or this was a little later in the show, and was a fun match, like just an absolutely fun match, entertaining. I got a kick out of it the entire time. Great match at the end, Bill Collier versus Jimmy Nuts. Just Nuts getting destroyed. At one point, Nuts got picked up and thrown into the crowd, like kind of Spike Dudley style. And this isn't the first time they've done it at this venue. So I should just kind of get used to it by now. But at least I did have a second camera this time. Just good stuff. And we'll have her. We've done some rescheduling, but we should have next week Britt Baker, who debuted, the first lady wrestler to come out of their school in a while, at the very least. She had a very fun match with. Andrew Palace, mixed tag with Andrew Palace, Dylan Bostic, and Ray Lynn. Dude, there's a women's division now of a sort here with IWC. Yeah. So I'm thinking we're going to run into them having a one-on-one match very soon as well. So I'm excited for that. You know how I get about women's wrestling, especially in the area. It doesn't feel like there's enough of it. And if there's one more chance that this could be happening somewhere else, sure, that's amazing. So it's still in a little bit of a development right now. We don't have commentary on it just yet since Joe Dabrowski was too busy selling the Virgil DVD down south. So, but altogether, very fun show, very fun time. And I actually have, as kind of side comments, I talked a little bit about IWC actually on Basic Sorganomics, where I'm talking about social media state of minds. You can check that out at sorgatron.com. And we've talked about this before, but Dan Hooven is still freaking killing it on Instagram.
Oh yes, me and Sorg have had long conversations about, not long conversations, but a lot of conversations about the stuff that's going on for IWC on the Instagram. He's
he's using something that's very rudimentary, but it shows when you have somebody involved that knows what they're doing, whether it be, well, there's a picture right there of that. He's got great photos to begin with, fantastic photographer, but he's going in and doing these text overlays on these things. You can check them out, Instagram.com/IWC_wrestling, and just doing these great promo shots with these guys, and using hashtags, using some of their phrases, and just creating some tremendous, and this is so important because these are things that then get shared by the wrestlers themselves, by fans, etc. Most of these have like 20 to 30 to 40 likes here on Instagram. They're definitely creating a buzz visually, and it helps bridge that gap between shows, I think, right?
Definitely.
And tells that story, and I think that's something very, very cool. The other thing that happened, and I talked about this actually on the Power Hour. You can check out the LB and the Sorg morning and afternoon Power Hour episode 13, also over at sorgatron.com. But I got into a little bit of the Virgil DVD. which released this week. Very cool to see that in the hands of Jim Cornette and Gerald Briscoe, of all people, over this past weekend. Joe Dabrowski again went down to the NWA Fan Fest. I'm getting all kinds of reports back from that. It's out there. It's out in the wild. If you've seen it, if you've watched it, or you're going to watch it, I'd love to hear what you guys think of it. Eamon, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it if you get a chance to watch it here. So I mean, it's
something different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and I think it's something that, I mean, you know, there's shoot interviews and stuff like that, but I think there's something. It's a topic that hasn't really been covered.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's a big topic.
Right, because I mean, Virgil is this interesting meme, right? And this fits on the Indy Mayhem show because he's the guy that pops up on Indie Wrestling like all the time. You know, spend an afternoon in his living room recording this and having an interesting time there. You can check out joe-dabrowski.com or over at pittsburghwrestling.com and the upcoming indiewrestling.us. But I kind of I got a little deeper into it in my thoughts on Virgil and you know, kind of that position and everything. And there's just there is a lot of weirdness around him. Yes, certainly. But I think in the long run, he's going to be just fine. And if you guys don't know,
Oh, yeah.
He's been around doing AMAs, Ask Me Anythings on Reddit. He's actually involved with getting help on Twitter from the guys that do the Iron Sheiks documentary on Twitter. So, I mean, they're really kind of pushing him as a meme. And I'm really hoping, if nothing else, this will be entertaining. And I think this will, in the long run, help him to a certain point. And really kind of expand that meme, right?
Yeah.
Because he kind of fell into it to begin with, that there's this whole thing happening around him showing up with his table all over the place, and it became this thing. And I've talked with the guy. He has no idea. He does not know how popular he is, you know, in this other way. Let alone, I don't think he understands the internet at all. I explained to him a piece about Twitter, and he just looked at me, right? And then I found out he was on Twitter, and I'm like, oh God, is that my fault? But no. Somebody came to him. But still, it's very entertaining. It was a lot of fun. I'm glad it's out there, and hopefully you guys are really enjoying that as well. So what's going on with you? I know you got some Inspire Wrestling going on down your way.
Definitely, we got a big event coming up this weekend. That being our big Fade to Black event, which I am very excited about. I think this may be one of our more stacked cards that we've had for Inspire Pro. Some really cool stuff happening on there. That's this Sunday, August 9th. If you are in or around Austin, Texas, I definitely encourage you to come down for that because it's going to be a really fun time. The main event being Andy Dalton defending his Inspire Pro Championship against Absolute Ricky Starks, which should be a phenomenal contest. Those two faced off in Inspire Pro, I would say, probably about a year and a half ago, and it was an amazing encounter. So I definitely expect them to top it this time around. We also got some pretty big matches in two friends of the show as well. Angelus Lane taking on Keith Lee for the Pure Prestige title. Intergender wrestling purists will probably, or naysayers, I should say, will probably hate this match. But you know what? We're doing it anyways. And it's a bit of match that a lot of our fans have demanded. So we're very excited to put it on. And I think it'll be really interesting and really cool. Mm-hmm. If that hasn't sold you, we have a triple threat match that was originally supposed to be a singles match. Now is a triple threat with Barbie Hayden, Kimber Lee, and Athena, which has, if you know any of those three athletes, it has all the makings to be a show-stealing night, a show-stealing match, I should say. Definitely, it's a really great lineup with a lot of talented people. I'm so very excited for this show coming up. And like I said, that's August 9th at the Marquesa Hall and Theater in downtown Austin, Texas. Front row tickets are sold out, but you can still get general admission at InspireProWrestling.com. Those are only $15. So definitely go to that, or if you're going to be around that area on September 13th, that's when we're doing Battle Awards 2, our joint show with Chikara Pro Wrestling, the stars of Chikara Pro Wrestling. And I've heard some rumors of some people that may be coming down. I think hopefully, I'm not positive on this, but we may be announcing some of those names on Sunday. And yeah, I'm very excited. Last year's Battle Wars was one of my greatest moments being in wrestling, and I feel like this year we definitely have the potential to top it. So definitely go check that out. And I think Front Row is just about sold out for that show.
Nice.
So definitely go get your tickets now at inspireprowrestling.com.
Good stuff. Good stuff. That's all I got. I mean, just kind of the indie wrestling's good right now, man.
It's pretty good right now.
Yeah.
I mean, in general, it's pretty. Honestly, I think it's pretty good right now. Yeah, September will be an interesting month, I think, for Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, because we've got the Inspire show. Obviously, we got 2 Ring of Honor shows in one weekend. We've got 3 NXT shows in one weekend. There's a bunch of really cool other indie shows that'll be happening. September will be a really good month to be a Texas wrestling fan, I feel.
We do have a comment from the chat room from Alex Carr's out there in Cali. He says, why has Space Monkey not been on Chikara yet? These are questions that keep me awake at night.
Oh, one last thing I will mention, I guess. I kind of went on about it on the Wrestling Mayhem show and part of our big question. Mm-hmm. But Journey into Chikara, which is Chikara's new weekly show on their YouTube channel and on Chikaratopia, their streaming service. Really phenomenal stuff. I'm not just saying that because I've worked with some of the guys. This is really great stuff, and they're doing it for 6 weeks as sort of an experiment. They're basically testing it out in a sense and seeing if people like it and if they should do it more often. I want them to do it more often because it is so good. I encourage you to watch it. It's at Wednesday. It's on Wednesdays. It airs originally on Wednesdays at 7 Eastern, 6 Central on their YouTube channel and on Chikaratopia, but they also play some replays throughout the week. Mm-hmm. Go watch it because it is so fun and really, really great stuff. Production value is great. And I think Sorg, you would really love it in particular because it's that perfect mix of like the Saturday morning. It's Saturday morning wrestling, but on a Wednesday night. It's really fantastic.
Am I seeing it only streams live? They don't actually have it up for post, or probably under their.
They don't. Yeah, they don't have it up for post, but they do replay it a couple times throughout the week.
That's interesting.
As a live thing, they don't keep it up for post though. No.
All right.
It is like a kind of a wrestling show in a sense.
Right. It's just weird. It's a weird decision to do these days when everything's on demand, right?
That's true. Yeah.
So, but still, I see what they're doing.
I believe I don't know if I have to check and see, but I believe if you get their streaming service, you can watch it.
Right. That makes sense. And that's a good reason to try to get people in there. But if you're just like, I'm always busy Wednesday, it just kind of you lose that chunk. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I don't know. And plus, there is so much going on already on Wednesday night. So I
think one of the replays actually is on Saturday morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that'd be great.
So that is kind of
Cheerios, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Get your Cheerios and watch some Chikara.
Awesome. Thanks so much for our guest this week, Cherry Ramon. Some great conversation there. I never thought about that. Just like training lucha libre right off the bat.
Mm-hmm. So. Definitely. I mean, and definitely like that kind of, because that's the kind of Southern Texas sort of, that's what it's kind of brought up on is the lucha style. Mm-hmm. So it's definitely cool to get like that kind of perspective on it.
Awesome. So go check him out. Follow him on the PlayStation Network. And please follow everything else going on at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Subscribe to this and other shows, as well as 412-206-WMS0. Good times at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. It is right there. Check it out, ProWrestlingTees.com/WMS, and everybody else that's on there as well. Eamon, he's at Eamon2Please, InspireProWrestling.com.
Yes, indeed. I also at InspireProRes on Twitter.
There you go.
And Eamon to Please on Twitter.
And I'm at SorgatronMedia.com, Sorgatron.com, PittsburghWrestling.com. Check out our friends over there. And, hey, we'll see you guys next week. Support indie wrestling. I think that's another short show.
Yeah, because I realize when I'm in my head, I go 20 minutes for the interview.
Yeah.
But I go off of the time that's on the call thing.
Oh.
And I know that's like a little off.
Yeah, it's a little off. So I did write down a little bit for this. We talked with Cherry Ramon about missing senior prom to start training on Lucha Libre, shaking his butt off. What else did we talk about?
What else? Wrestling Revolution, the promotion.
Okay.
And I think just that and much more would be good.
More. Okay. And then we discuss IWC Proving Grounds 4, Legend of Virgil, Inspire Pro Wrestling, and more. Okay, hey, you want to join me for a thing?
Sure.
Hey guys, Patreons, it's the State of the Wrestling Mayhem show. I got Eamon on with me. How you doing, buddy?
Fantastic. I'm making windshield wiper.
Oh no, it's not working. There it is. That's what they get here this late at night.
Yeah, they get my weird hand signals. That's what you get for this special edition.
So what's going on, Wrestling Mayhem show? I mean, it's really kind of business as usual, kind of pushing ahead, making stuff. As usual, Mad Mike is kind of the MVP of podcasts and Twitters. So, as I was joking last night, if he's pissed you off on the Mayhem, if somebody's on the Mayhem show account has pissed you off, it's probably Mike. So look out for that. We're doing some stuff. Actually, IndyWrestling.us should be up next week. Alex almost released it, but I want to kind of do a once over. We're going to do some social media stuff. I want to sit down with my social media person, helper person, and we're going to plan some stuff. We've had some stuff we've been kind of brewing for a week or for a month now, and we're going to try to schedule something over the next week and have a big launch next Tuesday. So look out for that. Why do I mention that? I mean, that's kind of, we talk about wrestling here. That's something that's spun out of what we're doing here. Eamon, I've asked you to review a couple of shows that we're doing up this way, for instance.
Definitely.
I mean, and really we're kind of, I kind of want, like, it's going to be a store, yes, but I still want it to be, I still want it to have a voice and support indie wrestling as a whole, even though we do have a store with our own people. That we're promoting and selling, including like the Virgil DVDs and stuff. So like part of that is going to be, you know, we're going to try to do a function eventually where, hey, here's a DVD with this, and this person, and here's like our Indie Mayhem show interviews with them. So everything just kind of interweaves. You know what I mean? Like it's all like we're making this stuff over here, and it talks to what we're doing over here. Which sells DVDs, which, you know, hopefully all builds up and helps each other, right? So what we do over here helps the brands that are selling DVDs. People come see the brands that are already selling DVDs, and they see our stuff. So it all kind of builds a bigger thing. Plus I'll be relieved to separate the wrestling almost completely. We've already done this in the newsletter from Sorgatron Media, so I can pursue things that make sense. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I've talked about this a little bit off air and stuff a lot, but this is kind of like some of the motivations about what's happening around the wrestling side of what's happening here. You guys continue to support us. I truly sorry we missed the gold last week. I think we got something very special for you guys this week, so I hope you enjoyed it.
Oh, very special.
I don't know. I'm interested in the critiques. It's very rough. I'm not good at the improv thing. As was probably obvious, but we'll see how that comes off. I'm sending that to LB, by the way. Our John Tennant Shark Tank. So
I'm sure he would be proud.
He'd
be a proud
I hope
boss.
so. I can't wait. I'm scheduling a lunch for later this week. There's that too. So I keep intermixing because of wrestling stuff. I want to tell you about everything going on with the wrestling stuff that we're working on, but this is about the Mayhem show. Mayhem show continuing to mix things up. Sorry, Christian Joseph didn't happen. He wanted to reschedule, and he hasn't responded to me yet. Really peeved because that was like a month and a half expectations that went away. But anyways, it happens, man. I had 2 interviews for Awesome Chat that both canceled tonight. What am I supposed to do? Anyways,
it happens.
What am I supposed to do? Stuff happens. It's all right. We're gonna truck ahead, and we're gonna keep making stuff, and that's all we know how to do around here is keep making stuff, right, Eamon?
That's what we do.
And one day somebody will recognize our brilliance, as you do, Patreons, and then we can just do this, right? WWE is going to call Eamon any day now to
any day
to replace.
They've been bringing up my phone like crazy.
To replace that white guy on NXT, and yeah.
Oh, I like Ranch.
What? Well, yeah, he's gonna go somewhere. He's not gonna stay on NXT, I hope.
Oh, okay, that's fine then.
I'm not saying they're firing the guy. I'm saying like somebody's got to replace JBL when he retires next week, or whatever's gonna happen. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. I'm certainly not going on the road with WWE anytime soon. I don't know if I'd want to. I think I'd be killer. I've often like said, oh, if I got a job going on the road and do production at WWE, I'd probably take it for at least a little bit. I don't know, man. Plus, they're all union and shit. I probably can't get in that anyways. But
Right.
I'll make my fuck money on indie wrestling, I guess.
I love the phrase so much.
The Virgil fuck money. But anyways, no, that's not happening. I don't know. What else is going on? Is there anything else coming up? Things that I'm playing with. I want to do a live Mayhem somewhere. I want to do live meetups. This is brainstorming. I mean, you guys can tell us. Like, I mean, I don't know. I just I want to start small, and I mean, we kind of played around with doing coffee and stuff. I just don't know if I say, hey, let's go meet up at such and such place downtown. Will we get any more than people that are already on the show to come? Plus, you guys are so widespread. But I mean, I want to do it kind of widely. Like, it's going to be representing Mayhem Show, Boss Battle, Insert Coin to Begin, and AwesomeCast. And, you know, and actually, we've had a few people come out for AwesomeCast when we've done live things down at Slice, so why not, right? So
Definitely, yeah.
I think that would be cool. Actually, you know what we should do, Eamon? Not that you give a shit, because you're in Corpus Christi.
Hey, I don't know. We can make arrangements.
I think what I want to do is this is completely out of you're getting just some random shit today on the State of the Mayhem. We should just say, hey, we're going to do a meetup over here, and you know, kind of a Sorgatron Media meetup, you know, or whatnot, and take over the top floor of Slice, see what happens, you know, do that every so often, and see what builds.
Like that, yeah.
See what builds. Be like, hey, if you want to come BS with us about video games, wrestling, or technology, and you listen to some of our podcasts, you want to kind of chill with us, the hosts, you know, and just have a friend night, have a meet and greet night or something. It could be just people we fucking know anyways, but, you know, it's still around the spirit of the shows. So, I don't know. I don't think we have the pool enough to do, like, the live shows like the Epicast guys are doing or anything like that. I obviously don't know how to promote shit like that. So, I don't know. We'll see. But no, I definitely want to do something. I definitely want to do it. You guys have any ideas? I know one of you at least is local. And I don't know. I'm curious where people are. I'm wondering if, like, there's anything, like, I don't know, Eamon, is there a bunch of people that maybe listen to the show in Texas, for instance, right?
Mm-hmm. I know of a couple.
You know of a couple, but, like, is there something that you guys could do, like, a mini Mayhem meetup? You know, down there and just BS about wrestling with some people that come by. I mean, I keep running into this one guy that's listening to the show. Apparently, he drives down here for wrestling shows 2 hours away. And I ran into him in Niles a couple weeks ago. You know, it's and the Raw a few weeks before that. You know, so I don't know. There's something there, and I don't think it's a mass. And I don't think it's anything real big, but I have always wanted to do something like that, or maybe even something like host something after wrestling shows, but that never made sense logistically for us. Or even before shows doesn't even make sense because we have to do the setup. So what do you do? You know what I mean? So I felt like there's an opportunity that we've missed there, but other than just being there at the DVD booth. So I don't know. That's where I'm at. Just kind of pondering things, and hope you guys have been enjoying the shows lately. Hope you've been entertained. Hope you're getting your money's worth as Patreons. So that's my thoughts for right now. And, you know, just kind of doing some stuff to get parts of what we're doing around here out there. So thanks a lot. Hey, Eamon, thanks for being my Ed McMahon for this video.
Yes, indeed, Sorg.
That's probably too aged. That's probably too aged of a reference for you, but
I know of the name.
I kind of sort of know. Hold on, Wikipedia. So, all right. Thanks a lot, guys. Basic Sorgonomics. What am I doing?
I'm probably gonna have to head off actually.
Okay.
But yeah, this was a great night of shows.
It was. Everything was really top notch tonight.
Really loved it.
I want to take a nap before I post everything though.
Take a nap.
Well, that's what happens is usually I edit the show, set them to render, and I'll set my alarm to nap for like 10 minutes while they're going.
Mm-hmm.
And I wake up and like, is it done yet? Siri, set an alarm for 10 minutes. You know, something like that. So it's a lot of that. So I don't like, I'm not actually up entirety through to 3:30 in the morning anymore, but you know, it's like that stepped kind of thing. So oh, what am I going to do to kick out of basic Sorganomics? Help me in the chat. If there's anybody out there in the chat, that'd be great.
In the jiggity chat.
All right, man. Thanks a lot.
No problem. Thank you, man. I'll talk to you on the internet.
Okay. Space Monkey. Space Monkey get coffee. Space Monkey go to job. Space Monkey attend boarding meeting. Boring manager Rob. But his output stinks. I remember like all the odd parts of the Code Monkey song. Hold on a minute. We'll fix this. Let's get some inspiration going. Actually, we're going to do some inspiration, and we'll also copy over the files, so I'm not sitting here until who knows when. Somebody, I'm sure, is still out there. And then by the time these files copy, I can go do basic Sorganomics, and everything will be cool. Okay, yeah, I just need to get in there because I think I still need to set up the like the hooks for PayPal, don't I? I'm gonna be so relieved when this thing launches. Oh, we're gonna go to town on this shit. Nope, 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 nope. And yep. All right, I got 7 minutes to come up with an idea. Actually, so I'm thinking. Do I do a social media thing? Do I do a wrestling thing? Do I do a podcasting thing? I don't have any ideas. What did I do today? I worked on a podcast. I helped this guy with this DVD thing. Freaking crashed. Talked to my podcast connector guy. Could talk about speaking. I don't think that works though. Put those. I've missed this other man. I'm not getting out the network as much anymore. I've been like super busy, so that's probably why. So I think that's killing some of my idea factory over here. I mean, hell, I canceled even my creative meeting today because of other stuff going on. But I can talk about that, but I'm not too knowledgeable on Facebook ads. I feel like I've talked about everything in like branding and social media there is to bother with. Oh, I don't know. What's going on? What's in the news? Maybe I can just find a tech story and touch on that. When are we gonna get together? Reboot freelance for real? I don't know. I think Justin's got a way more going on with that. Code Monkey get coffee. Here we go. This will ease my mind.
Code Monkey get up, get coffee. Code Monkey go to job. Code Monkey have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Rob say Code Monkey very diligent, but his output stink. His code not functional or elegant. What do Code Monkey think? Code Monkey think maybe manager wanna write goddamn login page himself. Code Monkey not say it out loud. soda, cause soda make you fat. Anyway, you busy with the telephone, no time for chat. Code monkey have long walk back to cubicle. He sit down, pretend to work. Code monkey not thinking so straight. Code monkey not feeling so great. Code monkey like Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey very simple man. Big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. Lots. Code monkey have every reason to get out this place. Code monkey just keep on working. See your soft pretty face. Much rather wake up, eat a coffee cake, take bath, take nap. This job fulfilling in creative way, such a load of crap. Code monkey thinks someday he have everything, even pretty girl like you. Code monkey just waiting for now. Code monkey says someday, somehow. Code monkey like Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey very simple man. Big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. Welcome to my secret lair on Skull Crusher Mountain. I hope that you've enjoyed your stay so far. I see you met my assistant Scarface. His appearance is quite disturbing, but I assure you he's harmless enough. He's a sweetheart, calls me master, and he has a way of finding pretty things and bringing them to me. Oh, and I'm so into you, but I'm way too smart for you. Even my henchmen think I'm crazy. I'm not surprised that you agree. If you could find some way to be a little bit less afraid of me, you'll see the voices that control me from inside my head say I shouldn't care. I made this half pony, half monkey monster to please you, but I get the feeling that you don't like it. What's with all the screaming? You like monkeys, you like ponies. Maybe you don't like monsters so much. Maybe I used too many monkeys. Isn't it enough to know that I ruined a pony making a gift for you? Oh, and I'm so into you, but I'm way too smart for you. Even my henchmen think I'm crazy. I'm not surprised that you agree. If you could find some way to be a little bit less afraid of me, you'd see the voices that control me from inside my head say I shouldn't care. Picture the two of us alone.
All right, guys. I'll see you over on the Periscopes. Check me on Twitter, Sorgatron.